Okay, I think I finally got this working. I'm so sorry that there is always seeming to be delays when I'm trying to stream. I think I have something wrong in my OBS setup that causes an encoder error every time I'm trying to stream. So I'm gonna get that properly resolved later, but for now, I think I shut off the things that were causing the issue. Hello, Freddy. Hello, Eggmeister. Thank you guys for joining and for being so incredibly patient. Yeah, just me today. So this will be a fun little exercise into the unknown. Yeah. So I suppose I'll get straight into it. Gosh. Let me check see if this is working even. Okay, good. It is. Haha. We shall be diving in to this interesting little journey called the Innsmouth case. I don't really know anything about it except for the description given on the Steam page that I thought looked interesting. A detective exercise. A detective, if you will, Eggmeister. Yeah, so I'm excited to jump in and see what this is all about. It's supposed to be a pretty short game, so I probably won't be streaming for too long. Yeah, I was trying to mimic, I looked up the art style ahead of time, and I was kind of trying to mimic that, except they don't really have any outlines or anything. Hello, Xander, thanks for being here. So I was hoping the outlines would kind of help it stand out more, and also I just didn't want to do too much contrast without a black outline. But yeah, alright. Let's, get started. This is a foreword, okay. We are fans of the strange world of Innsmouth, but recognize that the problematic beliefs of H.P. Lovecraft. This game has been produced by a group of people who believe in inclusion and equality, robot pumpkin games, and simple entertainment. Your progress in the story will be saved at the end of each chapter. There are 35 chapters in total. At the end of a chapter, the screen fades to black and a green save icon appears at the bottom right of the screen. We recommend you always end the game after such a save point to make sure none of your progress is lost. If you play a chapter a second time, press escape to skip text and go to the next decision. Okay. Seems like the stream equipment is about as reliable as the Navy equipment I use. That is very concerning to hear, Ryan Little. You would hope that military equipment would be a function, at least. Boston, 21st of September. The last rays of sunshine filtered through the blinds of your empty office. The pathetic stench of whiskey, cold cigarette smoked, and canned ravioli fills the air. The screeching tires, and who spells tires like that? And constant beeping of car horns out there on the street tell you that it's gone 8 p.m. People are on their way home, finishing their day. You should join them. Should I read this in a British accent? Also, I think this is going to have a lot of text, so I hope you guys are ready for basically an audiobook. What are you playing? It's a game called the Innsmouth Case. It's like a text-based adventure story, so you make decisions like this. That's pretty cool. Do I stay at my desk or do I go home? Remind me what I just read. What did the paragraph I just read say? That's probably important in making these decisions. I'll stay at my desk. You never know. Someone might... Okay, IRL, I probably would just go home if I'm not doing anything at work. I'd be like, oh, I could be doing things at home. But I'll stay at my desk. A case might get brought up. You don't know, alright? I was left abandoned by my friend in an Arctic castle a few days ago, and now I'm here working a job trying to make money. I should probably, wait for that to come in. Oh, the music volume is reading my voice. Okay, thank you. I feel like that's still loud. Let's see. Volume. How's this? Is that better? I'll wait for confirmation before continuing, because again, this is going to involve a lot of reading. I hope that is an improvement. That's good? Sweet. All right. Your day was long and frustrating. You're running out of ideas on how to handle the calls of people who want money from you. Oh. Oh, they want money from me. Maybe I should have gone home. A cold shiver runs down your spine as you flick through a pile of unpaid bills. Ugh, on the top of the pile is a reminder from your landlady. You're 2 months behind the rent. I need to see financial audit, it sounds like. The next one is a 3-figure invoice from a games company for in-app purchases. Oh, Caleb would be yelling at us so much. You tried to claim them as a business expense in your last investigation, but somehow your client refused to pay. Then there's the second reminder from your internet provider threatening to cut off your connection. You might take legal action because without internet, you can't work or live. You really need more in-app purchases. Your lawyer, a cigarette, a little fresh air. I don't know. Those in-app purchases surely have been, they surely have been serving us well, haven't they? Well, we don't want cigarette, but would not only be more money, it would poison our lungs. Fresh air probably clear our head a little bit before we make any decisions, eh? So much HD. That's right, guys. Super HD. You jerk open the blinds. Amongst the dust, the last rays of light shine into your eyes like a laser sight in a spy flick. It takes a few seconds for your eyes to adjust. Your gaze settles on the Horns and Hooves pub across the street. How many simple jobs this dive has given you. Jealous wives whose husbands had to spy on. All you had to do was lie in wait in the window and take pictures of them coming out of the dirtiest hole in town. You close the window before you see anyone you know. You breathe a deep sigh. It may not have been a successful day, but at least it's over. You're looking forward to a classic Friday night, watching old mystery series at home in sweatpants and getting drunk on cheap booze. Sounds just like me, guys. Classic. Since the early afternoon, you have been staring at the foreboding bottle of liquor at the other end of the room. At least we have some self-control. Up until now, a vague sense of professionalism has kept you from drinking yourself into oblivion. Now, nothing stands in the way. Suddenly, you hear someone at the door. Say, who is it? Don't make a sound. Well, here's the deal. If it's a client that could help us make money to get out of this obvious debt and back payments that we need to make, I'd be like, yeah, who is it? But what if it's somebody who's coming to collect? Jody, hello! Good to see you. Oh, don't worry about it. I feel really bad that, I feel like most of my streams so far start out so scuffy. I kind of don't anticipate anybody would bother spending the first at least 10 minutes watching the stream until they know it's up. Anyway, so you're totally good. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna be optimist, guys. This could be a client, all right? We need money. The door slowly creaks open with a timid creak. The unknown guest pauses. Then, in a breathy and melodic tone, you hear a woman utter, "Hello?" Your insides cramp. You suddenly realize that you haven't cleaned your office at all this year. What do we do? Are we only in-app purchase people? What is this? You quickly try to clean up. Invite her in. Well, the door's creaked open. She's gonna see us cleaning up. Jody, don't worry. If you're a disappointment, that just means you and I are one. We can all be disappointments here. Well, I suppose there's no harm in at least trying to clear the desk. Wait a minute, wait! You shout in a pitch that is at least 2 octaves higher than intended. There's no time to pick up all the crumpled pieces of paper on the floor. You gaze across the total mess on your desk. A weird, undefinable crust has formed on the wood. You never noticed that before. You try to hide it by putting some unpaid bills over them. Much rather display the unpaid bills. They get stuck immediately. Nice. Hi, Pixar. Welcome. Why does Brianna kind of look like a Giga Chat? Oh, I was way more Giga Chatty when I was first drawing it, and then I was like, I might need to slim some things down a little bit. I was trying to mimic the art style in this a tad, but probably it didn't succeed too much because I feel like they're a little more cartoony. HD, Brianna. That's right. Yeah, don't question the HD. It's just HD. By the light of the desk lamp, you now see a more than a silhouette. A breathtaking woman lights up your office. No doubt older than 40, maybe even 50. Really? Based on What? How are we getting that number? Hard to say. Clad in black, a skin-tight dress culminating in a décolleté that seems to defy the laws of gravity. A smoky eyeshadow as dark as algae washed ashore, blonde, coiffed, wavy hair under a dark beret. The faint light of the setting sun catches in the strands of her hair, and you wonder how many heads this woman must have turned during her prime. She's completely different from your usual customers, nervous bankers with sweat stains under their armpits, convinced their wives have something going on with the mailman. Every move she makes is a calculated grace. Smooth as an eel, she walks towards you and sits down on the corner of your desk. It's all those chicken wings make her look like a Chad. That's right, kids. If you're all kids now. If you want to gain Giga Chad status, eat chicken wings. Really sharpens up that jawline. Determined, she walks towards you and sits down at the corner of your desk, which is a little bold, which makes you blush. I don't know, guys. Do we blush at that? Looking like Nancy Drew without her silhouette. We'll go with bold. Which is a little bold without asking you first. But as a professional, you're not giving anything away. She seems to want to play the seductive damsel in distress. The quiet, amused voice of your subconscious is pleased that the stranger may be sharing your enthusiasm for film noir cliches. A far louder voice is surprised that this woman seems to think that a sexy pose in revealing clothes could win you over, and both voices agree that they don't like being manipulated. You don't think that the stranger purchased on your table is trying to recover from a hard-working day as a lingerie model, and therefore you see no logical reason for her behavior. When she begins to speak, her voice is smoky and full of promises. My name is Dahlia Marsh. I'm looking for a private investigator. I was told you're one of the best. She extends her hand. Kiss her hand. You've come to the right place, lady. Decline. Of course I will find your missing daughter. Should we play into it a little bit? She did offer her hand. Well, W voice acting. Thanks. No, Jody, you can't get the Giga Chadness if you don't eat the chicken wings. Perhaps there's a vegetable equivalent that you can consume. We'll kiss her hand. You know, she puts it out in front of me. It is only etiquette to go mwah. There, a big mwah. You kiss her hand and waggle your eyebrows in the same manner you've seen so often in those classic movies. That last option sounds like Leon. It so does! Oh, I should have gone with that one. This woman moves in higher circles and is used to luxury. You can tell by the strong smell of caviar she gives off. If you play this right, you might even be able to increase your fee for this case. What now? Keep flirting? Get down to business. I can't not flirt. Nothing is quite as attractive as a heroic private investigator, you think to yourself, while at the same time secretly trying to remove a piece of spinach lodged between your teeth. What's a smart lady like you doing in a disgusting office like this? This is my office. Oh, that's what she said. This is your office? Dahlia replies, bemused. You smile and nod slowly. Damn, should change the subject quickly. Take her out for dinner? Pay her a compliment. Should we escalate this, friends? Let's get out of this office and go to a restaurant or that stinky pub across town. Surely it probably looks better than this office, eh? We're just gonna go down the flirting route. I'm committed. Can you see those little emoji things? Like, when... Yeah, those little things that go up, like the... Yeah. Yes! Little cheers. I do see them. Can I get you anything? You stand up and get the whiskey from the sideboard. You make a grab for the glasses that go with it, but they're stuck to the surface, and you have to give them a good tug to release them. Suddenly, you feel a deep shame for the state of your life in general, and your office in particular. Can I invite you to have dinner with me? I wouldn't mind combining business with pleasure. That won't off work anyway. You smile your most winning smile, whilst you hide the sticky glasses with one hand. Skillfully, you bury them under the dirty notebook you usually use to crush cockroaches. We really need to clean. Silently, you both agree to pretend this conversation never happened and move on to business. All right, no dinner it is. Got it. She does have a missing daughter! Ah! We should have predicted it! We could have also said we were psychic, and then we totally could have charged more. She got that riz. I got that rejected riz. I got that L-Riz, guys. Is this a dating sim? We might turn it into a dating sim, Jody. Or we might as well. It's about my daughter, Tabitha. She has disappeared. You're pulling out paper and a pencil. This is gonna be a walk in the park. A walk in the kidnapped kids park. Please tell me that park doesn't exist. Well, when did you last see her, and where? The woman puts on a fake smile. We live in Innsmouth. It's a small port town north of Arkham. You frown. This is a bit vague. What was your child doing when you last saw her? What hobbies does she have? Oh, you know, kid stuff. They just run around and, play with their yo-yos, that sort of thing. Dahlia nervously combs her hands through her hair. Does your daughter have any friends? Yo-yos. What about her father? What does your daughter look like? That would be a good place to start, I think. A description. Rejected in HD. Rolled a nat 1 on persuasion. Yeah, I don't have the highest charisma buff. Yes, please post your cat, Jody. It is the most important thing. Animal pictures. Let's get a description. That'll help. She's only 8, and the sweetest girl you can imagine. She's been missing without a trace since last week. Last week? None of her schoolmates have seen her, and no one knows where she might have gone. She hands you a photo. Look, this is my little munchkin. Good heavens! Is this supposed to be a joke? Is that really the face of a child or a shoddy photo edit? Are you being filmed as part of a reality TV show? Okay, hey. I know I was taken aback. We don't need to be rude, alright? People come in all shapes and sizes and proportions. It's fine. It's just a little derpy, and that's okay. She can make her way in this world. A bit of stomach acid and the last bite of lunch slowly but surely makes their way up to the back of your mouth. Oh my goodness. Like we're one to judge. Have you seen the way we live? You throw up in the drawer of your desk. I want this quiet, for one. Just an Innsmouth thing. Yeah. With narrow eyes, you swallow a bile and involuntarily pull a face. Dahlia continues to look at you hopefully. She obviously didn't notice your little mishap. Whew, that was close. Could have been unpleasant. At least my deception check rolled well, guys. I'm so desperate. Her eyes lock with yours. Don't you think there's something strange about your child? Ask more questions about the case. Yeah, let's move away from the insulting aspect. Handsome Brianna is live. Ayo, yes. No wonder she went missing. At least her mother's... I was gonna say at least her mother seems to love her, but she's been gone for a week. Guys, a week. I'm like, what has been being done? I guess we're gonna find out. Does your daughter have any friends? What about her father? I have no further questions. Just see the child's face. I have no further questions. Your daughter is missing for obvious reasons and should probably stay that way. Goodbye. Let's go with friends. Does your daughter have any friends she might be staying with? Classmates, sports club members, anything like that? Dahlia silently shakes her head. Very strange. You're about to ask if the girl at least had imaginary friends, but you hold back. Dahlia nervously combs her hands through her hair. Father? I like when it lets me ask all the questions so we can get the most info possible. And she's only come to talk about this now. That's what I am saying, Jody! Thank you! That is what I am saying! I mean, granted, she might have been working with, like, actual police officers and stuff in this time, and she's just, like, looking for outside help because she's getting desperate at this point, in which case, understood. You followed the proper channels. You're just looking for additional help now. I'm definitely not a reputable, source, it seems, based on everything that's been described about me so far. So I could understand that, but it's like she's not saying that. She's not saying she did that either. She's not saying that she went to the police or telling me anything they found. So, also this is a little concerning for those who know the basic plot of the Shadows over Innsmouth. I don't know anything about it, so this will be very interesting, Ryan. You were more focused on hitting on her. Hey, they said she was attractive 40 to 50-something-year-old, alright? And she was playing, it was the noir, alright? I was getting into the noir character. We're living a dream. What about Tabitha's father? Are you separated? Often children reappear with family members. Dahlia smiles sadly. My little one can't swim well enough for that yet. What? Huh? Your pen remains in the same spot on the... What is that supposed to mean? Dahlia is about to continue. Let her talk. Dig deeper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can we go back? Excuse me, but you're struggling to find the right words to respond to such a cryptic statement. What the hell do you mean by that? The kid can't swim well enough. Dahlia turns up her nose. She doesn't seem comfortable with you asking personal questions. Still, she responds, Oh, just an old saying in our village. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Huh? Dahlia turns her gaze away from you and looks dreamily, no, longingly, out the window. Her father was a fisherman. Like most in the village. A few years ago he went out to sea, but never returned. His boat was washed ashore weeks later. His colleagues told me that he had finally followed the call of the waves. You keep quiet for a moment. Deceased family members are always a sensitive subject. 3 days to start worrying, but not that much. Yeah, what if she went to look for her father and she drowned? Because clearly she can't swim well enough, like you're saying already. What if she tried? Huh? My sincere condolences. She seems calm. Oh, somehow I always knew that moment would come. I think my husband is in a better place now, and at some point, I'll join him. You take a closer look at Dahlia's outfit. Judging by her behavior and clothes, you never would have taken her to be a fisherman's wife. You inquire about it. You inquire about more details of the case. Dahlia's financial situation. You're fine. How much could you pay for this case? Please. I suppose more details first. We can ask about the yo-yos. Yo-yos? So, yo-yos. Ring ring. Can you hear that? It's the 90s calling, and they want their outdated toys back. Dahlia blushes. Normally you would find this quite attractive. But the case of a missing girl beckons, and you're utterly unconvinced by the way this woman pretends to be a mother. Confront her. Let the matter rest. Maybe she can pay you an exposure. Oh, goodness, I hope not. Confront her about bad parenting. Yeah, I'll let it rest. The lady probably won't win Mother of the Year award, but hey, that's not your problem. At least she seems to have money. To profit from it, you should probably go easy on her. Okay, I was hoping I would get another chance to ask about the mail. I have no further questions, you mumble more to yourself than to her. Dahlia stretches her neck imperceptibly. No doubt she would like to take a look at your notebook. Your pen hovers over the notes you've taken. Missing daughter, dodgy lady. That's it. You've worked with less. Are you going to take this case or not? Reject the case? I need money, dude. Yeah. You nod. A missing persons case. Nothing unusual. The conventional little girl runs away from home after reading her first romance novel. Usually they hide at the edge of the forest or in a library. Should be pretty straightforward. Before you can say anything, she drops a photo of the child and a roll of bills on your desk. For your expenses. You nod slowly, trying not to drool down the front of your shirt. You haven't seen this much money in ages. You don't have much time to prepare. A quick search reveals that only one bus goes to Innsmouth, and only once a day. That's great. Not like we're gonna get stuck there or anything. Confronting somebody about their parenting is probably a good way to draw away clients. Jody, I couldn't agree more. Call CPS. Perhaps, Cerulean. Perhaps. We'll wait and see. A pattern emerges in your research. The few news items related to this little coastal town are all about missing persons. In addition, you find some rather old-fashioned articles that praise the coastal town as a secret holiday destination. The best fish, untouched beached promenade. Authentic fishing people are the recurring buzzwords. Authentic fishing people. Does that mean people that fish or people that are fish? Questions. The phrasing. The best fish. People fish? Eating fish? People fish? Eating fish? Do they fish eat fish? How does that work? I'm not going to wonder about it too deeply. I don't think they have CPS at this time. We can invent it, but a better version that actually protects and saves children instead of taking children from loving families and leaving children in bad ones. I like the ambient background music. It's definitely a vibe. It definitely is. It's certainly set in some sort of tone. Dahlia, excuse me. Dahlia has given you the address at which you're supposed to drop off her daughter as soon as you find her. She also wrote down her phone number on the child's photo. You take another look at the picture before you pack your things. That is quite a picture. Could have just been bad lighting. Alright. Could have just been a bad day. Coughs and foreshadowing. The next morning you travel by bus, by hitchhiking. Why would we... A bus goes there. Let's take the bus. I guess we could have saved money. Oh, I forgot we're in debt. Okay. Your journey begins at a busy bus station. There's supposed to be a bus line that departs from here to Innsmouth. Buses, you think to yourself, are not only an environmentally friendly means of transportation, they're also easy on your wallet. Sadly, the departure boards aren't of much help. New York, Maine, Rhode Island, no trace of Innsmouth as a destination. You wander around for a little while until you notice a cleaner eating a sandwich on the side of one of the vending machines. You look around, talk to the cleaner, continue searching on your own, and might as well ask for help, you know. Nothing wrong with a little cops in HD. What is this game about, It's Glitch? That's a great question. So far, it is about us as a bum, private eye detective person needing money. And then a lady has a missing kid, so we're gonna figure that out. Fun, right? Excuse me, where can I find the bus to Inns... Without letting go of his sandwich, the cleaner points to an abandoned counter in the dingiest corner that a public bus station could be capable of. The man gives you a nod, indicating that anything that can be said has indeed been said. You find that the counter is elaborately decorated with cobwebs. It's a bit early for Halloween preparations, but at least someone's made an effort. Yeah, a bit early. It's like a whole year out. At the moment, nobody seems to be there. You press your face against the plastic window to peer into the room behind. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? I have to go to Innsmouth. That I keep pronouncing different ways, but one of them's gonna stick. No one there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bus ticket appears on the counter. Huh. Might the trip be free? Yes, please, mysteriously appearing ticket. Save me money. Should you leave a payment? Leave a donation? Just take the ticket. Is someone gonna murder me if I don't leave a donation? I feel like this is gonna bite me in the butt if I don't, but the indebted person in me longs to hold on to every bit of cash we have. Oh, I'll leave a donation. You're a staunch defender of the law. Hey, goes without saying that you pay. There's no law, all right? Did they have a price for the ticket? Did it say that this was being sold? What's the law around that exactly? If someone just gives you a ticket, you're not obligated to pay them. It was even called a donation. All right, let's get these things straight here. You put a few coins in the bowl underneath the foggy glass window. Hopefully they won't be stolen by the next passenger. Even if someone were sitting behind the counter, you wouldn't be able to see him. It's just too dark. You're distracted for a few seconds, and suddenly there's some change on the counter. What's that in amongst the coins? A small golden fishing hook? How strange. Okay. Okay. So we got something back. That's worth it. When the games start, this is the game, yippee. Be nice. Okay, I know, be nice. Make me be nice. Where's this bus hiding? In between the polished greyhounds and the travelers stowing their luggage, saying goodbye and dropping tiredly into their seats, there's a kind of dumpster? A dumpster with windows and wheels? No, it's actually a bus. It's a bit on the rusty side, and even from a distance you sense the strange smell it emits. Is that sulfur? Ugh, oh no, like just strong rotten eggs? You're not convinced how this thing is supposed to drive. In its vicinity, everything is noticeably quieter than at the other bus stops. The people getting on show no sign of emotion. Nobody's trying to jump the queue here. Instead, the passengers move past the bus driver at a uniform speed, one after the other, shuffling up the creaking steps. Are they robots? Each two-seater bench is occupied by individuals, as if they want to make sure not to come into contact with their fellow passengers. The sign clearly says Innsmouth. Mouth. Mooth. Innsmouth. Yeah, it's just gonna be different every time I say it, sorry. No departure times, no stopovers, just Innsmouth mouth. Dumpster with wheels. Bedtime story. Yeah, pretty much. Undecided, you're standing on the stairs of the bus. Talk to the driver, show your ticket, sneak past in silence. I guess we could show our ticket, but otherwise we should probably just act like everyone else, right? Like blend in? That's probably right. You hand the driver the ticket. No reaction. At least you can't make out a reaction. The lighting is poor, and the shadows of his dusty driver's cap covers almost his entire face. This bodes well, I think. You notice something strange on his neck, but you can't quite make out what it might be. You're standing in the door waiting for an okay, a nod, anything. The sulfur odor has increased. A queue has formed behind you, but no one is pushing or complaining. Dude, just move. Just act like everyone else. The people wait quietly and patiently. Get out of here! Say something. Just keep walking. I suppose we could turn around now, but we already paid. We already paid for the ticket. Keep walking. This is the sunk cost fallacy in action, friends. You shuffle sideways through the center aisle. You don't remember the bus looking this long from the outside. You're surrounded by shabby 2-seater benches, and some are already occupied. 1 traveler per row. The last bench is free. Looks like the upholstery is torn in some places, though. Or has it been slit open? You can see springs with sharp wire edges, and some sticky liquid seems to have leaked onto the floor. Why didn't you just sit down in one of the free rows? Here in the back, almost everything is occupied. Most of the passengers seem to have purposefully sat down in the aisle seats and blocking off the window seats. Maybe this is an opportunity to get a little closer to the common Innsmouth visitor? You gaze across the row of seats, sit down with someone to the rear bench. This feels antagonistic. But you know what, guys? What could go wrong? Truly, I mean, yeah, the bus sounds really appealing, Freddie. I think that these people all seem really polite and, you know, sure, they're keeping to themselves. Maybe they're just a little introverted. Maybe they're like me, right? Maybe they're the type of person that would totally love and be down to talk with others, but isn't the kind to approach somebody themselves, all right? So people got to approach you. All right, well, we'll do the approaching. As a nonconformist, you join one of the passengers in a double seat. Since only one man was so considerate as to sit at the window, your options are limited anyway. As far as you can tell, the man is a haggard figure with barely any luggage. Maybe secret in rear. Ooh, Xander, you're right. I already made my decision, though. That's the downside of stream lag delay. The hood of the gray jumper pulls far onto this man's face. The man looks out onto the street as if something very important is happening there that requires his attention. Is the seat taken? You ask politely. He turns his head and gives you a brief once-over. Yep, that's totally a man. Without saying a word, he turns away again. Sit down anyway. Go to the rear bench instead. I don't know, guys. Don't we want to engage with the local populace? They might know more about Innsmouth than we do. Wait, it's a duck. Secret. He's got the gamer posture. Yeah, guys, he's just a gamer. We could bond. I say we commit. We sit down, we bond. Even if the game was giving me the indication that I shouldn't do this by giving me a chance to back out. That's fine. We're going to commit. All right. That wasn't a no either. You sit down and regret it instantly. The smell of sulfur is now overpowered by something else. Something that smells like it's been in the sun for too long. You're trying to catch a glimpse of what's under that hoodie. Does this person have a genetic defect? Is he malnourished? You're not sure exactly where the problem might be, but you're trying to stay professional. You awkwardly stare at the headrest of the person in front of you. Talk to the stranger. Okay, we sat down specifically to talk to him. If we just sat there in awkward silence, it would just mean that we're uncomfortably smelling something we don't like and not even gaining anything from it, so we should talk. It looks like the Hello Neighbor 2 teens. This is the chance to get some inside information. Do small talk about veganism. Everyone loves that. Look at the passenger over, play the tourist. Let's play a tourist. I think it's pretty obvious we're a tourist. You clear your throat before you speak, twitching, and with a slight tremor, the man turns to you. Excuse me, I'm visiting Innsmouth for the first time. Do you happen to come from there? A twitch is all you get. Maybe you should get right to the point. It's hard to tell if you're boring him. Is my brain broken in this game? Can we not? I think we should be able to see by now, yes? The giant proudy, welcome, welcome. You love Innsmouth. Favorite Lovecraft story by far. Is the game any good? Well, we've just started, and so far it's pretty decent. It's just described to be like a horror comedy kind of thing, so I think they might be turning, some obvious silly elements to this Lovecraftian horror. But we'll see how scary it might actually get. That's not a duck, that's a chihuahua. Ask for a few tourism tips. Mention the missing girl. I don't know if we should keep our cards a little close to our chest. Yeah, he does have webbed hands. Some people are born with webbed hands and feet. Okay, it could be perfectly normal. He could just have a condition. Didn't know humans had fins? We learn something new every day, Eggmeister. I'm gonna stick with my cover. Ask for a few tourism tips. Does Innsmouth have any sights? Your neighbor stares into the middle distance. Is he thinking? The silence between the two of you is hardly bearable.
The beach,
he finally stutters. Your eyes meet again.
the old town,
he adds. Well, that could have gone worse. The small talk has been gruelingly slow, so you decide to let it go. This ride is taking forever. The bus leaves the country road and turns off at a wooden sign that says Innsmouth in red, flaky letters. The journey continues rather bumpily along a narrow dirt road littered with numerous potholes. In the distance, some houses are already visible, seagulls circling the roofs of the outermost edges of the city. Slowly, all passengers take their bags out from under their seats and get ready. Curious, you look through the front window, the side window. His wrists are literal sticks. He has gills, Brianna. That just means he's evolved. All right, some people get gills, and then they can swim and walk on land. That's advanced. That's advancing humanity. Ever since he was a little boy, he yearned for the seas. He's definitely a fishman. I don't know, guys. Okay, we have no confirmation that this is a fishman. All right, he wore clothes. He rode a bus. Do fish people do that? I don't think so. People do that. He's, a lifeguard. Thank you, Jody. Thank you. Clearly. He's just, he's built for his job. Let's just look through the side window. That's odd. The bus passes by a huge, what is this? A scrapyard? Parking lot? Why would something like this be here right outside the city? You pass another wooden sign whose half-peeled writing advertises the Innsmouth Park and Ride area. A lot of cars look like they've been sitting here for years. Sand covers some of the bonnets and windscreens. These aren't people eating fish or people, are they? This is fun. Okay. The front door of the bus opens with a squeak. You join the monotonous line of locals stepping out of the bus as if in a daze. Almost walking in step, you all get closer to the exit. As you walk down the steps, you have to protect your eyes from the sunlight. Turns out the windows of the bus were tinted. The other passengers shuffle off. I've never seen a fish riding the bus. Thank you, Razor, Geyser, Geezer. That is what I'm saying. He's the deep. If he was the deep, any animal or any swimming aquatic animal within the local vicinity would be dead already. Can't wait for the Navy to give me my standard issue gills, fins, and webbed hands. Yes, Ryan, I do believe they're starting funding for that. Are you excited? You should be, because you'll just be like a way better swimmer. You might even start preferring the deep ocean. But I think that's a new program they're opening up. Don't tell anyone I said anything. I don't think I was supposed to. Finally, Innsmouth. You examine your surroundings while you stretch your legs, trying to unwind from the stressful journey. No artist could have adequately captured the serenity and beauty of this place. clear blue sky lights up the town square, which is paved with bright limestone and surrounded by neo-colonial buildings reminiscent of the 19th century New England. A fresh sea breeze, crying seagulls, and locals going about their business. Guys, this is picturesque. Okay, it might have been a stinky ride, but we can put up with a stinky ride. This place is pretty. In the center of the square, water trickles from a fountain. As you stretch your limbs and breathe in the clean air, you're suddenly startled by the water feature right in front of you. The fountain is an enormous fish-like brass creature. An open jaw lined with shark-like fangs spouts brackish water down its massive, inhumanly contorted body. Eclectic, artistic, love it, all right? Clearly a people of the arts. As if that wasn't enough, there appear to be human bodies squirming underneath its massive claws. Artistic, guys. Artistic. Love it. Great. Beautiful. Their faces are as contorted as yours is right now. How long have you been standing here? Eyes wide open in shock, you feel utterly paralyzed. You start to scan the town square and notice more and more disturbing details. On every corner, you spot ornamental statues and reliefs of fish. But these are not your classic harmless kind of fish. These are pagan symbols, okay, liking it less, and grimaces of supernatural creatures from the darkest crevices of the deep sea. Liking it less. You know, sometimes the arts might go a little far. Hang on, guys. I think this town is actually pretty cool. We should stick around for a long time. Ignore the whispers of the dreamer. He's just trying to sell you car insurance. Hear about your car's extended warranty. In surrounding houses, you can see faces pressed against the windows. All the locals appear to be watching you. You suddenly start to think that the cries of the seagulls sound particularly human-like. They sound like humans crying out in pain. Huh. Maybe I don't identify as a human today. They will respect that, yes? What happened to the idyllic scene from a few moments ago? Yeah, literally, like, it was one page of beauty, and, everything is falling apart. Like you said, artistic. Definitely stay in the Gilman House Inn. I hear it's lovely. I feel like you are trying to get me murdered, Giant Bratty. Welcome to Innsmouth. I have no idea who's talking. Turn around. Ignore. Well, we want information. Oh, it's an old lady. Okay, I'm changing the voice. Welcome to Innsmouth. How nice of you to visit. A small, elderly woman waves at you from afar. She beams at you as if you were her long-lost grandchild. She seems very different to the boors you've met so far on the bus into town. Her squealing shakes you out of your nightmarish panic. It's so good to have you here. I've noticed you've taken by our local fountain. It was built in 1704 by Abdul Necrotis, favorite artist and friend of Charles Dexter Tillinghast, the founder of Innsmouth, the central figure who was present, and it was supposed to commemorate their travels together to Cairo. You can clearly see the Egyptian influence in Necrotis's work. Here. She points wildly in every direction. And here. But sure, you've already noticed this yourself. You look like someone who knows his way around art, she says with a wide smile. You're still in shock. She beams at you. Who the hell are you? Of course, I am an art historian. She already assumes it. What's wrong with buying into it? Bratty, I think you and I are the only ones who've read the books, Ryan says. I read the books. It's just that they have pictures in them. Freddy. Okay. Let's is that how you'll sound when you're old, Bree? Who knows? Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I am an art historian, of course. She enthusiastically starts clapping and squealing, a small, plump person in a garish costume who finishes off all her sentences with a delighted chuckle. Oh, I noticed that at once. How rude of me. I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Muriel Poopingplace. I'm the director of the Parks Commission's chief tourism officer and head of the welcoming committee. And ta-da! Behind Muriel, there's a ramshackle wooden information stand lovingly decorated with balloons. A colorful painted sign reads, "Welcome to Innsmouth." Now, guys, this is more of the picturesque things that we were looking at before. I think we should just ignore all the other stuff. Muriel tiptoes over to her information stand and picks up a whole load of flyers and leaflets from the rickety display cases. She looks down at all the paper in her arms and briefly shrieks with laughter.
Oh my goodness! Why don't you take this city map to begin with?
Useful. You take the map and put it into your coat pocket.
Would you like to find out more about our wonderful town, which has been awarded the East Coast Stunning Town Award for several years in a row?
And would you? Actually, I'm looking for someone. Sure, why not? I mean, I'm invested in this art historian aspect of it. I would love to learn more. Please, yes, inform me. Muriel claps her hands excitedly and squeals. She begins unfolding one of her maps and points at 3 different locations in town. The town center here should be the next stop on your trip. There's a lively, up-and-coming shopping street in Innsmouth, and since May, our local fountain has even had real running water. What did it have before? Muriel starts waving her index finger at you.
I know what you're thinking. This town is being too showy for its own good, but I can assure you, we've all kept our feet on the ground, even after the whole thing with the East Coast Stunning Town Awards.
Her finger now points at a different area on the map.
The old town of Innsmouth is completely preserved. You think nothing was ever done to the facades of the old houses? Within 4 miles of here, you won't find any new builds.
They just have rad fountains here. Big kaiju fans. Yeah. just fountain central. You know, we just have a lot of fountains, and they have real water now, which is impressive. Most fountains don't have that. Your face has unwillingly slipped into an expressionless mask due to the sheer boredom of it all.
And then, Muriel points to the coastal line on the map, the amazing beach promenade, a dreamy beach with a bar that serves all the drinks your heart desires. I hope you brought enough stress with you, because at the beach, pure relaxation awaits you.
The small woman chortles. Thank her. Just leave. Hey, you... it was said that we like a drink, alright? So this person should be pretty happy with that info that they just got. We'll thank her. We'll be polite. She spent time going over everything for us. She's very enthusiastic about her job. We love somebody that's passionate about their work, okay? Thanks ever so much, ma'am. Muriel seems delighted.
Nothing gives me more pleasure than ensuring our visitors have a great time in our pretty little town. Will you be staying for a few nights? I can only recommend staying just as long as you can. There's so much to see. Trust me, by the end of your stay, you won't want to leave.
How long are you going to stay? 1 week, only overnight. It's a short trip. I'm not making any promises. Okay, short trip. Just invest once the investigation's over. Speaking of which, I probably should start asking people questions instead of going off and doing my own thing.
Oh, what a shame.
Muriel's enthusiasm quickly faded from her eyes as she drops her hands, which are still holding the colorful flyers.
I hope you'll find what you're looking for. I'm changing my voice entirely. Have a great time.
Her eyes move past you and settle on a tourist family right behind you. Seemingly at the flick of a switch, she's back to her gleeful demeanor, bouncing over to the family and waving her brochures. She's giving the witch from Hansel and Gretel, Jody says. And Jody, I have to agree. She's a little... You know what? No. Yeah, she's just passionate. All right, we just don't run into enough people that love their jobs for the sake of loving that and helping people out. You head farther into town along the cobbled road in the direction of the coast. Not long ago, the sun was bright in the sky, but already the first wafts of mist are creeping into the street. The air feels thicker, and the sun can no longer penetrate the fog. Not a good enough reason to use the word penetrate. Time to think about where you want to go. You slow down. You lean your briefcase against a wall and start pacing up and down the quiet alleyway. You've got an important choice to make right now. The city center's in the north. Even from afar, you can see the outlines of the old and ornately decorated buildings in the main window square. Here, you should find the police station, the main shopping street, and, of course, the town hall. As a coastal town, Innsmouth also has a harbor. From your research, dude, that lady literally told us everything about this town if we were paying any attention at all. So we should know this. From your research, you found out that this is a bustling area with a dreamy beach. and apparently alcohol, which you would probably be excited about. Maybe, you know, we can back away from that, though, if that's an addiction issue. So, never mind. Let's forget that's there. You expect there to be mostly tourists. According to your research, the only hotel in town, the Gilman Hotel, is located in the old town. You think about checking in. You could do with a freshening up and getting rid of that bus smell that's been clinging to your clothes. Whoa, the fog's already getting freaky. That's right. Just wait till the fog rolls in. They start playing Thriller. We all have an amazing dance sequence. It'll be beautiful. Just as you're about to set off, your heart leaps into your throat. You've forgotten your briefcase. Ugh, this has never happened to you. Usually take good care of what little you possess. Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it now. You'll have to wait until your return journey to find out whether someone has handed it into the lost and found. Still, you could swear that the briefcase was already gone when you got off the bus. Aw, thank you, Jody. That's very sweet. Fun fact, when I was in high school, I practiced reading out loud, and I would record myself reading. So I read, like, Among the Hidden, and I read some chapters from 13 Reasons Why, and I would post those on YouTube. And then I was like, I think this might be illegal, and so I took them down. But back then, I got some comments on there where people were like, I have my class listen to you read this, and I was like, oh my, why? But if I have any ability to read out loud, it's because I practiced it back in the day. There's some Brianna lore for you. Oh, thank you, it's Glitch. You decide on the city center, the Gilman Hotel, the harbor. Well, I do believe several of our chatters recommended the hotel earlier, didn't you guys? So, I said, should we head over there? Is that our consensus? Brianna was making audiobooks. Neat. Well, I don't know if I'd call them. I guess in a way, yeah, but like not officially. It was completely independent and again, probably illegal, which is why they're not up anymore because I didn't want to get in trouble with the law. I listened to a book for an assignment. Very nice. You decide on the city center. I say we go to the hotel. We're going to the hotel. Ooh. Look at that architecture. I can dig it. I'll take some inspiration for when I'm designing my own house. You recognize its roof from afar, and after a long walk, it is now before you in full splendor, the Gilman Hotel. At least it's easy to see that it once must have been a gorgeous building. The hotel resembles an old English country estate, but in its present state, it would be suited as the setting for a very predictable film about teenagers and chainsaw killers. Cool. Okay, that bodes well. Wild and withered ivy has a firm grip on the walls and obscures the details of the richly decorated facade. How are they using that word? Is it facade? Facade? Sorry, that's a reference to an old animated video. A gallery of gargoyles, melted into unreal shapes by acid rain, and acidic pigeon droppings lines the roof. The many window panes have been neglected for years. Only in a few places has a small area been wiped clean in order to see outside. There are 2 cars in the parking lot, a vintage car with large rust spots and a large gray van. The kind of van you've always been warned about as a child. Perhaps we do a little sneaky investigation. It's gonna be Friday the 13th. Bum 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 bum. Crazy. It's Glitch. I would listen to Brianna read Harry Potter. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Dumbledore asked calmly. I think it's facade. Facade. I need to look this up because I have no idea what they're referring to. The Cosmic Horror is coming along excellently so far. It's been super picturesque. We've talked to a very excitable old lady and a very smelly man on a bus. And thank you for joining us, by the way, Lumiria. I wouldn't expect the cars. Something about reading sometimes stuffs up my nose for some reason, so I apologize if that persists. You look around again just to make sure that the people who own the cars aren't hiding somewhere with their shotgun at the ready, as people are prone to do around their cars. The coast is clear. First, you walk over to the antique car. Well, you're no car expert, but the car looks antique to you anyway. Both seats inside are made of white leather. A bit tacky. You turn away from the antique car and look towards the van. No writing on the side, a regular registration plate, and the windows in the front blacked out. Hang on. You have a brainwave. Maybe this is the van in which poor Tabitha had been pulled when she was kidnapped. No dir, genius. Why do you think I want to investigate the cars? I feel like I'm just a brain cell shouting into this person's empty skull. When she was lured to her awful fate by sweets and lollipops. That sounds completely plausible. Like utter nonsense. I think it's completely plausible, my friends. This is, in fact, the type of car we were all warned about as children. Is there a lot of out loud reading in your practice during D&D nights? Not really reading so much as just, role playing. But brain blast. But I tend to play just like a chaotic version of myself, so that's a little different. It's really how much you want to talk. Of course! It all makes sense! In all likelihood, you've just managed to find the actual kidnapper, the seed of all that is evil and wrong in this case, and all you had to do was book a hotel room and stare at cars. You're natural. Now all you need is some proof. What's the plan, Stan? Smash the window. Try to get into the boot. Oh no. Both of these options are horrible. What? Why? So we've immediately assumed. Okay. We've just said that this must be it, which I'm totally behind. Totally a plausible explanation. We should look into it, but I was thinking more look into it as in like write this down. Maybe stake it out, not try and break and enter into this property that we don't own. Illegal action. All of the above. Let's maybe try the boot, I guess. Do we know how to pick a lock? Anything? Of course, whatever it is you're looking for must be in the back of the van. Excitedly, you walk around the van. Sadly, the door is not open. That would have been truly lucky. Full of optimism, you try the handle to see if the door has been left unlocked. There's noticeable resistance when you turn the handle. Damn, you won't get in without a car key. Well, we could go find one. You walk back to stand in front of the bonnet of the van. Smash the window, leave the parking lot. Okay. We should leave before we get, arrested for breaking a window. Yes? This is a logical answer, yes, friends? Good. I know there's a delay, so none of you are responding yet, but yeah, that is what we're doing. You've stayed in the parking lot long enough. You don't want anyone else to call the police on you. Anyone else? Does that imply someone's called the police on you before? Maybe you should just go and book your room. You really hope the inside of the hotel has been looked after a little bit better than the outside, but you're quickly disabused of that notion. The massive wooden door is difficult to open. Shouldn't the staff be doing this anyway? Shouldn't we have a doorman at this a fancy hotel? With a loud creaking sound from the hinges and an exhausted puffing and panting on your part, you manage to open the door and enter the lobby of the Gilman Hotel. You wonder if guests are even welcome in this place. Sally, no! We are not smashing the window. No, Sally. Withhold your violent tendencies. You probably don't get arrested here. They have a prison. They have police. But what if there was treasure? Okay, guys, don't tempt me with treasure. The room is sparsely lit. There are impressive chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, which, if working, would perhaps not quite give the grand hall back its original splendor, but at least convey more warmth. Yeah, I love how we critique all of our settings. Your first step tells you that there are rotten floorboards hiding underneath the thick carpet. The green wall paneling and wallpaper also appear rotten and musty, just like everything else in this town, like that old lady. Sort of wet. No way am I going to check into this moldy dump. Go to reception. Hey, this moldy dump was recommended to me by 2 of my beloved chatters. So of course, we'll stay here. It's not illegal if you don't get caught. That's like a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it. It is still illegal. You just didn't get caught. You're just good at it. Mr. Rattlebones, hello. Hey, just got here. I forgot about the stream. My apologies. No worries, dude. I don't ever expect you guys to have to show up to these things, but it is always lovely when you do. The Cyberstone. There won't be a house at the end of the stream. Everything shall be smashed. Yeah, we just go around destroying this entire town. That's the true horror, is us. Before you let yourself be distracted, I just noticed the man staying in front of me. Too busy reading chat. Before you let yourself be distracted by the questionable interior design and the associated health issues, you walk purposefully towards the reception desk. A small, greenish creature stands behind the counter. The loudly humming ceiling lamp above harshly illuminates his silhouette and gives his face hard edges. You can make out every individual speck of dust and dandruff on his dark green velvet collar and crooked shoulders. He has dandruff? Interesting. All right, I guess we share issues. Rattle me bones! I don't know why, but it's fun to say this. It is. It's glitch. That is fun to say. Jody, I expect all of you to attend this stream. I'll be taking attendance at the start of every new stream. If you do not attend, you will be fined. And then we can pay off our debts. Jody, you're a genius. What do you mean we're not forced to be here? Maybe they should be dimming the lights after all. The figure smiles at you. Or perhaps it's more of a grin? His face unsettles you. You lean forward at an angle to get a better look at him. The corners of his mouth reach all the way up to his dried up ears. We should get him some lotion, maybe, as a little gift. Yeah? His smile looks like it's painted on. His beady eyes lie deep in the cavity of his skull and seem to stare in opposite directions. Has he even blinked yet? And on top of it all, he smells funny. Okay, sweetie, everything smells funny here. I think we just need to get used to that.
How may I help?
You stare. You're startled and take a step back.
Welcome to the Gittleman Hotel. My name is Cornelius Gittleman III. How may I be of service to you?
The man's gaze remains unchanged, and his unnatural smile still seems to be etched into his face. You're still surprised that he can talk with that expression on his face. Just a moment ago, you could have sworn he was an inanimate puppet. Just like now, when he's not speaking. What's wrong with your face? You have beautiful eyes. I would like to book a room, please. Okay, I think we have established flirting. Yes. This is our dating sim. Very true. Ryan Little, trying to figure out what class you are. Terrible Riz. So not a bard. Didn't smash, so both fight and barbarian are out. Can't pick a lock, so not a rogue either. Oh, sad. We're just the detective class. 20 eggs. That's so many eggs. And your height will go to Rachel. Yes, 20 eggs and your height goes to Rachel. All right, so if you guys want to maintain that height, you gotta show up to every stream. But also showing up to the streams takes your height, so what a conundrum we found ourselves in. We're gonna flirt. You have beautiful eyes, you whisper and lean over the counter. Any plans tonight?
Yes,
the concierge says. Okay, someone is playing hard to get, but two can play at that game. You move away from the counter with a heavy heart. I'm just looking for love in all the wrong places. I would like to book a room. You begin and manage to not work out in a different hotel.
Perfect. The Gittleman Hotel is delighted to be able to welcome you as its guest. May I ask whether you're in Innsmouth for business or pleasure? How long will you be staying with us? Would you prefer a view towards the beach or the skyline of our exciting town? Or would you like to be woken up? Do you sleep deeply? Are you traveling alone? Do you have family? Who knows that you're here? Can I interest you in our spa, fitness, and wellness activities? Would you like to subscribe to our newsletter?
No, but I would like to subscribe to the Room 35 and the Disappointment YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Everyone will subscribe there.
How long can you hold your breath?
Can he stop asking questions? We haven't answered a single one. Brianna, has Rachel taken your height at all? She's clearly taken Sarah's. I think she's been slowly siphoning height from all of us as well, but she doesn't want it to be too much because she still likes to be able to, like, see us and everything. But she's definitely done it in, like, an equal measure. So everybody, like, me, Sally, and Sarah, in proportion to each other, consistently stay the same. Sarah told us you were the shortest, Brianna. That's a big fat fib. Sarah's the shortest. She just can't admit it, which is totally fine. Okay, it's fine to be short. Although, I also have always called Sally my shortest friend. She's in denial of that too, though. Poor Sally. Looney Tunes! I'm here to watch a pro gamer, no less. That's right, pro gaming here. We haven't failed a single Riz check, I swear. I've got all the Riz. I promise. I hope that persuaded you. All that charisma. Totally not my dump stats. Funny story. I've been able to breathe underwater since I was a child. Answer all the questions. There were so many questions. If I say answer all the questions, I want them to manually let me answer all of them and put in all of my preferences. Flawless plug there, so maybe a sorcerer? Never doubted you, I'm convinced. Thank you, Looney Tunes. Thank you. I appreciate your faith. I assure you it is well placed. Let's answer them all. You tick the bot. It's actually gonna have me answer them all. We're the exact same height, but I'm still taller. Sally. You're shorter. You're my shortest friend. Even though Sarah's the shortest, you're my shortest friend. We really just need to find a short mommy to pay off our debt. Sugar mommy. That makes more sense than short mommy. We do, though. I'm here. Pleasure. Wink, wink. None of the options, and write in none of your business. Yeah, well, since he didn't want anything to do with us, it's none of his business then. Huh. How long will you be staying with us? For about a week. Not sure. I'll be able to make it through more than one night. Sure, I'll be able to make it through more than one night, as long as it takes. Favorite view? View of the beach. View of your room. Oh, goodness. View of the city. Sally, this would be your answer, right? View of your room? Wink, wink. Should we pick a Sally answer? Because I'd bet this would totally be what she says. Loving these choices. As we all do. Yeah. I just think Sally would have said that. And sometimes she inspires me. Would you like to be woken up? Yes, at 6 a.m. sharp. I never sleep. Do you sleep deeply? Odd question when I just told you I never sleep. But I'll say as deeply as my feelings for you, and then it's going to give mixed signals. Are you traveling by yourself? I'm always by myself. Maybe tonight I won't be by myself. Do you have family? My family's none of your business. I wish to start a family. I have a goldfish called Al. Okay. I'm really starting to commit to the flirting options. Who knows that you're here? Nobody knows that I'm here. Al knows. And no one knows who Al is because I'm not elaborating. That's a goldfish. Why are you asking me all this? My goldfish will save my life.
Can I interest you in our spa, fitness, and wellness activities?
Yes, please. Do you like going to the steam room? Oh no, it's Glitch, really? Am I digging myself in my own grave? He's just ignoring all the flirting. It's going a little bit over his head, I think. Would you like to subscribe to our newsletter? I don't want to subscribe to your sorting newsletter. No, no, no. I will kill anyone who doesn't even subscribe to their cursed newsletter. I like that all of these are appropriate answers. We're committed now. Exactly, Lemuria. We're committed. We have to keep going like this. How long can you hold your breath? Funny story. I've been able to hold my breath underwater since I was a child. This is totally gonna get me killed. Are we done now? Can I go to my room? You totally didn't respond to any of my flirting, and I think I need a place to go cry. The concierge's expression did not change a tiny bit for the duration of your conversation, let alone did he blink.
Thank you very much. That was all I needed to know. Now all you need to do is sign here.
He tilts his strangely shaped head over to the guest register. Impatiently, you sign with J. Doe. XXX Noob Slayer 555XXXX, your real name. Sadly,
we're all booked up this season. There's only one spare room. Here's your key for room 666. Enjoy your stay.
You look at the key, which has magically appeared on the counter. Then your eyes slowly wander past the man to the wall where countless other keys are hanging. What now? Continue your search for Tabitha? Go to your room? Book a wellness session? Sunk cost fallacy. That's right, Jody. That's exactly it. Just had an online dating combo with only one-word answers. My flirting had no effect. No, Looney Tunes, that's the worst. Like, when people give you nothing to work with, then it's like, am I talking to a brick wall? What is happening? No room 35? Hey, that's right. We need to change our room. This isn't right. This isn't the right number. How did I miss that, of all people? Room 666 is my room. Oh no, Pixar. And is there accidentally only one bed? Are we walking into a trope? That seems safe and fine and good. Ryan, if you say so, I believe you. You do work in the Navy. So that's gotta mean something about being able to assess safety, right? There are a ton of keys behind him, I am noticing. Okay. I know we should continue our search for Tabitha, guys. Like, that's why we came here. But honestly, that wellness session sounded pretty good. I think Tabitha's gonna be fine. She's already been missing a week. She can wait a little longer, okay, Tabitha? This wellness this wellness offer,
Caligula,
the concierge offers helpfully.
Naturally. Today must be your lucky day. Today's program starts in...
He lifts his arm without actually looking at the gold watch on his wrist, because he doesn't change his facial expression.
5 minutes. Would you like to reserve a spot?
Reserve? You take a moment to turn on your own axis and let the fundamental emptiness of the hotel sink in. Definitely.
Fabulous. I will arrange everything. The tour bus is already outside in the parking lot. Our wellness specialist Ezekiel is waiting for you. Oh, wait. Oh, you get it.
Really? Sign me up! You know, on second thoughts, never mind. I mean, guys, Ezekiel's waiting for us? We can't pass this opportunity up. We about to get the worst possible ending. We're just taking a spa break. We're just gonna relax, Jody. We're just gonna relax. The concierge was right. In the parking lot, there's a rusty little bus that could hold up to 30 people. In irregular intervals, the bus coughs out puffs of black smoke. From a distance, it looks as if the car is only held together by dirt and rust. You assume that at some point, this bus did have a color, way back when the earth was young and the old gods reigned supreme. The windows are dirty and steamed up from the inside. You can make out a few silhouettes in the bus, but it's definitely nowhere near half full. This is going to be a very exclusive wellness program. A man with a strangely deformed face leans against the open door to the bus. He smokes a cigar. A photo of him could be printed on cigarette packs as a warning to keep people from smoking. And that's why we didn't smoke at the beginning, kids. His face probably is on our cigarette pack. He is wearing a green shirt, which has a squiggly G embroidered on the left breast pocket. As you look him up and down, he blows out smoke. It's just as black as what's coming out of the exhaust pipe. This must be the wellness expert, Ezekiel. Yes, I'll get very well here. Good afternoon, you greet him. Is this the wellness program, Caligula? The man nods and answers without taking the cigar out of his mouth. Yep. He nods towards the open door. Well, at least he's unambiguous. The stairs leading up to the bus wobble with every step. Inside the bus, there are 5 couples of all ages. Are they all human, or are they more fish people? You stand in the aisle. Greet your fellow travelers. Just sit down up front. Hey, if we've been anything, guys, we've been extroverted. All right? Let this be a note to all. when you're an extroverted person, whatever ending we get, this is what happens, right? So this is going to tell us whether we should branch out more or whether we should stay as an introverted little person inside their room playing on the internet. AKA human. If you see someone who actually looks fine, just insult them. Some incredibly bad taste in people. It's Glitch, what are you talking about? Everybody here looks lovely. The descriptions have been just so charming, and I don't know why you would think any differently. Maybe a bit too extroverted. Hello, Theodore. Hello. You wave. Hello, everybody. Hey. The younger people mumble in response. There are 2 younger couples in their early 20s, 2 middle-aged couples, and one which looks like they're beyond the age of 60. The older ones just give you a reserved nod. Understandable. Some people like to be left alone when on holiday. Other people, it's their idea of hell. Other people is their idea of hell. Yeah. A creaking, squealing sound. Meanwhile, your tour guide has gotten into the bus and dropped into the antique driver's seat. He pulls a lever and the bus door closes. While the bus pulls off down the parking lot, your guide croaks into a loudspeaker system on board, in a bored voice.
Dearly beloved, my name is Ezekiel. I'll be your driver and wellness consultant for the day. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Gilman Hotel to Caligula Wellness Program. I must remind you that it is strictly prohibited to take photographs of our wellness facility. No photos.
Ow! The speakers crackle and emit shrill noises. This, however, does not seem to bother Ezekiel in the slightest.
We begin our wellness program on the popular and world-famous Innsmouth beach. No photos.
Can't take photos of the beach. What if I had just gone there by myself? Beyond the age of 60? Does that mean like 60 to 70 or like 2000? I feel like it's 2000. Yeah. I like Ezekiel. I'm getting good vibes. Looney Tunes. That's the attitude we should have towards all strangers. Yes. The same age as Cthulhu. You look around indecisively. Remind me, what was the rule about photos again? Enjoy the journey. Ask the driver about wellness. Interview fellow travelers about the missing girl. Guys, I think we got plenty of time to talk about the missing girl. Am I right? We should enjoy our day here. Would you take photos in this situation? Why not? Yeah. Just sneak a couple, you know. No, I'm not going to post them online. They're my personal private photos. Whatever. Remind me, what's the rule about photos again?
No photos.
Ezekiel doesn't even bother to turn around. Can I ask that question again and again and again and again and again, please? You look around indecisively. Enjoy the journey. Ask the driver about wellness. You're beginning to wonder what you have gotten yourself into. Excuse me, but which?
No photos.
What kind of wellness treatments do you offer? Without turning around, Ezekiel points to a sign above the driver's area. Don't talk to the driver while the vehicle is moving. You look around indecisively. All right, we'll get some answers. Yeah, we are the best detective. We just take a little personal time. You know, I just need to make sure my head gets clear. Also, I'm just realizing, why am I complaining about, like, the shoddy keptness of their hotel and their bus when the description of our, like, office was atrocious? Almost just as bad, if not worse than this. If anything, this is a step up from what I'm used to living in. The squalor that I put myself into. So I'm questioning our judgmentalism of these people. That's not fair. You get up again and stand in the aisle of the bus. The eyes of all 10 passengers are now directed at you. They look partly curious, partly annoyed, as if you wanted to sell them something. Well, kind of. You take out the photo, hold it up, and walk slowly down the corridor. This girl here disappeared a week ago. There's a chance she's still in Innsmouth. I've seen her. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think I've seen her too. What? 3 people have seen her? The tourists take a closer look at the picture again and nod vigorously. A young blonde woman with a nerd shirt and sunglasses in her hair gives you more details. We saw her downtown in the pedestrian zone. Her boyfriend puts his arm around her to clarify the we. Can you be more specific?
The two giggle happily. We tried a few games in the arcade. She was walking around there. Must have been early afternoon. She spent most of her time where the mean games are.
Mean games? How do I find the arcades? Best detective. We're just doing our job. Perfect. We're just not doing our job. Yeah, I mean, the job will come. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. I'm just procrastinating, as all the best detectives do. Even Sherlock Holmes has to do this wellness program, which I think is heroin or something. Don't recall. Oh, that's what they're gonna do, Giant Pratty. The voice sounds like Harley Quinn. It's just, where is she from? New Jersey or something? Oh no, that kind of accent, Eastern Coast. How do I find the arcades? When you stand in the town square at the creepy fountain, you'll be able to see a shopping street. The woman explains and makes somewhat unclear gestures. You have to walk down the street, and at the very end you'll see an archway. There, the lights are on it and everything. It's done up retro style. As you can tell, guys, I can't hold accents for any length of time. They will devolve into something else eventually. So the arcades seem to be Tabitha's favorite place. Good to know. Thanks, Pixar. That's true, Eggmeister. Maybe I should get a job at this hotel instead. Split some of that money my way. You charge by the hour. Gotta get that dough. Yes. Does Sarah have that voice? You kind of sound like Sarah. Does she do that one? I feel like I've missed it. You decide to make the best of this forced break and stay in your seat. Outside, sad old buildings pass you by, then a cemetery and a repetitive chain of small fishing tackle shops, markets, and houses with drawn curtains. On your left, you see houses, it sounds through the PA system. I'm guessing this is Ezekiel.
On your right, you see more houses.
For a few minutes, the bus drives through some narrow, winding alleyways. Increasingly, the simple houses give way to bigger warehouses. The distant cries of seagulls suggest that you're approaching the harbor. The bus finally turns onto a road that runs parallel to the quay wall. The other tourists start cackling excitedly as they spot the fishing boats and smaller boats in the harbor basin. I know how to say words, I promise, despite my stumbling over everything. On your right, you can see...
On your right, you can see the sea.
Look at the harbor, look at the houses. The houses? You pointedly sit down on the side of the bus facing away from the harbor. You've always been someone who swims against the current for no particular reason. Yeah, that's accurate. That's kind of how we've been playing this, isn't it? Isn't the accent Brooklyn? When did Sarah sound Brooklyn? Eats Glitch says. I have no clue if it's Brooklyn or like Jersey or something. I'd have to look it up. You pointedly sit down, blah blah. Houses. Well, admittedly, as with the town center, you find it remarkable that the buildings are not collapsing in on themselves. As far as the eye can see, only rotten warehouses, narrow apartment buildings, and shipyards. Now and then your heart skips a beat when a pair of creepy pop eyes peek out from behind twitching curtains. Has your throat been so dry this whole time? The bus, speaking of, I have no water. I just went to grab my water. It is empty, never mind. The bus leaves the paved road and goes down a narrow gravel path that leads directly to the beach. A faded sign shows the way to the Innsmouth Beach Bar, which is actually just a wooden hut surrounded by mostly empty deck chairs. With a jolt, the bus suddenly stops. You've come to the end of the gravel road. Sarah! Welcome! Yes. Oh my goodness, that reminds me of that one time you were driving and your mom called and I answered the phone and she thought I was you, and at the end of it I said, I love you, because she said I love you, and I was like, I can't break this now. She thinks I'm you. But yes, that is very common for people to get our voices mixed up. Even me sometimes, when I've listened to some old recordings, I'll wonder, did Sarah say that? Or did I? She does sound like that when Sarah says, get out of here. She kind of does. That's true. My favorite Brianna moment. Way back in high school. I haven't topped it. My peak was high school.
Final destination. Everybody disembark now.
Ezekiel's bored voice comes from the loudspeakers. The front entrance opens and the driver shuffles calmly down the stairs. Final destination. You just gotta love these people. Hopefully not Final Destination like the movies though, right guys? One after the other, your travel group gets out of the bus. In the meantime, your wellness expert has lit up another cigar.
The Gilman Wellness Program is best enjoyed in our Caligula feel-good bathrobes, which are available in our beach cabins. Strict dress code for hygiene reasons.
Hygiene reasons. He gestures limply to some crooked wooden huts flanking the path at the sandy beach.
In our beach cabins, you'll find everything you need. You can lock up your clothes there.
Oh, how lovely of you, coo the tourists. They really spoil you here. Maybe these people are right after all? Have completely lost their marbles? I don't know, guys. They seem to love it here, so we might as well love it here. I probably couldn't, Igmeister. I probably couldn't. I think, yes, exactly. After all, you get all of this for free, and one should be open to new experiences. Has city life embittered you? Should you perhaps spend more time with moronic tourists in order to appreciate the simple pleasures of life again? You go into the cabin, cancel the wellness program, ask why you're supposed to change your clothes. I feel like we're being prepared to be eaten, like sacrificed. Does anyone else get that vibe? The young millennial, old Gen Z life experience, life peaked in high school. Beckerson. Honestly, I feel like life peaked in college for me. But that's not true. Things can only go up. Things get better over time. It's fine. I'm gonna ask why they're trying to ritually sacrifice me. Wait. One bathrobe dropping moment. What's going on? Why are we supposed to get changed? Are we going into the water? A murmur spreads among the tourist couples. He's right. It's September after all. Wanted to go to the beach body before. Ezekiel raises his hand soothingly.
How stupid of me,
he says in a bored voice. He digs a crumpled little piece of paper out of his back pocket and begins to read out loud.
The Caligula Wellness Program consists of a series of treatments based on sea therapy.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, whispers one of the tourists. I've heard about that, yeah, okay.
In an authentic wellness spa, the participants will be exposed to a treatment of various care products, such as sea salt, seawater, and algae. To avoid soiling your clothes, we recommend the use of bathrobes provided. As soon as everybody's ready, we will head to the spa.
Whoever made this bag had a bad day. Oh, sad. A bag of Starburst, they're all green! Jody, no! With infinite patience, Ezekiel folds the piece of paper back together and stows it in his pocket. The explanation seems to have pleased the tourists. Excitedly, they whisper to one another and approach the changing rooms. You go into the cabin, cancel the wellness program. Guys, I just don't know. I was really looking forward to this wellness program, friends. Like, don't you think we should continue on in this obviously good wellness program? I think so. We're gonna die. What the heck? Some of the cabins are not yet occupied by the others, so you have the choice. You enter the dilapidated cabin, the rancid cabin, the cabin smelling of urine. Oh, lovely. Let's do dilapidated, sounds the least bad. Excellent choice. It even has a key. In the small hut, there isn't even room to stretch out your arms. A simple nail was driven into the wall at eye level and serves as a hook for the bathrobe. As you take off your coat, you notice some deep scratches that run across the 3 wooden planks. Oh, I'm sorry, Giant Pratty. I already decided. You don't recall Ezekiel mentioning any wild bears. Who would have made this scratch? You actually managed to get undressed without smashing the nail into your eye. You've stripped naked in tighter and more uncomfortable places. What kind of life have we lived? But that's a story for another day. You fold your shoes and clothes into a neat pile. That bathrobe may be a few sizes too big for you, but that doesn't bother you much. You lock your cabin from the outside and store the small key in your breast pocket. You are ready. Ready for wellness. Why are we on the menu in this game? I'm lost. Sarah, I'm just making assumptions. But I think it will be fine. We're at a spa. We're at a day spa. Just to catch you up. We came into this town looking for a missing girl, but like on the way, we're kind of like, oh, this town's like a little picturesque, but also disgusting. And maybe we should like just stay here and have fun and like participate in what the town has to offer, maybe, and not ask people about this missing child. Maybe. I'm still not used to HD Brianna. Looks cool though. Yeah, I'm sure this will probably be the only game where I do an HD version of me. I don't know, unless other ones I try to do an art style like that. We got sidetracked for sure. Jody says, yeah, no, incredibly sidetracked. I'll have to play through this again where I'm no nonsense, just business, but I'm very nonsense right now. Ezekiel shuffles in front of your wellness group. Your little group is now walking the last stretch across the beach. The sight in front of you is hardly a postcard motif. Are there even postcards from Innsmouth? A rough wind lets the even rougher bathrobe whip against your skin. Dark clouds now come on the horizon. You notice how all the colors of the sea, the beach, and the people seem to be swallowed up by the strange light conditions here. You hold your hands up in front of your face. Your skin looks gray and matte, but you still feel relaxed. The murmur of the sea invigorates you. You feel a deep longing rising within you, a serene sense of inner peace and freedom. A monotonous beat. The sound seems to come directly from the beach bar a few hundred yards off in the distance, which appears to be surrounded by about a dozen people. Given the changing weather, it's perhaps no surprise. What else is one supposed to do on this beach apart from drinking cheap cocktails and dancing to bad music? Further away, untouched by tourism, wellness, and scratchy bathrobes, you can make out the lighthouse of the harbor. Ezekiel leads you directly to the shore. Strange. How is this supposed to work? You'd expected small pavilions where you'd be massaged and pampered after a short dip in the sea, but apart from the bar a few hundred yards away, there's nothing to be seen far and wide that would suggest wellness, except for the metal frame. A kind of cage that's... Don't go to the beach bar. Oh, I think we're going to be taken to the beach bar. I am ready. HD Brianna invokes the same feeling as Waluigi Sarah. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Loving story time with me. We're just collecting information. That's right. We are collecting information. Guessing and checking. That's the method. Also, maybe just trying to enjoy ourselves a little bit. We live kind of a horrible life. I disagree. HD Brianna is very cute, but Sarah Ouija is handsome. Okay, Sarah. Okay. There. A kind of cage stands in the shallow water. It's just big enough for your group to fit in. Is this the spa you were told about? Ezekiel does walk up to the rickety cage and unlocks its padlock. With a tired smile, he opens the gate and points inside. I don't think we've done a single chapter yet, because didn't they say it would fade to black?
Voila.
Watch how the situation unfolds. What the hell? What the hell? You blurt out. No doubt not for the last time that day. Curiously, the heads of your fellow travelers turn towards you. Obviously, they're asking themselves the same question. They probably just lack your ability to express themselves as directly as you can. Ezekiel shrugs. Keep listening. You call this a wellness spa? I think there's nothing wrong with asking questions, friends. We should ask questions. And thank you, Freddie. I'm glad it looks good. I'm sure it's a little unsettling, but apparently so is this game. You call this a wellness spa? All heads now turn to Ezekiel. He's not impressed with your truculent behavior and simply replies,
Yes.
Okay, he won that battle. Bastard.
Phase 1 of our treatment is saltwater therapy.
Ezekiel makes a lazy gesture towards the tetanus-ridden cage. Yeah, tetanus.
During a 2-hour session, the participant's body is exposed to healthy sea air. At the same time, regular rinses ensure a firm skin. The effect is particularly positive for participants with neurodermatitis.
He looks at the guests. I feel like they're just, like, preparing us to be cooked. Like, they're gonna brine us up. Imagine an HD Sarah Ouija, though. Oh, my goodness. What the? HD Sarah Ouija when? You have to deliver it now, Sarah. The people demand it. HD Marina would be really funny with the Sigma chin. Truculent. Thank you, Eggmeister. Phase 1 is followed by the
Phase 1 is followed by the deep treatment, if you please.
Visibly bored to death, Ezekiel points to the open gate of the metal cage. Two of the younger ladies venture carefully into the shallow water. They gurgle excitedly as their feet dip into the cold, muddy seawater. Your partners follow them, and so does the rest of the group. One after the other, the tourists enter the cage. You're the last to follow them in. As you step through the cage, your hand slides over one of the slippery metal bars. It doesn't take long until a cold shiver runs down your spine. There's not much room in here. Your group stands uncomfortably close to each other, and even the women who were cackling excitedly only a moment ago seem to be a bit uncomfortable with this form of wellness. A loud noise brings you back to reality. It almost sounded like a lock had snapped shut behind you. This is confirmed when you turn around. You see how Ezekiel takes a step back and lets a set of keys disappear in his pocket.
Studies have shown that rest and relaxation massively increase the effect of the therapy. I'm off. Good luck.
Hang on. Luck? If you're always skeptical about new experiences, you'll never have any exciting holiday stories to share. At last, your turn to tell a crazy story from your trips. I feel like we're missing some words here. At last, it's your turn to tell crazy stories from your trips. And it's true. You already feel more invigorated than you have in a long time. The sea air cleanses your lungs. The sea water cleans your toes. The whole sky is now covered by gray clouds. Seagulls circle the horizon as if weightless. You cherish the moment. And gurgle, ew. Ditto, Pixar. You pass the time with meditation, guessing games. Hey, we can relax and, do our job maybe at the same time. We can do both. It doesn't take long before you manage to infect the majority of your group with your enthusiasm for monotonous guessing games. It's the elderly gentleman's turn right now.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with S.
The sea? the shit wellness treatment? The seagulls?
Correct! I spy with my little eye something beginning with F.
The foul-smelling algae around our legs? The freezing people in this cage? The dead fish on the beach? Correct again! I spy with my little eye something with a tree. The gray sky, the gray town, the gray water, the sky. Time passes, as at times agonizingly slowly, at others as if in a flash. In the first half hour, the tourists still make small talk, but even the encouraging words and stories become less and less frequent. It's almost nightfall. The sun is about to disappear behind the roofs of the town. The light of the sun drains away, and with it, any residual heat. The only constant is the sound of waves and the steady rise of the sea level. By now, the water reaches up to your knees. Two young women from your group seem increasingly concerned. I must say, I'm getting really cold. How much longer is this going to take? You decide to calm the group down, get the group to panic, ignore the group. I think what we could use is a little bit of panic. That sounds like it might warm us up. This is how you're sacrificed to Cthulhu. I had a feeling. That's what we were walking into. Beckerson. Dead fish doesn't even begin with F. Fish begins with F. He's not coming back. That was the plan. We were locked in here and left to die. And if we don't starve, pneumonia will do the rest. The two women gasp for breath like fish who have just washed ashore. There are a lot of concerned looks. If you don't have anything helpful to contribute, why don't you just shut up? Barks the older man. A metallic sound echoes through the night. For a second, you think that this might be someone approaching to rescue you, but it's only a few of your fellow inmates who are rattling the bars. Men and women encourage each other. They shake and tug at the bars in the hope that it might be rusty and unstable somewhere. At least we're trying to make an effort to break free now. Another hour passes. Without actually saying it out loud, your group has given up hope that Ezekiel might return. Their tired faces and shivering sunken figures let you know all you need to. The men make several more attempts to break the lock of the bars, but even though the metal bars look old and rusty, without a tool, there's no chance. In the end, their attempt only leads to more despair. Time to panic. Well, the dehydration will get you first if you survive the hypothermia. True. How the hell did we get here from an ordinary missing child report from a mother? Well, Jody, we just wanted to engage with the local life, okay? We just wanted to take a little break, a little breather. You look at the sea or the beach? Let's do the beach. Nobody is stupid enough to use Innsmouth Beach for surfing or even swimming, neither in the afternoon nor after sunset. Yet you can still make out lights in the distance, colorful lights. It must be lights from the beach bar that is still going despite the bad weather. Apparently some tourists have still not given up on their expectation for a beach party. If only the bar were closer, the sound of the waves drown out any attempt to draw attention to you. You can only hope that a drunken couple will wander close to you.
What was that?
The elderly lady suddenly shrieks. She tears your group out of its communal experience of self-pity and shivering. What do you mean? The husband gives her a reassuring hug. There was something out there. Trembling, she points in the direction of the open ocean. The group shifts its position to the side of the cage. No wonder this guy is in debt. Yeah. Yeah, Jody, we were just playing the character. All right, we were just playing into it. Self-care is important. Dang it, this was a good choice. Just getting loads of wellness. Yeah, in fact, Giant Pratty, I think we're going to get so much wellness from this experience that we'll never require wellness again. Ever. We won't need it. Curiously, they press themselves against the grid to get a glimpse of the something. Could it have been the driver? Someone from the Coast Guard? I saw something.
But it wasn't human, she screams. It was big and had huge eyes and claws and teeth. Sharp teeth.
The group exchanges glances. One by one, they step back from the bars. The short-lived hope of finally being rescued from the cage has given way to something else. Honey, her husband mumbles and gently strokes her cheek. But the gesture does not help to appease the woman. She abruptly pushes him away as far as the narrow cage allows.
It was there, and then it was gone.
The woman seems to be hysterical. Resolute. Hysterical, obviously. It is a hysterical lady, not enjoying the wellness. You need to enjoy the wellness. Well, look at the bright side. You're about to meet the missing child. And then we'll have solved the case. That is the bright side, Mr. Rattlebones. It may be a combination of cold, claustrophobia, and dehydration, but the woman must have fallen victim to delusions. I like how one moment I have the character go from everybody, we should panic, to, man, these people are crazy. Just gaslighting over here. You sincerely hope that she calms down before she infects the others with her scaremongering. Ah! The younger couple screams in unison. That's exactly how they scream, by the way. Panicked, they press themselves against the bars and against each other, and then against the rest of the group. Their eyes are searching the water. There was something slimy on my leg! The woman squeaks in a trembling voice. On my ankle, her boyfriend adds, his voice an unusually high pitch. Maybe it was a small fish. They swim in shallow water, too, the elderly man says in order to calm the group again. If anything, I'm rather surprised we haven't had a visitor before. That does not sound like an old man. You admire him for his efforts to lift the mood, but no one pays him any attention. Only my brand of panic is the right thing to do. That's right, Becker said. I hate the word hysterical, Giant Pratty. I'm sorry, had to read it a couple times. Eek! Ah! What was that? Several people in the cage shout. Was this a shoal of fish swimming around your legs? There! Something slippery wraps itself around your ankles. You try to grab it, kick it, scream as loudly as you can. Well, if something wants to shake our hand, we might as well. Despite the relatively high level of the sea and the waves, you attempt to try and catch the slippery something that is winding itself around your feet. Your head dives into the cold water, something you could certainly have done without. You grope blindly in the water until your fingers touch something smooth, which then disappears in a flash. Oh, my word. Look! Something is pressing against the cage from the outside. And indeed, as the woman said earlier, it's not human. It's a sea creature that could be straight out of the 1950s horror movie. The scaly creature, however, is not a man in a fish costume. It is much too lifelike and big for that. It must be at least 6'6", maybe more. That's nothing compared to Rachel's height. The body is bent forward, and its mighty arms and claw-like hands are wrapped around the two bars of the cage. The head emerges directly from a thick bull's neck, and has large, swollen eyes and a broad mouth whose long teeth sprout past the lips. The head of the thing looks like a gosh darn fish, of the kind that are said to live miles below sea level in deep trenches. The only saving grace is the fact that the weak moonlight leaves some parts of his body in uncertainty. The group has quickly moved to the other side of the cage. The gaze of the thing wanders over worried faces. His throat gives off a sinister rumble. had to leave for 5 minutes. What did I miss? Never mind. I think I can figure it out. Yeah. This feels like the movie The Mist. Freddy, I can kind of see that. Oh no, he's hot. Somebody called Scooby-Doo when their monsters got lost. Most handsome fish I've ever seen. Guys. I know our Riz hasn't worked on anyone else, but maybe it'll work with the fish. Communicate with the creature, drive it away with loud noises. I think we should communicate. It seems intelligent. The creature is focused on the rest of the group. It looks at the couples that have huddled together anxiously. You clear your throat. The fish creature turns its massive head in your direction. Do you understand me? You ask with loud, clear words. Nothing. No reaction. You begin to wonder if there is anything at all going on behind those big eyes and how big that brain might be. Probably as big as our brain is, with our decision-making skills, with which this mighty creature was blessed. The creature blinks, 2 skin flaps shut vertically over the eyes. It's an unnatural sight that sends another shiver down your spine. With a jerk, the creature pushes itself off the cage and dives into the next wave. It's gone. Gosh, you're such a dick, hisses one of the young ladies. But who means well, the elderly man says. Okay, fine, maybe he's not that bad. Maybe you should have asked for his name or the name of anyone here, but that ship has probably sailed. A sound tears you away from those important thoughts. A short, quick splash. Wendy! Screams one of those who stood in the far corner of the cage. She's gone! You approach the others to get a better idea of what happened. She was standing next to me, and she simply sunk under. Something pulled her in the water. That's impossible. How would... The tourist conversation is interrupted. Wendy emerges from the water on the other side of the cage. Riz up that fish. I totally would, but it didn't give me the option. Maybe it speaks German? Beckerson, maybe it does, if only I learned German. I don't know if I can learn that on the fly here. Irritated, she rubs the water from her eyes. She takes a few steps and lets herself be moved forward by a light wave until she notices all of you. She spins around. What? How did that... What was... She stops. In her wet bathrobe, she now stands shivering in the water. Alone. Get help! What happened? Climb onto the cage! Oh... I think you should go get help. Let's go Wendy, however she did whatever she did. Get help! You instruct the young woman. Wendy presses her arms against her body. Inside the cage, it's cramped, but on the outside she must be feeling unprotected. Okay, she says in a trembling voice. She awkwardly follows the waves as they roll into land. One weightless step after the other, the young woman rows her arms towards the beach. Then a splash, as if something had dived into the water. Wendy pauses, her eyes widened with fear. She spins around. She scans the surface of the water for the source of the noise. Come back! Hurry, dang it! Yeah, no, she's definitely dead. Coming back isn't gonna help unless she can climb the cage. So I say, just hurry as much as you can. She's your only chance for help right now. Hurry, dang it! You call out to her. Wendy breaks out of her stupor and starts to make for the beach again. She's halfway there already when she disappears underwater. A small water fountain shoots up because of the rapid movement, and then a splash, and everything is over. Everything is so fast, and she doesn't even get a chance to kick or scream. When? Her boyfriend presses himself against the bars. With a glassy look, he searches the water surface for traces of the young woman. Honey pie? Nobody says anything. Sorry. Sorry, I can't read that with a straight face. He turns to you. This is all your fault. This is all your fault. I think finger pointing isn't gonna get us anywhere. Okay, we can just remain silent. Maybe Wendy's having, she's pulling a fast one on us. Maybe she does got something going on. It's a little egg word in here, yeah, especially such a tight cage. You've got many excuses on the tip of your tongue, but who would it benefit to argue right now? Neither you nor Wendy. Nobody. You watch the play of the waves in silence while her boyfriend does not stop talking at you. You don't listen to him. A blood-curdling scream tears you back to reality. Then both men and women start screeching. Confused, you try to get an overview of the situation. Your group inside the cage has been decimated by one more person. Oh. Okay, it's not that one person killed everybody, which is how I read that sentence. It's that you're one person down. Like, one other person's been taken. Oh, gosh. Alan! A young man cries. Everyone presses themselves against the metal bars. Finger pointing won't get us anywhere, but it sure would be funny. You're right, Beckerson. I can't believe I keep making the wrong decisions. For a moment, the hope to see the man emerge from the water like Wendy lets them forget the danger they're in. Curious and overwhelmed by the situation, you join in. You look out into the sea. You don't have to wait long. Something slides around your cage just below the water's surface. It comes up briefly, but you can't make out how much amid the foamy water. The only thing you do notice is that it's bigger than the creature that paid you a visit earlier. Maybe this time it's a fish? You never thought that one day you'd long for a shark. Ah! Startled, you turn your gaze away from the water outside. A young couple has disappeared right from your midst. The remaining 3 women and 4 men cling together, their faces distorted into grimaces of pure horror. Nice. Another one out of the cage. Yeah, it's getting less cramped in here. Honestly, we're just freeing up space. It's gonna be fine. Go up to them, stay away from them. I feel like we have such a little agency as soon as we enter this cage, because obviously we just walked straight into a death trap, right? And I don't think there's a way out of it. So no matter what we do, I think we're gonna get the exact same result from this point forward. We might as well go up to them. One thing you definitely do not want right now is to be alone, defenseless. You need people to surround you and act as a meat shield, so hopefully they get pulled under and you stay safe. Because if you're alone, maybe you're more likely to get pulled under. Do you hear me? Okay, good. Wordlessly, you move closer to the group in the waist-high water. To your relief, nobody says anything as you snuggle up to the other freezing bodies in the far too thin bathrobes. My wrist is finally working, guys. I'm getting to snuggle up against people. A big jerk shakes the group as a woman is pulled down into the water, and her boyfriend, who was clinging to her, is dragged down along with her. See? It's working. Not us. We're not getting taken. Not us. Maybe they'll get really full. They'll get through everybody else, and they'll be full, and then we'll get let go. I mean, people in cages usually don't have a lot of agency. That's true, Giant Bratty. That's true. Try reading a few pages like how Google Translate would. How would Google Translate read it? Starting to think this wellness spa wasn't really a wellness spa. Lumeria, this is the ultimate wellness spa. Alright? Like, this is the wellness spa to end all wellness spas. You'll never need to go to another one again if you go to this one. Yeah, we're toast. No. We're well. We're well. The dozen people have shrunk by about half. You realize you have to act now. Cling to the metal bars. Simply don't move at all. I don't think the people clinging to the metal bars, anything good was happening for them. Point noted. Like a robot. Okay. Oh my goodness. Tentacles. You don't move. Wasn't that a trick in one of those old movies? The monsters could feel the ground vibrate. You already want to pat yourself on the back when there's something cold wrapping itself around your ankles. That's hot. The song of the sea. Tentacles pull you into the depths of the sea. Innsmouth waves take me home to the place I belong. Innsmouth waves take me home to the place. Okay, guys. Alright, so that's our ending. Everything's over. We died. We got taken into the sea and eaten, obviously. So, we'll load to the last chapter, whatever chapter that was. And this time, guys, or let's actually load a chapter. We're going to take this deadly seriously. Okay? From now on, it's all business. We are dedicated to our work. We would never leave it. We would never stray from it. Wow, personal space, weird squid. Yeah, this squid honestly was a little... He was actually a little too flirty for me, I think. He wanted to, like, take me home with him too soon. Like, we didn't even go out to dinner. So I don't think that was our best option, our best ending. Not our best pairing, might I say. So you know what? I'm done with the riz. I'm done with the flirting. Clearly it's not working out. I need to take a break from that part of my life, and I need to just focus on work. I need to just focus on business. I know it's glitch. I'm sorry, but... Sometimes you just gotta focus on the career, and that's what we're here to do. So, chainsaw killers, yada yada. Should we still inspect the cars, gang, or should we walk around the hotel? Maybe walk around the hotel. Let's get a 360 look at our surroundings. Do something a little new, you know? Experience new things. You decide to go for a little walk around the estate. Your initial impressions of neglect and decay is confirmed on the other side of the hotel. You pass a small garden, which once must have been very beautiful. That is until the person in charge discovered alcohol is a more fulfilling hobby for himself. Between weeds and waist-high patches of grass, you find tons of bottles, almost all of them the high-proof kind. Further back, you find piles of discarded furniture, half hidden in the bushes. It seems as if they have come from the hotel, and someone was simply too stingy or lazy to call the bulk waste collection. The furniture seems to have been laying here for some time, and rain has made the wood wet and moldy. The chairs and tables are smashed, and the mattress is tattered and full of rusty brown stains. Without a doubt, tomato juice. Obviously. There are no other types of rusty brown stains, guys. No Riz run, that's right. That's right, Freddy. Nope, this is business run. All right, this is standing on business run. Sure. The last leg of your tour takes you past the side exit of the hotel. Judging by the smell, there's fish on the menu, and the garbage truck clearly comes by on an irregular basis. Yuck. Why would a business that relies so heavily on first impressions, like the facade of their building, deteriorate like this? The Gilman Hotel is probably the only one of its kind in Innsmouth. It's either staying here or sleeping on the beach. You really hope the inside of the hotel has been looked after a little better than the outside, but you're quickly disabused of that notion. Massive wooden door. I guess we're going inside. I don't know, maybe I should have broken into the car this time. The tentacles be like, hey, want to come back to my place in the Eternal City? That's right, Giant Brandy. I think that is what they were saying, and I just wasn't ready for it. Like, I wanted a relationship, but I think that was moving just a little too fast for me. No way am I checking into this moldy dump. I think we should try and get some answers. We'll talk to our friend again, but no rizzing. We're not rizzing the guy and his beady eyes. Yep, the Gilman Hotel is wonderful. What's wrong with your face? All business. We're just here to book a room. I would like to book a room. Anywhere but here. How will you be staying? Would you prefer review all of these questions? We'll answer them all business-like. We're here for business, as long as it takes. Let's do a view of the beach. Yeah, I never sleep, because I'm always working. And people that work don't have time for sleep, because we're on that grind, because we're paying off some debts that we shouldn't have gotten into, because we took out too many loans, and too many credit cards, and we didn't know what interest was, and we didn't watch Financial Audit until it was too late. I never sleep. Are you traveling by yourself? I'm always by myself. Maybe tonight I won't be. No Riz. Resist the Riz. Are you gonna unlock all the endings? Honestly, I am the type of person that generally does like to unlock all the endings, but I don't know if I'll do all of that on stream, because it's already almost been an hour. Who knows? We'll see. Well, because it doesn't seem like it takes too long to get through the game. We'll see. Depends on how long we want to go. Yeah, we gotta pay off the Lego debt. Exactly. And we gotta pay off all of those, in-app purchases, probably from Pikmin. Oh no, the Pikmin purchases. Do you have family? My family's none of your business. Yeah. My business is my business. I'm on my business run, not your business run. Stay out of my business run. Okay, business? Thank you. Business. That's how you do it. Al knows. Why are you asking me all of this? Okay, don't answer my question. That's fine. You can ask me a million questions. We're gonna say, no, I don't want that, because I am doing only business. I cannot have a spa or wellness stay, because that would be not business. I'm just gonna say business 1,000 times, not the Pikmin. Went from Riz to just being rude. That's what business is, Jody. I got business Riz. No, I do not want to subscribe to your newsletter. No. I will kill anyone who tries to get me to subscribe to their cursed newsletter. This is the only proper way to answer it. How long can you hold your breath? Forever. Are we done now? Can I go to my room? The concierge's expression does not change even a tiny bit. And he hands you your key. Okay. I'm not giving my real name because I'm a very professional detective that knows we don't want to be traced. No, resist the riz. What a quote. Sadly, we're all booked up this season. Here's your spare room. What now? All right, guys. Like I said, we're actually getting information. I'm a businessman with a business plan. I drive around in an unmarked business van. The giant Pratty, is that from something? Business, business, business. Numbers? Is this working? That's right, it's glitch. I'm just Unikitty in disguise. Thanks so much. At least you've got a bed for the night. You think it's best not to waste any more time and decide to immediately keep looking for the girl. With quick steps, you hurry out of the building, but you can still feel the eyes of the concierge on you. Yeah, because he doesn't look anywhere else. So if you're walking in a straight line, obviously he's still looking at you. Time to go and look for Tabitha. Your investigation leads you to the harbor, the town center. Now, I'm getting a vision of like a past life where somebody told me she was playing in an arcade at a town center. I just have a feeling my psychic premonitions are leading me that way. Tom Cardy song. Gotcha. Innsmouth Town Square, the beating heart of the city, a big attraction for local tourism. It's animated by groups of visitors who are chatting away in the sun. A lot less animated are the lethargic locals who are lurching about the square. A rather creepy-looking fountain is in the middle of the square. What? That's not a creepy fountain. Guys, do you think that's a creepy fountain? Metagaming. No, Ryan. Psychic premonitions. I've been blessed from the beyond. A gigantic fish-like stone statue stretches its claws towards the sky, with water flowing out of its menacing jaw. The water sprays into the air, providing a refreshing breeze as the tourists sitting around the edge of the fountain. You know, none of you can see this because I don't have a webcam, and I probably never will, but if you knew the amount that I'm talking with my hands as I'm reading all of this, like... I was just thinking about that as I'm raising my hands into the air and like twisting them towards the sky as I'm reading this. If only you could see. But you shall not. I don't allow it. But yes, very attractive statue. I'm more concerned if it's good for business. Are you Italian or French? I am not. I'm just animated. A little too much. Looking at it closely now, it all rather looks like a giant drooling fish monster. The square is surrounded by handsome old buildings, although the side streets reveal the true Innsmouth. Crumbling facade. They use that word so much. I'm like, I need to like Google what this is referring to. Just far enough away from the average tourist doesn't notice them immediately. Oh, friends. This all seems staged. Bum 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 bum. Talking with your hands is just part of the drama. Exactly, Jody. Exactly. I'm from Animated Town, too. You also notice the mean grimaces of the gargoyles sternly looking down onto the visitors from the corners of their buildings. You make a mental note to block out the Innsmouth architecture in future. At first glance, you can see the town hall and a police station behind the fountain. There should be a few more public facilities nearby, but you don't notice anything right away. You decide to go to the fountain, go to the town hall, go to the police station, scope out the surroundings. Hey, we're all about getting as much information as possible. I think first, scope out the surroundings. Second, we should probably check out the police station because looking for a... I see it through your window? Sarah, when did you arrive at my house? Oh, you should, Jody. Yeah, if you like taking drama classes. I took improv acting class in college. I hate improv though because I'm really bad at it. But it was fun. I like doing little acting things. It was fun to do. I liked seeing other people perform more though because again, I'm really bad at improv. But yeah, we're gonna get information. I won't tell. Sarah. Meta gaming from Sarah. The town center is dilapidated and seems to be completely dead. None of the footpaths are maintained and weeds have worked their way into every crevice. You notice carelessly dumped fast food, packages, beer bottles, and other trash. Some of the narrow side streets between the houses are so crammed with bulky trash that you wouldn't be able to walk along them. Many of the houses are in a poor state of repair. Cracked windows, Loose wooden boards hanging off the walls and doors nailed shut. It's impossible to tell in which color the houses were originally painted. You're struck by a bad stench several times, but hey, what's new around these parts? The cause of which you would rather not investigate. As you keep walking, you get to a kind of shopping street with a number of small shops. Half of them seem to be abandoned. I hear improv is good for massively increasing your social ability and confidence. It did not. It did not. It probably would. I mean, over time, like if you kept persistently doing it and something you really wanted to do, I'm totally sure that it does. But I had got into like that acting 1 class being like, oh, we're gonna learn to like read monologues and stuff, and I'm good at memorizing things. And then it was like, this is entirely improv, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. It's very much thrust into it. The first shop on the corner is a snack bar. It's named Joe's Pizza and Burger. It is printed in big letters on individual sheets of paper. Right next to it is a shop for fishing gear, then a hairdresser just a few doors down. In that shop window, you can see faded photos of the trendiest haircuts that the 1970s had to offer. Sorry, my nose is getting so I don't know why this happens when I read sometimes. But, I apologize. My nose is getting very stuffed up. Behind the hairdresser, you can make out a kiosk selling sweets and magazines, and also a liquor store wedged in between 2 empty buildings. Opposite, you find a shop whose name seems to be Zan. Judging by the window, it's a music store. At the other end of the street, there is a building with the inscription Arcades. Arcades? The letters are made from neon tubes, but some appear to have burnt out and have never been replaced. Maybe some of the shopkeepers will be able to tell you more about your client? You need to decide which shop to enter. Joe's Pizza and Burger, Barber Shop. Look at the boarded up shops. Continue to the arcades. It's totally metagaming that I know she's at the arcades. What does a 1,000-yard stare in the distance not count as a social skill? Apparently not. A liquor store, weird champ. Arkham? Miss Catatonic University? Catatonic? I want them to bring us back to this option is the thing, because I do want to explore some of the other areas. And it's not like I know she's at the arcades. I shouldn't know, but my psychic abilities are telling me the arcade. Apart from these, the shopping street doesn't have much else to offer. Faded wooden signs sway gently in the wind and identify one shop as a bookstore. Ooh, let's go to the bookstore! No, only business. Only business. Business! Another as a DIY store. The shop windows are boarded up. You need to decide which shop to enter. Okay. Business brings me to the arcade. Sarah's a great friend. Very true. The game's arcade is hard to miss. At the end of the dead shopping street, a shrill neon sign draws attention to itself. You think it looks rather retro, although the people of Innsmouth will probably think it's state-of-the-art design. As you approach, familiar sounds start ringing in your ears. A heady mix of cheaply produced guns, sound effects, and mysterious sounds from pinball machines. Ah yes, those mysterious pinball machines. This cocktail of synth effects gives you a jolt of nostalgia, annoys you already. Hey, we might be on business, but we can enjoy business. Happy memories flood your brain. Your first beat-em-up game when your opponent, a super limber septuagenarian yoga dude who played the boxer, ripped you apart, and all those exciting moments when you managed to win. If you want a good summary of a lot of H.P. Lovecraft books, I'd recommend Overly Sarcastic Productions video on it. I'll have to check that out, Ryan. Maybe I'll check that out later tonight after we wrap up today. The few tourist families who have ventured into the city center with you were all dragged in here by their excited children. Now you too pass through the gates to the realm of flashing lights and bad ventilation. It's extremely dark, and the screens of the devices appear to be the only light source. Families, slackers, groups of teenagers, and individual children crowd together in front of the screens to catch a glimpse of the games that are currently being played, or to have a shot at playing themselves. The arcade is smaller than the elaborate archway initially suggested, but the equipment is not so bad for a small coastal town. Why is this the only place here that's actually, like, decently put together? Everything is beeping and flashing. Look at the games, look for the missing girl. Guys, it's the business run. We only got eyes to find this child. That's all I can zone in on. We're focused. Career-oriented. no matter how tempting it may be. You don't have time to enjoy yourself right now. Tabitha might be one of the children running around here, and your mom just never came to look. Your gaze passes over the rows of younger players, but like a moth drawn to light, your attention is pulled in again and again by the machines. Your resolve crumbles. No! I forgot! All our in-app purchases. We're an addicted gamer. Oh no. No matter what I, as a player, might choose, the character I'm playing is too pulled into the flashing lights. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. No one will mind if you play for a few minutes. One of the most important lessons you have learned, not from your own cases, but from television, is to look out for the small things. Only an absolute beginner would ignore the slot machines and look for the missing girl straight away. You, on the other hand, are playing the long game. Hey, I tried playing the long game going to the wellness center, all right? We all know how that turned out. You don't, because you've been reborn. But I do. And the little brain cell shouting in your brain that initially was telling you to make really bad decisions because I thought it'd be funny. But no more. Business only. Maybe you'll see her name token on one of the high score tables. Failed the wisdom save, just like real life. Yeah. Maybe you'll be able to improve your own reflexes, toughen yourself, and steel your nerves by playing a few rounds. A little girl is missing, but come on, she's been missing for a week. But she'd rather play a round of computer games. But don't worry, no one will ever find out. How often will you return to Innsmouth, you ask yourself? The answer is, of course, hopefully, never again. So you might as well make the most of it and try to leave a new high score for posterity. You're interested in the pinball machines, the retro game machines, the first-person shooters. None of those! What are the other options? And it was funny. Thank you, Giant Pratty, as long as my wonderful audience was entertained. That's what matters at the end of the day. Although, I should have argued with that guy. I feel like I'm gonna go to the retro game machines. They sound fun. You can see a bunch of old machines, which look like they're from the late 80s. There are barely any people here. A lot of the small screens show a swirl of flashing pixels that are barely recognizable as games. Some of them even have 2 colors. At least the games are cheap. They flash and beep. Better not touch them. Try playing for a little bit. Okay. Our character literally was like, I'm gonna play a game no matter what. But now I'm given the option to not play the game. And I told you all, business run. So I, as the player, say no. We'll see what the actual person says. You take a step backward, the shrill color still burning into your retinas. Maybe not this one. Okay, well, you're just gonna look around. That's fine. On one of the walls, there is a row of pinball machines. Curiously, no one is playing or even looking in the direction of the machines. It's as if there is an invisible barrier that you have to cross to get into the area. Huh. Suspicious. Not even the unlicensed 80s movies themes seem to be of interest to anyone. Perhaps it's not so surprising after all. Who would try to chase after a real metal ball if they could hunt down a virtual demon zombie? The good thing about pinball machines is that they're cheap. You only need a few coins and you don't have to queue. Out of the 3 machines available, you go for the one with the vaguely recognizable, but definitely not licensed science fiction theme. The machine's barren spell has finally come at an end. Dude is literally like, this little girl is missing, but a new Minecraft update just dropped. Yeah, Freddy. Maybe the person should become a gaming YouTuber or streamer instead. Not like they have anything to lose. Honestly, Jody, true. They can put those in-app purchases to work to make money for them to pay off the in-app purchases if they just like stream the games. Totally not what I'm doing. Even though this isn't an app. Totally not a game purchase. You put a quarter in and it rumbles awake from its deep slumber. It lights up and the pinballs shoot out of the bottom right corner into the playing area and starts jumping around between the bumpers. This is great! You've forgotten about how cool reality can be. Using the 2 buttons on the side of the machine, you can move the flippers. Why are we doing this? When you play, you are hectic and erratic, considered and focused. Hey, we're all business. Business people are focused. The ball flies into the upper regions of the machine, bounces on the bumpers, and lands on one of the higher flippers where you manage to hold it. Your fingers frantically jab the buttons, and the flippers go up and down, and then the ball slowly rolls out of the shaft and onto the side, closer and closer to the void. You start screaming. It's pure adrenaline. The frantic flippers manage to lift the ball up a fraction, but then you drop it right down into the middle. You've lost before the game has even properly started. The machine flashes and beeps, almost as if it were laughing at you. Now you know why no one else is playing the pinball machines. They mock you. They mock you always. You step back and put some distance between you and this hellish machine. You still have 2 games left over, but you'd be happy for someone else to suffer through them. You decide to go back to the center of the arcade. Pro gamer's choice. Always serious. L. Yeah, totally L. We just had a real pro gamer moment on the pinball machines. Write the in-app purchases off as a tax write-off. That's the thinking. You're thinking, Jody. I like that. All right. You're interested in the first-person shooters? None of those. Well, we might as well at this point. I'm still business. I'm still business. But, I mean, we might as well explore. We might get a clue. We don't. Okay. Fantastic. Who would have thought that you'd come across one of your favorite games here in Hicksville? Shooter games obviously cost more money, but the graphics are the best. We really shouldn't be spending money. The pixel blood sprays abundantly, and you can shoot at the screen with neon plastic weapons. Annoyingly, this is where the most people are queuing. It will take a while until it's your turn, but from what you can see on the screens, you're sure it'll be worth it. Your choice is Boom, Quark, Mason of the Unliving. None of these. I like Boom. Quark is also quirky Quark. But Boom is really in your face. Boom, another classic in the shooter genre. Boom is about demons from hell who have taken over a research lab in Jupiter. Or was it Venus? That's all I can recall. It's been a while and you're a bit hazy on the details of the story. You queue for Boom. Think again. Something tells me Boom is Doom. Probably. Room Quake House of the Dead. It is Doom. You have made your choice. You join the throng of people watching the current player of Boom. The screen shows the dark corridors of a space station, and every so often hellish creatures crawl out from the corners to attack. Red, pixelated blood splatters on the screen when the demons are being ripped apart by bullets from the 5-barreled shotgun. After several players bite the dust, it's your turn. That was faster than you had anticipated. Clearly a bunch of noobs. You put all of the coins you have left over into your hands, wrap around the neon plastic gun, and say, "Get ready to watch a pro gamer at work." The screen turns black. The message, "Prepare for Boom," comes up on the screen, and you get ready. All you have to do now is shoot. Okay, it's 2 a.m. and I've just made plans to attend 2 meetups with different friend groups tomorrow, so I'm gonna sleep now and have enough energy for tomorrow. Sorry, Brianna. Jody, that's totally fine. Thanks for being here for as long as you were, and honestly, I am totally all for supporting you getting sleep. Please rest well. I beg thou. What did I miss? Oh, Eggmeister, nothing seriously. We're just playing Boom. We're playing a game within a game, but we're all business. All business. Are we in an arcade? We're doing a business arcade. Don't miss that part, okay? Eggmeister, it's business first. By Jove, you are shooting strategically, chaotically. We're all strategic here. Every decision we make is calculated. After just a few kills, you're back in the zone. The plastic gun becomes an extension of your arm, every kill precise and no bullet wasted. With the swagger of a pro, you wipe out the enemies in the first level. Too easy. While the second level loads, the people around you start chiming in. Wow, amazing! Not bad. They were impressed by this? You haven't even started. Push up your sunglasses, kids. The second level, your lift arrives at the lower floor of the space station. Or is it hell? Your opponents are getting stronger, and after surviving a few more dingy corridors, the first really challenge appears. That is not... Okay, sometimes, guys, I'm misreading things, and sometimes they're written wrong. I'm just saying. Waves and waves of demons attack you as you try to protect a computer console, which is controlling something. This game would be an ace if only accepted that there's no discernible plot. You face the demonic hordes by running circles around them, by taking shelter. Obviously, we're action, alright? We're focused, we're skilled, we know what's up! The only way to pay Boom is maximum chaos. Well, I think we're getting into it pretty good. Business first, ask questions later. That's right, Eggmeister, you're getting it. These creatures must be wishing themselves back into hell while you rain down bullets on them, always moving like a human tornado. You sweep across your enemies. The massive juggernauts in amongst your enemies try to attack you, but you manage to dodge them easily. That's right. When the demon waves slowly subside, your awestruck audience congratulates you. Whoa! Barely lost any health. There's even some applause. One might say everybody stood up and clapped. Yes, everybody clapped at the end. Level 3, supported by your growing fan base, you secure the mine shaft and nothing stands in your way. Your enemies are now much more difficult. The game is a real challenge. Cheers and scattered applause really bring out your A game. By now, you have to really focus on to stay alive and keep progressing. You've managed to cross an area full of traps and get into an elevator that is supposed to bring you face to face with the next boss. The elevator starts moving. Not much time to take a breather. Soon the elevator arrives and the door opens. As you make your first step into the dark corridor, something starts tugging at the hem of your trench coat. The tugging messes with your concentration. Kick whatever's tugging your coat. Look down. I feel like it might be the little girl. But, this is just like Fallout 4 instead of looking for your missing kid. You're just messing around in the wasteland. Hey, it's not my missing kid. Someone else's missing kid. Nah, I can charge by the hour. Business, business, business. Hey, right now my business is this game. You can't deal with interruptions right now. Without turning your gaze from the screen, you blindly kick at the side with one leg to try and get rid of whatever it is trying to distract you. Your knee hits something soft. Ow! A voice complains. It sounds like a girl. Keep playing. Look down. Guys, business right now is the game. We're getting information from the game we are playing. This is business. Oh no, the greatest demon of all, small child. There's only... I'm not gonna go on it. A few expert moves and bam, your last opponent is down. Unending applause and cheering from all around you. If only people in real life appreciated success in the same way as killing fictitious pixel monsters. Like a retiring sheriff passing on his badge to his young deputy, you hand the plastic gun to the next person waiting in line. Wait a minute. Did you kick somebody earlier? Or were you just imagining things among all the excitement? Also, no one called you on kicking a child. That's how into watching this they all were. Nobody was like, did you just kick a kid? Gotta get the best ending. Oh well. The machine took all your coins, but it was worth it. No, I have no money. No. No. The debt. The crippling debt. No. You give the search for Tabitha another go, but given the bad lighting in here, even if the girl were standing a mere 2 yards away from you, there's no way you would recognize her. Yeah, if only we'd look down. After walking around the machines a couple of times, you give up on finding her in the arcades. You leave the arcade on wobbly legs. After all the flashing colors, incessant beeping, and shooting sounds, you welcome the dullness of the shopping street. I think it was a job well done. I think we really focused on what we were supposed to, really honed in on the important things. I won the game, but at what cost? Everything. The evening has already begun. Have you really wasted the whole afternoon here? It's unfortunate, but a good investigator knows when to admit defeat. After all, you were paid in advance. It's time to go to the hotel. But remember, gang, we don't sleep. A gray veil covers the town. The light of the sun drains away, and with any residual heat. Although Innsmouth is a boring coastal town and probably doesn't have any street gangs, you feel relieved when you see the gables of the Gilman Hotel. On your way here, you distinctly felt as if someone or something was following you. Probably nothing. You could swear there were shadows. They were only visible for a fraction of a second whenever you entered an alley. These fleeting shadows, they're still there, lurking somewhere in the dark. You can feel it in your gut. But you'll be safe soon. The growing paranoia, the constant glances over your shoulders, you can forget about all that. Because, yeah, you're totally not going to feel that way staying in this dingy, rundown hotel with a billion keys. Grabbing a bottle of Jack is the only movement required once you get into your hotel room. The parking lot in front of your hotel is completely empty. Have all the guests left? Does Innsmouth even have a peak tourist season? Fortunately, the entry gate is not locked. In fact, everything seems just as it did this afternoon when you left the hotel. Not a soul around. The chandeliers light your way into the foyer, and the creaking floorboards welcome you. As you enter the foyer, you can hardly believe your eyes. Who is waiting for you at the reception? None other than Cornelius Gilman III, and you could swear he's in the exact same pose in which you left him. The debt is worse than the potential assault and battery charges. Yes, Ryan, that is truly what I care about the most. He stands motionless at the reception desk. Greet the concierge. Walk upstairs to your room. I guess we can say hi. You can't just completely ignore the only other person in the building. You stroll leisurely to the reception desk and nod at Cornelius. How nice to see you. I trust your stay in Oh, wait, this is Skype.
How nice to see you. I trust your stay in Innsmouth has been pleasant so far.
He smiles. Agree. Pleasant? I hate this hellhole. Don't you ever have to go to the bathroom? Now guys, as people that are all business, it's important for us to ask the serious questions about life. And knowing if this guy ever does anything at all, rather than just stand there, I think is some of life's most serious questions. We're here to answer mysteries. You had already wanted to ask him about this earlier today.
Of course.
Cornelius replies in a conversational tone.
But a good concierge distinguishes himself by always being on hand when his guests need him. Astonishingly, although you're not sure that...
Astonishingly, even though you're not really sure anybody needs a creepy grinning puppet, it's the thought that counts. They forgot to put the end of the quotation marks at the end of the sentence, guys. They didn't put the quotation marks at the end of the sentence. You walk upstairs to your floor. Then you stroll along the long corridor until you reach the fork with the deceptive mirror. You briefly consider your appearance. You look simply gorgeous. Quite exhausted. I think after that win, after that victory, after all that applause, I'm sure we look stunning. We're glowing. We're glowing in our arcade victory. All right? And in all of the great leads we have about our job, too. Yeah, we found great leads. Simply gorgeous. The sea air really agrees with you. Noble paleness on your cheeks, alert eyes, and your hairline high above your intellectual-looking forehead. What is that supposed to mean? A good day. You venture deeper into the bizarre labyrinth of this hotel floor. You manage to find your room, and you only get lost once on the way. You quietly open the door and enter. Oh, what a nice-looking bed. Hopefully it doesn't have any tomato stains on it. Well. It's barely necessary to switch on the light. You walk towards one of the windows and look out into the starry sky. A huge, strangely green, glowing moon illuminates your room like a spotlight. The whole room is plunged into a surreal glow. Unfortunately, there are no windows or blinds to block out the light. Hey, since we can see the beach from here, do you think we'll see the people that went on the wellness trip getting eaten? That's a very Shining-esque picture. Thanks, Sigmeister. You have a widow's peak? I don't know, maybe. Just great. Off to bed. Let's freshen up first. Fresh armpits are what distinguish humans from animals. Of course, animals don't freshen their armpits, obviously. You enter the bathroom under the flickering ceiling light, whose lamp has probably never been replaced. You brush your teeth. Take a closer look at the mirror, freshen up quickly. Might as well observe more of our appearance. I don't feel like I've seen myself in forever since I didn't know what I looked like before now. You put the toothbrush aside. Your hands close around the edge of the wash basin, and you slowly lean towards the mirror. The flickering, glaring light of the ceiling lamp is not exactly flattering. Have you always had those round pop eyes? Has your nose always been that sunken in? And you really should do something about these bulging wrinkles on your jaw and neck. I love how we went from feeling gorgeous to now really critiquing ourselves. Hollywood stars who tragically find themselves on the wrong side of... Maybe a facelift. Like the Hollywood stars who find themselves tragically on the wrong side of 25. Looking at yourself gives you the creeps. The price of victory. Look closer, stop looking. Is something wrong with the mirror? Ah! You suddenly develop a morbid fascination with your own obvious physical decay. The person staring at you from within the mirror doesn't seem to be you anymore, but rather a caricature of yourself. It's HD version of me. You're reminded of one of the wolf characters from those old cartoons. The one that make huge eyes when he sees a scantily clad lady. What? Except this is real life. Your fingers touch your uneven cheek. You wander over to your hands. Your fingers feel all stiff, like you can't really move them anymore, like they've turned into shovels. You could really use a few hours of sleep. Now that you're finally ready for bed, your body feels as heavy as lead. You stand in the middle of the room. Did we walk into another death, guys? I feel like something horrible happened by staring into this mirror. Bro's like, man, I'm gorgeous, to man, I'm ugly as sin. Yeah. Pretty much. It was a 180 almost immediately from walking into the hallway to walking into the bedroom. The warm, stuffy air gives you a pleasantly tired feeling. You're safe here. There might be incestuous maniacs out there on the street. Huh? But you are safe from them here. Okay. Interesting thought to have before bed. You drop on the bed like someone who has no intention of ever getting up again. I have a feeling we might not get up again. You transition fluidly into your dreams. You've only just closed your eyes and you're already somewhere else. Suddenly, your worries are very different. You're running in a desolate gray maze of winding alleys. You can hear the cheerful laughter of a small child. If only you could catch up, you could save the child and take them home safely. You sprint down the path and turn around the corner, then around another. The alleyway stretches out in front of you, but there's no person to be seen anywhere. What was that? Was that a shadow in the corner street back there? The silhouette of a figure? You realize that someone is following you. Look over your shoulder. Run faster. I mean, we should at least get a look at them. Or are you? Nowhere is safe. You cast a hasty glance over your shoulder, and then you see them out of the corner of your eye. Shadows. They have repugnant bodies. You can't really put it any differently. You catch glimpses of oily skin, swollen boils, and even tentacles, but nothing stays in one place. Everything seems to be constantly moving around. A body in metamorphosis. Patches of skin tears open and close again with awful smacking sounds. You briefly catch a glimpse of the thing that, and I just noticed the shadow on the actual screen. You just noticed the thing that was following you silently. You know you've already seen more than you should have. That short glance was more than enough. No human being can stand looking at that creature without completely losing their mind. It's right behind you. The figure in the distance already disappeared behind the next corner. Maybe you can still catch up with it. The alleys wind through the town in a confusing way. Nothing makes sense anymore. Wherever you move, you never arrive in the place you expected to. It feels as if slowly but surely, you're walking right into the jaws of a massive monster. All of a sudden, the walls close in on you, and the path becomes so narrow that you have to walk sideways in order to fit through it. Whatever is behind you, it's getting closer. There's not much time left. Squeeze through, keep going, just like that Holes story, that Junji Ito story. There must be another way. Face the creature. Oh, we ain't facing the creature. You could almost say, it's fishy how safe it is. That's right, Lumeria. You could say that. You squeeze yourself further along the narrow pathway. The walls are now so close that they start to tug and scrape at your clothes. The back of your hands start to burn because you keep scraping them along the surprisingly sharp edges of the rough bricks. Carefully, but swiftly, you walk along the alleyway. It almost seems as if the walls were built so that your body and your body alone could pass through it. This is a whole story. When did this become Junji Ito? A stencil, and you are the shape. I can't turn around, something is following me. But this became that whole story. Already, the path that had been dark and poorly lit, and you couldn't see more than a few meters ahead, but now it seems as if it's the deepest, darkest night has fallen. Your fingertips continue to glide through the rough wall, inch by inch as you work your way forward. Something is definitely not right here. I'm not watching what happens in the game because I just buy it. It's your fault. Well, nice Razor. Riza, Geyser, Geezer. There's a missing girl we don't care about, and it's all business. Yes, thank you. The alley you wanted to cross is no longer an alley. The wall all but clings to your body. Every inch of the wall now presses into your body and close, just as if this alley has been waiting for you, and you alone to enter it. Although you can no longer move freely, you appear to be moving forward. Are you still dreaming? You keep going. By now, you've forgotten why you started walking in the first place. The stone walls appear to be crawling into your skin, but you feel sheltered and safe. It's always been your destiny to be here in this place right now. Final destination. At last. You never wake up again. We did die. Nightmare. We died in a nightmare. Sweet dreams, guys. Alright. So business didn't work out. We just died again. Okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to click that so fast. What button did they say I could press to skip? I feel like I need to press that. Oh my gosh, I'm not trying to make decisions. I'm just clicking too fast. Business ending. We died in a nightmare, Freddy. In, like, a Junji Ito holes nightmare. What's wrong with your face? Let's be rude this time. What's wrong with your face? You say with disarming honesty.
If you're referring to my complexion, I suffer from a very rare congenital disease, which only people from my family as well as other people in this town develop.
You shrug your shoulders. Sure, why not? I'd like to book a room, you begin. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Funny story. Are we done now? Can I go to my room? J Doe. All booked up. Let's continue our search for Tabitha. He had a bad dream and just died. Yeah, that's how it goes. We'll go to the town center again. Beating heart of a big city. La-di-la-di-la. Do-da-do-da-do. How beautiful. How wonderful. I guess we could investigate. Well, let's go to the police station. That's the other place I had wanted to go initially. You enter the precinct and find yourself in a small foyer. I'm going to say foyer now instead of foyer. Have fun with that. A counter separates visitors from the actual office of the police officers on duty. It's a standard practice observed even in the cranky little town like Innsmouth. A chilly, not particularly inviting old building with only a single narrow window on the northernmost wall. The room is bathed in a yellowish light, but rather than a warming glow, it's much more like warm sick. Yellowed wallpaper is about to come loose from the walls, probably a process that has been ongoing for years, the exciting finale of which you can witness today. Almost every one of the poisonous green tiles on the floor has cracks or other small damage. A policeman is on the reception desk duty. He looks at you through dull eyes. The police station gives off the same lethargic vibe that you've come to expect from Innsmouth by now, but who knows, maybe they can help you anyway? You look around, talk to the guard personnel. Yeah, I'm not just gonna, like, randomly look around. Oh, well, maybe they have a picture of the girl up on their wall. Who knows? Foyer! Thank you, Sarah. The foyer is as bare and boring as you've come to expect from Innsmouth thus far. As you look around, your eyes settle on a bulletin board. It's full of handwritten or printed off. Wow, are those all missing persons reports? The guards look at you intently. Talk to the guard personnel, keep looking at the bulletin board. The number of flyers on the board is overwhelming. Most of the many smiling faces you can see were photographs during a happy moment on a pleasant holiday, no doubt far, far away from here. Then you notice something really peculiar. The phone numbers. Each of them has a different area code. That must mean that none of the people is from Innsmouth itself, but that they must have all been visitors here. Just like you. You look for a particular flyer on the board, but you can't find it anywhere. If Tabitha has been missing for a week, why can't you find a notice about her here? Okay, get down to the point. The life of a little girl is in danger. The wooden floorboards creak under your shoes as you approach the cop. They sound like the moaning of an audience somewhere in the distance, commenting on a display of epic stupidity. The cop on duty has been watching you intently ever since you entered the room. He clears his throat before talking to you. Okay.
So you want to file a missing persons report?
Yes, that is why I'm here. No, why would you assume that? I don't know, maybe because of all the missing persons on there? The cop seems briefly surprised.
Well, it's just what most tourists...
He stops himself mid-sentence. All of a sudden, the papers in front of him have become super important, and he starts making neat piles that are perfectly perpendicular to the pen and ruler. It's pure zen to behold. When he's done, he returns his attention to you.
What do you want?
Is this not the library? Say your goodbyes. Why are there so many reported missing people here? Hey Sarah, we got distracted playing Doom and had a bad dream and died. Nice recap there, Freddy. If you play Doom, you die. Yeah, precisely. He stares at his newly arranged desk and adjusts the objects even more. Only an electron microscope could now show any inaccuracies still present in this arrangement. Then, all of a sudden, the cop gets back up, murmurs,
"Lunch break,"
and disappears into the back office. Question time appears to be over. You're now all alone in the foyer of the police station. Leave the police station, keep looking around, look at the policeman's papers. I mean, we're a detective, we might as well do a little snooping. It's all business. Sarah. Yeah, I saw that part. I thought we were Lord Business when I left, and when I came back, we were dead. Only Monopoly Man can win at business. You quick look to the left and right. No one in sight. You grasp this opportunity to inspect the desk. You notice your heart beating loudly in your chest. You start rooting through the cop's papers, but sadly you can't find anything apart from crossed-out tic-tac-toe games and amateur doodles. A worrying amount of people are strung up on the gallows. He's definitely not made any recent notes that you'd consider useful. Why didn't this man have 18 cucumbers on his shopping list? Disappointed, you step away from the desk. You keep looking around. Initially, upon inspection, the foyer doesn't reveal anything new. Behind the entrance door, in a blind spot, you notice a yellowed poster with the slogan, "Bouncer, the police dog says, paws off drugs." Lovely. Even in Innsmouth, there's a war on the drugs. Underneath, there's a faded drawing of a dog riding a unicorn over a rainbow. You can't help thinking that the poster has a contradictory message. You look up at the ceiling and notice a CCTV camera you hadn't spotted when you entered the station. Normally you'd expect this in a police station, but this is the first object in the room fabricated after the turn of the century. Lucky for you, you noticed the camera before doing anything stupid. Oh wait. From the room next door, you can make out some sort of commotion. He wanted to make homemade pickles. Yeah, autistic Bigfoot. Maybe that's why he wanted them. Rustling and voices, and suddenly the door opens. Several cops enter the room. All eyes are trained on you. I can explain this or run. Foot chase, guys. We're gonna enter action detective mode. A little bit too late, you realize that all of this is incredibly hard to explain. Without a moment's hesitation, you beat it. Stop! The cop shouts after you. You wrench open the heavy door and run across the town square. A few locals and tourists look at you surprised, but no one wants to get involved in whatever just happened. You run around the fountain and slow down a little, so to be a little less suspicious. From a safe distance, you keep watching the police station, but there's neither an alarm nor does anything come out of the building to be looking for you. Your sense of self-preservation tells you to leave the town square. There's still no sirens, but you notice more and more policemen leaving the station and mingling among the people on the square. Whew, to the harbor or into the alleys, friends. We gotta make a choice quick. I think the harbor would be safer, but I am thinking we should maybe return to the arcade, if we can. And then get that little girl. Actually pay attention to her this time instead of zoning in. Magazines, or guys, we could go to Joe's Pizza and Burger. Ooh, pickles. Keep those thoughts to yourself, Sarah. Well, I guess there's no harm in checking out Burger Pizza. When you enter the snack bar, you are struck by an unappetizing smell of fat. Behind the counter is a gaunt teenager who looks like he's bored out of his mind. A name tag identifies him as Chud. Chud is wearing a stained white apron, splashed with fat and other substances. What other substances? No, we don't need to know. That's fine. Okay, we don't need to know. His face is haunted by the most gruesome acne you've ever seen. Poor guy. He turns to you and stares at a spot somewhere on the wall behind you. After a few moments of annoyed silence, Chud asks, what do you want to order? Look at the menu, ask about the missing girl, leave the snack bar. Let's ask about the missing girl, because we're all business still. We're still business people. Do school kids ever come by here? Chud is obviously not interested in the conversation. That's like a really strange question. Do you know this girl? You're holding the photo of Tabitha up to Chud. She's gone missing and I'm looking for her. He looks at the picture with indifference. Are you gonna order anything or not? Bribe him with a tip, keep pressing him on the issue, leave the snack bar.
Yeah, could maybe do a little bribery. Slip in our noir business, even though it pains me to part with the money.
$20? I wasn't gonna do that much. Maybe like a $5. All right. You pull a $20 bill out of your wallet and wave it around. As for your tip, you show him the photo again. Maybe you could add a little more service? Chud finally shows some motivation, but his eyes are more on the bill than on the photo. Yeah, let's see it again. At that age, maybe they know her in, like, the arcades? That's where the kids are mostly these days. You put the bill on the counter. Man, I had to pay $20 to... I mean, I already knew that information. Barbershop? Oof, $20, that's rough. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. My wallet hurts. As you approach the barber shop, you first wonder if it's permanently closed. What you initially thought was a reflection of light is actually dirt. Are there no hygiene inspectors in this town? You hesitate on whether or not to enter. The fact that it gives you an option to not enter usually means you shouldn't enter. We lost $20 for info we knew. That's right, Lumeria. But, you know, according to, I think it was Ryan that said it earlier, before I was metagaming. So I can't always do that, I guess. Alright, we're just gonna go to the arcade. Even though I do kind of want to just explore everything. I like learning all the options, my friends. The game's arcade is hard to miss. At the end of the shopping street, shrill neon signs, blah 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 blah. Lots of nostalgia, blah 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 blah. I wonder if your approach to this would change if you said it annoyed you. Would you not want to play the games then? We want to look for the missing girl, but no, we actually want to play video games. We actually want to play them. What if we did the retro games and we just tried playing them for a little bit? Think about which classic games to play. Polypixel War, Street Kicker 2, P-Fried, Pixelbeus, none of those. Street Kicker 2, duh. Plot twist, there is no daughter. The mother just wanted you to take a vacation in Innsmouth. Your inner Qua comes out. That's right, Sarah. My inner Qua.
He always rests just below the surface.
The mother of all beat-em-ups. A classic fight game with lots of colorful fighters. You think about playing for a few rounds, switch to another game, select a fighter. Why does it want me to keep moving away from the retro games? Am I gonna die here? Off we go. You've quickly identified the buttons for hitting and kicking, but you don't know yet how to do any of the special maneuvers. The second opponent beats you up badly. Game over. Put in another coin. Oh no. I'm developing the actual... Why did I do that? I'm never gonna pay off this debt. Just by random experimentation, you manage to find the block move. You expertly wait until your opponent attacks you and then surprise him when he prepares for a special move. You manage to clear a level. The timings of the next opponent, however, are less clear and you're knocked out again. Okay, we're not gonna keep doing this. We can't give all our money over here. You figure, the figure of your opponent stands above you, scoffing as the timer runs out mercilessly. You decide you've wasted enough money on the machine and start looking around the arcade again. A familiar sensation hits you. The nagging feeling that you could have made it if only you had tried. Stupid game. That's called a gambling addiction. Don't enter. Also, don't press the red button. You and Sarah are a lot alike, Bree, trying every option and Sarah looking for every item. I just like to have a completionist when it comes to these kinds of things. I like all the endings. You think about which classic game to play. What's Pixelbeus? Pixelbeus. At least you've heard of these other games, but you've never heard of Pixelbeus. The machine looks incredibly old. You put a quarter in and begin. It turns out to be kind of a puzzle with geometric shapes and colors. It's supposed to be like Tetris. The soundtrack is super trippy. Your thoughts turn one final time to the missing girl that you're supposed to find. We are one person. We are the amalgamation. When the game starts, you devote yourself entirely to it. It's entertaining. Switch to another game. Keep playing. The subsequent levels involve more shapes and colors, but no missing girls. The game's literally like, please, please focus on the main task. Shame. Switch to another game. I'm gonna die here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna die here. Yeah, exactly what every child wants in their game. Maths. This is boring. You think to yourself, stop playing. Keep going. Even more numbers and letters. Come on, you didn't come here for an algebra course. How do you know what I came here for? Keep playing. The screen fills with numbers and special signs. Slowly, a pattern seems to be emerging. If only your nose would stop bleeding, 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 bleeding. Keep playing more, more, more. Is Sarah the best Tetris player of the Room 35 girls? Probably, because she plays it more than any of us. Outside of the known universe, the blind and manic demon sultan dances around himself. The piper's flute keeps the idiotic chorus at bay, threatening to devour the whole cosmos, bubbling and shapeless Azoth to the center of all eternity, or at its ever-expanding edges, endless eons since the inception of all being, and until he puts an end to existence itself, soul-destroying and demented, the ever-glowing atomic fire, forever he will. You wake up. Big mistake. You instantly experience severe pain at your temples. You curl up in a state of catatonic self-pity. Slowly, too slowly, the pain subsides to a rhythmic pulsation behind your forehead. You open your eyes again. I'm surprised we are not dead. Lol, weren't we running from the police? Yeah, that was... the police didn't look hard enough. Everything around you was much too bright. It stinks of vomit and garbage. The latter is explained by the garbage bags you realize you've been using as pillows. Tired and trembling, you stand up and steady yourself against the wall. That's by far the worst hangover you've experienced in your long career as a semi-professional hangover collector. It's the kind of hangover that all other hangovers pray to a hangover Sunday school. What kind of sentence is that? What is going on? You try to remember the details about where you are right now and how you got here. Your date of birth? Anything. You touch your face and realize that your mouth is covered in dried up blood. Your memory slowly returns. Yeah, you're in an alley behind an amusement arcade. You're in Innsmouth. You're looking for a child? Maybe, but I thought I was playing Tetris. Everything after entering that place is gone. Ooh, Giant Pratty's excited about that mention. Well, you seem to have been thrown out a back exit. There's an old beer keg on which some rainwater is pooled. You wash your face and stagger back, unsure of what happened. The evening has already begun. Have you really wasted the whole afternoon here? It's unfortunate, but I didn't have time to go to the hotel. We'll probably die in a nightmare. Alright, no looking into mirrors this time, gang. No matter how attractive we are. Yeah, whatever. And then you stroll along the long corridor until you reach the fort with a deceptive mirror. Simply gorgeous, quite exhausted. Probably like anyone who spends their holidays in a town like Innsmouth. You're imagining things, or do your eyes seem a little puffy today? Well, isn't our face also coated in blood? All the more reason to go to your room. Yeah, let's just pass out. Off to bed. You drop on the bed like someone who has no intention of ever getting up again. Changing clothes after a long day out before going to bed is for suckers, and for people with a basic sense of hygiene. But that's not who you are, and you're oddly pleased about it. With these thoughts in your mind, you doze off for a bit. You transition fluidly into your dreams. Alright guys, do you think we cannot die this time? Wherever you move, whatever's behind you is getting closer. Okay, squeezing through it didn't work, so let's try another way. Take a step backwards. The buildings of the strangely narrow alley extend high up into the sky. Innsmouth didn't have buildings that high, did it? No windows for you to climb in, no doors could you knock on, and there's still something behind you. Keep moving, keep moving. There's no point in following this endless labyrinth forever. With bated breath, you turn around and look down the street you just came from in order to face whatever it is pursuing you. No matter how hard you try, your eyes refuse to look directly at it. The tentacled meatball right in front of you seems to be only a small outgrowth of a much larger, but also shapeless and impossible creature that is following you. You begin to despair. You close your eyes, look at it directly. Well, we can't look at it directly. Right? That'll just kill us? I feel like we're gonna die no matter what I do. You close your eyes and, your fear is gone. Did that thing really look that horrible? Didn't it actually resemble a creature from the cartoon series about a school full of monsters? It was naked and carried its 2 eyes in its hands. Cartoon series are pretty sick sometimes. Heavy steps announce the bizarre creature is approaching. Open your eyes, wait. Well, closing our eyes, Giant Pratty, I don't know if I trust that. Closing our eyes made the fear go away, so maybe we keep them closed. Yeah, no, we don't see it at all, Geezer Geyser, because we're not looking. We're not looking. Keep calm. Your mind is racing. Not looking directly at the creature has suddenly allowed you to come to your senses again. You can hear steps. Slimy, shape-shifting steps. Quick, what now? Run! Kick it in the face! Oh no. Kick it in the face! Nothing matters anymore. You shift your weight, swing your leg back and kick! By Jove, you kick! Your initial plan was to kick the thing in the face. This is easier said than done with a shape-shifting blob, but if you're lucky, maybe a head will spontaneously form where your foot lands. Another sound, no steps this time. It sounds more like a wet sack falling over. Good kick. A heavy load has been lifted off your shoulders. You feel free. Guys, violence is the answer. Violence is the answer. Okay? When you are being threatened, only violence. A wonderful dream. The kind where you face your subconscious fears and defeat them. Maybe the fact that your subconscious has projected an obnoxious blob should give you food for thought, but you can also go over the details with a therapist later, if we can ever afford one. The successful fight against this nightmare creature has relaxed you. You sleep the sleep of the righteous, or something like that. Your sleep is only interrupted when you hear a soft chant. It seems a group of people have invaded your room while you were sleeping. Carrying torches and pitchforks, they have squeezed themselves between the bed and the closets, their faces hidden by hoods. You're quite grateful for the hoods because they hide the hideous faces of these locals. Nice, we lived. Surprising, huh, Freddy? Oh no, here we go. Your suspicion that radioactive waste is being disposed of at the Innsmouth is confirmed once again. The light of the torches dances frantically on the wrinkled faces of the people staring you down, shining beetle eyes, bulging lips. You've seen these deformations many times through your short time in this town. While the crowd merely gazes at you like you were an animal in a zoo, a pop-eyed man with sunken cheeks leans over you. In his hands, he holds something shiny. He's holding a knife right out over the place where your heart is. The man remains in the position and clears his throat quietly.
Oh, well, this is inconvenient.
Scream. What the heck? Please don't hurt me. Hey, what the heck? A group of strangers invading your room, repeating chants, and waking you up. I specifically said I didn't want to be waking up. Those hillbillies sure picked the wrong victim. Hey! What the heck? You growl at them, thoroughly annoyed. The man who was just pointing his dagger at you flinches, as he should. I just kicked a blobby creature thing in the face in my dreams, alright, I'm amped up. His arms slowly sink down. Irritated, he exchanges looks with his comrades.
You don't know that yet? Despite spending a whole day in Innsmouth?
There's an uncomfortable silence in the room. Are you being serious?
Are you being serious?
It's a sex cult thing, isn't it? Yes, I'm being serious. I know it. Those hillbillies are only ever after one thing. As soon as a good-looking newcomer from the big city comes to their village, they all want a piece of that cake, except nobody was taking the riz earlier. I guess they were just a little shy. It's a sex cult thing, isn't it? A few gasps can be heard.
Mummy, what's a sex cult?
The voice of a child asks from the back. Shh, not now, someone whispers quickly. Who brings a child to a ritual stabbing? Quiet now! The gaunt man, probably the leader of the group, swings the dagger through the air in an agitated manner.
No, we are not a sex cult.
He hesitates. Technically? This is my genuine reaction? Technically. To get a little more comfortable, you turn over on your side and lean on your elbow.
Well, undoubtedly, you might say that.
He makes air quotes with his free hand.
Physically intimate rituals, especially connected to the tidal movements and the people from the sea, are an integral part of our beliefs.
He clears his throat.
But to immediately jump to sex cult is probably a bit exaggerated.
Mummy, what is a...
Shh! Not a cult? Fine. No. He didn't say not a cult. He said not a sex cult. You can still be a cult. The giant Pratty love this book. Oh, not seeing the light at the egg of the tunnel this time around. I don't know. It might be fine. You can hardly imagine these people here in Speedos or bikinis, let alone completely naked. Let's stop there. Let's stop the thought. Cut that right off at the root, thanks. Don't need to picture it. Fine then, what are you? The gaunt man scratches his head with his dagger.
What do you know? Did you notice anything weird today?
You look back on the day. No, nothing. The man rolls his pop eyes. Although you can't see under the hoods of the other people, you're pretty sure the others are doing the same.
Okay, so where to start?
The stranger sinks to his knees and thoughtfully taps the flat side of the dagger on the edge of the bed.
Well, for starters, we all pray to Dagon, ruler of the ocean. This is, Dagon can change shape. He prefers the shape of amphibians or octopods.
A kraken! Someone in the crowd says helpfully.
Yes, that's right, Kraken. More than 100 years ago, the founding families of Innsmouth committed to following the order of Dagon in order to never go hungry again.
Mummy, I'm hungry.
Shh!
Annoyed, the man casts a glance over his shoulder and then continues.
On nights with favorable constellations of stars, we sacrifice infidels. Today is such a night.
He waves his dagger.
All those involved in such a sacrifice.
He gestures to the rest of the group. You're beginning to feel like the single customer in a sales presentation.
Or in Dagon's good book for the rest of the year.
He takes a deep breath.
Dahlia Marsh is from one of the founding families. Well, she's pretty good at luring victims in Innsmouth that nobody will miss, you know.
The pregnant pause gives you a knot in your stomach.
And, in addition, a group of chosen individuals will be united with Dagon's children. They perform the Dance of the Deep on the beach late at night when the moonlight shimmers green.
Dance of the Deep? Unbelievable. You try to read the man's face to see if he's serious or not. The dagger aimed at your heart earlier makes the latter less likely. It must be a lot to process.
It must be a lot to process all at once.
The group giggles.
Well, now that all the questions have been cleared up,
the leader of the group brings himself into position again, clutching the handle of the dagger with both hands.
Cthulhu for Dagon.
Confused and overwhelmed by everything you heard, you sink back onto the bed. The dagger hovers ominously over your heart.
Ilada.
Sorry, Greg? Someone taps the man, Greg, on the shoulder.
What is it?
He hisses, turning his head without changing his posture. Well, it's just after midnight. Greg doesn't move. He still squints over his shoulder to his followers.
It's what? What's the time?
1:15. I think we chatted for too long with our intended sacrifice. We were a bit late to start off with. Greg dropped his arms and staggers back as if the news hit him like a blow.
How can that be? Why didn't anyone say anything?
You were all... The other one clenches his fists. Right in the middle of it.
Get out! Everyone get out!
Greg waves his hand, which is still holding the dagger. The part of the group that is closest to him ducks slightly in order to avoid the blade. When everyone is left, he turns to you. Greg looks down at you like you're nothing more than vermin.
Just wait until the next constellation. Then we'll get you!
He hesitates a moment.
You must, of course, come back to Innsmouth for that. We don't have the funds to get... Oh, never mind.
He stomps out of the room and closes the door behind him. Did you just manage to avoid certain death? A shiver runs down your spine, but you are suddenly super impressed with yourself because, dang, I guess you do got that riz after all. You're not dead. Although you're not 100% sure whether you're safe, sleep tempts you. I mean, that wasn't a very exhausting encounter. We might as well, take a little nap. It's just after midnight, and your eyes are tired. Was this the only horde of armed lunatics on the road at that time? You spend the rest of the night comfortably cuddled into bed, awake and alert under the bed. I think we should take a nap, huh, guys? Yes, the lore is in the book. These guys seem pretty chill. Wait, I missed the beginning of the game. Who gave our character the case? Marsh? Yeah, it was like Dahlia. Some women. Wasn't really paying attention to her name, but Marsh would make sense. Let's just sleep. They can't kill me now, because they need to sacrifice me at a later date, so. The bed is too warm and comfy for such unimportant things as staying alive to keep you from snuggling back into it. Relieved about your decision, you scurry under the blanket and lay your head on the pillow. You spend the night in deep, dreamless sleep. Whew, then it's dawn. In a haze, you walk into the bathroom and change. Your face in the mirror above the sink looks like it's aged by many years. I feel like my life is being sapped being here. What? He almost died and it's like, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Wouldn't you be tired? Okay, that was like a lot of information. Your heart got pounding, like, after almost dying. I feel like the best thing you could do for yourself is go to sleep, right? They said they weren't gonna come back. They can't kill us now. It's past time. Has to be at midnight under constellations or whatever. You walk through the corridors, then down the stairs to the foyer. See, in the hotel it's the foyer, and in the police station it's the foyer. They're different places. You give Mr. Gilman the key.
I hope you had a pleasant night in our hotel. Very nice of you to bring back the key. Would you be so kind as to fill out our questionnaire?
With a stiff smile, he hands you a sheet of paper and pen. You rip up the paper, write obscenities in the different boxes, fill in the questionnaire. We'll fill it in. True, Bree. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you. You roll your eyes pointedly, but then you start to fill in the form truthfully, apart from current personal details. Would you recommend the Gilman Hotel to your friends? How satisfied were you with our service? Was there always a contact person available for you? You whistle quietly. The nerve of him. You'd love to ask Mr. Gilman questions about everything that went on last night, but an instinct that usually prefers to sleep advises you to get out of here while you can. None of the holiday makers that you met around town yesterday are anywhere to be seen on your way back, and the bus leaving Innsmouth for Boston is already waiting for you. It seems to be just waiting for you. You and a handful of disfigured villagers. Not a single tourist is among the travelers. You're probably much smarter than you and all arrived by car, surely. When the old bus starts to move, you decide to stop thinking about it. Months later. Boston, 13th November. You jerk awake. Only the pale moonlight seeps through the blinds of your apartment. It must be very late in the night. You're soaked in sweat, as per usual. Well, we should maybe lower the temperature if we don't want to be sweating. You sit up on the edge of the bed and try to calm down. You're safe. You're at home. You've managed to put an end to their schemes, the kidnappings, all the lies. We did not end any of that. What are you talking about? We just found out what was happening. You've escaped, but you're still under the spell of Innsmouth. A bad feeling. You returned to Boston. You did everything you could. We played a video game, and then we didn't die in a dream. That was everything we could? That was it. I mean, what did I expect? Became fish? You might think. Why does it always start us right here? I want to break into the... I feel like that's our best ending so far, though, guys. Let's break into the car now. Da 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 da. Utter nonsense. Completely plausible. It is completely plausible. Let's smash our windows. A brilliant idea! Your brain is running at full speed while complimenting itself for its ingenuity. A good day indeed. What's the best way of smashing the window? With a rock? With your elbow, like they do in the movies. We don't want to bleed everywhere. We'll get a rock. Of course you're going to use a rock. You're not completely stupid. You look around on the ground for a suitable stone. Found it. You lift up your tool and weigh it in your hands. Not too dirty. Good grip. Perfect. You look around the parking lot one last time to make sure you're by yourself. You aim and smash the stone right into the window. The window breaks and splinters. That was loud. Hopefully no one will have heard that. You peek inside the driver's cabin. Was there even a real child? So based on the lore we got from the weird cult guy, what happened is there was a real child, but she wasn't kidnapped. This Dahlia lady goes over to the other towns and lures people into Innsmouth to be sacrificed to Dagon by the creepy cult people. So she came to us because she's like, yeah, no one's gonna miss this guy, and then brought us over here, and then we just didn't get killed because we were good at talking and wasting their time. So, dancing in the moonlight. Fish people are the father. So was Greg the father of the child? That's all I got from it. I don't know if it was Greg specifically, but they said they mate with the fish creatures from the ocean. Like that's part of their ritual, which is why he was like, technically, we're not technically a sex cult, but like there is a mating ritual that we participate in with fish people. That was the gist of it. Yeah, that's why they're all fishy. They all have that skin condition. Technically, This is definitely an interesting take on H.P. Lovecraft. Don't worry, guys. I also own a Call of Cthulhu game that's more based on the actual H.P. Lovecraft stories than this one probably is. Suddenly the smell of stale old grease creeps up your nostrils. On the floor of the passenger seat, there's a scrunched brown paper bag with the logo of a fast food chain. A paper cup rests on the dashboard. Were these traces of kidnapped children? They're one half fish. They dance with the full fish people that are the children of Dagon. This game is so goofy, I love it. I had a feeling it was going to be very goofy. Very silly, very fun. You get the feeling that you're wasting your time, and you don't want to be caught in a smashed-up vehicle that doesn't belong to you. Luckily, the parking lot and the nearby streets seem to be completely deserted. You stayed in this parking lot a lot long enough. You don't want anyone else to call the police, maybe you should just go, you really hope the inside of the hotel, blah, 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 blah. No way am I chucking into this dump. I'm not going to chuck into this moldy stinkhole, you say out loud to yourself, just like a normal person would. Your words ring through the building, a slow, fading echo. Nobody walks up to complain to you or persuade you to give the place another chance. Better get out of here. Better get out of here, you say out loud. There must be something better than this hotel. Yeah, this story is cool. Didn't realize until later the fish thing is a metaphor for interracial marriage. Lovecraft was kind of whack, but I love the stories. Was it actually? That's horrible. So I have heard some things about Lovecraft. I don't really remember the deets. Oh, bye, Meister. Thanks for being here. It's good to have you. Enjoy the rest of your evening or day or whatever time it is. I cannot remember what time zone everyone is in. Yeah, I've heard he was not a great guy. Hence why they had that foreword, that preface at the beginning of the story, which is like, hey, we just think some of his stories are fun, but like we obviously do not subscribe to anything he says or like believed. But yeah, that's that is unfortunate, but that's that metaphor. Time to go look for Tabitha. Let's go to the harbor this time. There's a bunch of threads that I keep almost doing that I don't do. Maybe to keep things consistent, I should have gone to town and like done the arcade thing again, but this time looked at the child. We could have saw the child and piece something together there. Oh well. Innsmouth Harbor is signposted much better than the local hospital. You wonder if a hospital is even needed here. It's a half-hour walk. A mile-long carpet of cobblestones is now ahead of you. The traffic in Boston is more hectic, but at least they haven't heard of asphalt before. As you keep walking, there are fewer and fewer residential buildings along your path. In their stead, there are now warehouses that must be fish markets due to the smell. You can also hear the occasional metallic clinking from nearby workshops. People in gray raincoats are walking towards you. They're probably fishermen who have some errands to run. Now and again, in that split second when you pass one another, you catch a glimpse of the faces hidden under the hoods. Puffy eyes that look at you suspiciously. Although there are a few clouds in the sky, there's no chance of rain as far as you can tell. Why are they all wrapped up like that? You wonder if they have a sixth sense for approaching storms? The sound of the rhythmic blows of a hammer nearby tears you away from these thoughts. Egg, 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 egg. This is the fish cult, and chat is the egg cult. We all got our own cults going on. It would be interesting to watch and work in the shipyard, but little Tabitha is unlikely to be here to play. From a distance, you can already see the masts of the okay, Tabitha is missing. We're not, like, out looking for her. Mom wasn't just like, oh, she went out today and I can't find her. Will you find her playing in town with her friends? She was all like, she's been gone for a week, so why would we assume this? Even though I know the story now. I know she's not actually missing, but still, whatever. From a distance, you can already see the masts of the boats, which rise up into the skyline like a row of spears. Clowns in the sky? I see no clowns. You walk along a small street at the quay and the harbor basin just behind it. Breathe in the sea breeze. Look around. The view of the harbor is splendid. Boats of all shapes and sizes are coming and going. Nets are being emptied out and fishes seem to be endlessly splashing into huge freezer boxes. Local trades are being sealed with handshakes, and at the end of a wide headline, a huge lighthouse watches majestically over the bay. The ideal postcard motif if it weren't for the people. You only know fishermen from the movies, and you have to admit that you have certain prejudices. These include they have weather-beaten skin, and the captains always have well-groomed beards. They're either strong, silent types or hard-drinking lads who sing filthy sea shanties. But these creatures in front of you are neither majestic nor Larry. They move around more like tragic hunchbacks you'd expect to see in French cathedrals. Why did they want this life? Maybe it was Agatha all along. A few yards to the right, there's a fork in the road and a road sign pointing further north. Its inscription reads Innsmouth Paradise Beach. In the far distance, you can see a building that looks like a church. Hang on, a church? On the coast? How eccentric. You go to the beach, to the church, to the lighthouse. Well, we pointed out how eccentric the church is, and I'm guessing it's going to give us more info on these ritual sacrifices or whatever. The church is located on a hill overlooking the harbor. You immediately are drawn towards it. You stroll along the docks towards the cliffs. You take in the pleasant sea breeze and the hustle and bustle of the ships. Your original mission pops into your mind. This place is so relaxing. It's just too easy to forget about the little girl. No matter where we go, little girl gets forgotten so fast. No matter how... Okay. I guess I didn't try to stay on business that hard once the video games hit, but you know what I'm saying. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see 3 fishermen whose boats has just moored. They're not working. In fact, they're not doing anything. They're just standing there, staring at you. The feeling of serenity is slowly overtaken by anxiety. What are you looking at me for? Speed up your pace. Yeah, confront them. We're confrontational. What are you looking at me for? You shout across at them, giving them an aggressive look, and probably one of those arm movements like, huh, come at me, bro. I bet we do that, yeah. You can't see the gesture, because, again, no webcam, but still. You bet these little sea oafs have never before come across a tough city type such as yourself. One of the 3 still observes you with mild interest. The others are already looking at their nets. After a few yards, you turn around again. They're all gone. The crew must have disappeared below deck in their little boat. What a strange bunch. Suddenly, it's utterly plausible to you that the people in this town can disappear just like that. You're a little closer to the church building now, and you're relieved to find that there are a few dozen people outside its gates, and they're not the usual creepy Innsmouth kind. The group are gesticulating and discussing something in a very animated manner. Normal people! As you reach the courtyard, you're able to assess the situation a little better. 2 groups with about the same number of people are confronting one another, surrounded by a few more reserved onlookers. 2 shouty people, who appear to be the representatives of the 2 camps, are facing each other. A bronze plaque is displayed above the gates of the entrance. Ooh, the church is cool? Oh, that'll be fun that we look into it then. Wonder if the game lets you visit the refinery. That would be fun. Sarah, get out of here! Yeah, we need Sarah in there for that one. For those who know the story, didn't it end with the Navy shelling the town to kill the hordes of fish cultists? Huh? Engraved on it, Esoteric Order of Dagon. Ignore the crowd and go to the church. Join the crowd. Let's hear what the crowd has to say. Oh. You walk up to the crowd. You peek over the shoulders of the stocky figures in front of you. I just imagine myself putting my hands on the shoulder and just going weep up over the side of their shoulder. Who are listening to the 2 men that occasionally nod or mumble words of dissent. One of the 2 squabblers, a weather-beaten man with bulging eyes, is just about to launch into the finale of his speech.
And therefore, Dagon is the one God created us in his own image, and his only son is old Ben Marsh, who came to Earth as a man, and he is Dagon himself, because we... No, his counterpart interrupts. He's a bearded professor type, dressed in a gray wool sweater, who highlights every word with an aggressive jab of the pipe in his hands. Dagon is the creator of the world, but he's above us. He has no children, or nothing even close to this kind of thing. Even saying that is heresy. It's in the writings of his prophet Abdul-Hazad.
With a scrunched-up face and in a high-pitched voice, the sailor repeats these last words.
Abdul-Hazad! What a load of horse dung!
It's just the other guy. I messed up. It's fine. The crowd is now on fire. Their fists are raised, and there's crackling tension amongst the onlookers. Oh yeah, and the whole Obed Marsh was born by Immaculate Conception when Mary Ann Marsh was bathing in the sea story? What do you call that? She was blessed there to receive Obed, and you know it, the bug-eyed sailor shouts, and no longer trying to contain his anger. You know it, he said, hissingly quiet. The ongoing murmur of the crowd is occasionally drowned out by the heavy breathing of the 2 main speakers. The crowd is up in arms. Enter the church, get involved. You know, I don't follow this Dagon guy, but, I feel like I have a strong opinion. Wow, is that Davy Jones? You decided that's a good idea to get involved in religiously motivated arguments. It's always a good idea. You push your way through the ranks of the gawkers and clear your throat loudly. The two men turn to you, as does everyone else present. You're examined for a few seconds, and judging by the disparaging looks, the collective has quickly become to a unanimous verdict. You are not welcome here. Guys. I can help you. Me. I can. I'm ready to get I'm gonna get sacrificed. I can help you, you promise, ever the optimist.
Oh yeah? How exactly?
The fisherman grunts at you.
I don't recall seeing you at any of the theological study groups on Esoteric Order of Dagon.
His opponent agrees.
Exactly. And I've also never seen you at bingo!
You can hear the people agreeing on both sides of the conflict. Not only do you think that it's a good idea to get involved in religiously motivated arguments, you also think it's a good idea to get involved without even having a hint of a clue of what's going on. It's poor life choices like this that have cost you a number of teeth during your various bar brawls. Fine, at least you've managed to unite them against you. The first step towards a solution, surely. See, I've already helped them. I can help you if you explain to me what's going on. You give me some information that I require first. The brawlers are made up of a motley crew of villagers. You recognize the leather raincoats of the fishermen, smocks, and even a few clean plain shirts with a few sad ties dangling off of them. One of these people here must know about the little girl. I can help you if you give me some information that I require. Without hesitating, you dangle the photo of the little girl in front of the people as if it's a newborn baby lion. The men and women squint and look at the photo with gaping mouths, and then they burst out laughing. They laugh and shout and squeal. At least you've managed to distract them from the infighting, you think to yourself, albeit a little embarrassed. The two groups are about to disperse. Try it one more time. Enter the church. Leave the churchyard. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to do it again. We'll enter the church. Why not? You're already here after all. Almost immediately, two grumpy-looking men clothed like fishermen stand in your way, preventing you from entering the church. They seem to have a competition going as to who can give you the most sinister look. What now? I need to go in there. Leave the churchyard. I insist I go inside. You murmur, a little intimidated. I'm sorry, but can I go in there, do you think? Will you let me through, please? I don't think so, scoffs the younger of the two.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go in there. This is only for children of Dagon.
The older one grunts. They look at you with a glint in their eyes. Fine, I guess I can only go in if they're arguing. You decide to leave. Other than religious fanatics, the Church of Dagon does not seem to have much else to offer, and there are enough of those in Boston. You walk down the sloping path from which you have come until you're back at the quay wall of the harbor. You go to the beach, to the lighthouse. Go check out the lighthouse, guys. Lighthouse formation? Initially, it looked as if the lighthouse was quite close, but as you keep walking, you realize that this trip is much longer than you expected. Ooh. New load. A path consisting of jagged rocks leads to the lighthouse in the harbor. The lighthouse is on the end of the narrow strip of land, and as you walk towards it, the surging waves risk drenching your clothes in icy salt water. It takes all the concentration and some balancing not to wipe out on the slippery rocks. In your mind's eye, new bills are already fluttering into the mailbox. One from the shoe repair shop and one from the physiotherapist. An overturned wooden sign lines the ground between a few of the rocks. You read the label. Warning! Absolutely no trespassing! Thank you! Warning! No trespassing! Innsmouth hasn't been precisely inviting since your arrival, so you already know the tune. You approach the lighthouse looking for shelter, but with every step you take, the place becomes more and more unwelcoming. The gray clouds transform into a mighty storm. Lightning strikes the top of the tower and sparks fly. Despite the storm, the lighthouse keeper hasn't put on the signal, so there's no beam of light to guide boats out the safety of the harbor of Innsmouth. Soon, you're completely drenched, but you make it at last. You're standing at the door leading to the inside of the lighthouse. Some joker has scratched something into the flaking white layer of paint on the surface of the door. Do not come any closer. They want your body. Pfft, what a jokester, am I right, guys? Am I right? That sounds suspiciously like a UFO sect, a sex cult. Danger! A sex cult, obviously. One hears about these sex cults all the time. You regularly watch documentaries about them on special websites that you visit in incognito mode. What are we doing? The special and intensive form of preparation should have taught you everything you need to know and do if you ever encounter a cult. You tug your underwear into place and walk purposefully forward. After all, you're on a mission. You consider the dangers that this dilapidated old building may hold. A fragile building about to collapse, UFO nutters with aluminum hats, sex-hungry, mindless, and naked cultists, house dust. Not to mention the missing girl that you need to find. Still, how often do you come to a place like this? Almost automatically, your hand comes to rest on the back iron door handle and pushes it down slowly and carefully. The door opens a crack, giving you a small glimpse into the neglected interior of the lighthouse. Darkness. Enter or return to the harbor. Guys, we've come this far. Unsure of what to do next, you peek into the darkness. It's a dark, tall building. A very, very tall and thin building, admittedly. It is highly unlikely that the lighthouse will collapse today of all days. At least that's what you keep repeating in your mind, like a mantra. You step inside. It's dry, but cold darkness. The icy, stale air cools your shivering limbs even further. A spiral staircase leads up the higher levels into the top of the lighthouse. On the higher floors, you can see round windows in the side of the wall, through which thunder and lightning throw brief flickers of light. Even the lowest corridor catches some of this light, so that you find yourself not completely in the dark. There are also some lamps that wind up along the banister. The black and white tiles on the floor have probably not been cleaned since the dawn of time. Storage boxes are cluttered around the place and take up about a third of the area of the ground level. To your astonishment, the walls of the lighthouse consist of a solid stone foundation. The metallic red and white painted exterior cladding must have been installed sometime later as a modernization measure. You think that a sex cult in here is now a bit unlikely, but you do not want to give up hope just yet. Why are you hoping for that? Why? What now? Flip the white switch, inspect the boxes, walk up the stairs. I mean, let's inspect the boxes and then we can flip the switch and then we can walk up the stairs. Considering that the lighthouse is easy to reach from the port, it strikes, like lightning, you as odd that there are all of these supplies here. The boxes seem to hold food supplies, which make up a bulk of the goods, the loads of spare electrical parts. You inspect one of the open crates that, according to its label, has been delivered by a company from Salem. Spare lamps, tools, wiring. In theory, even a dusty system, such as this one, can be brought back to life with all these parts. The food is not quite to your taste, but efficient. Tinned tuna, sauerkraut, all kinds of canned fruit still fill over half of one of the open crates. Are we just gonna rob these people? Man, he is down bad. Yeah, well, all the rizzing didn't work, so he can only hope. 4 of the boxes are empty. 12 others are still untouched. Whoever lived here must have avoided contact with the locals, like the devil avoiding holy water. Finally, some sensible people flip the white switch. Trying won't hurt, unless of course you blow a fuse. You flip the light switch and wait in the twilight for something to happen. You know from old lamps in the cellar that they sometimes need a little time. You flip the switch again, and again. You come to the conclusion that you'll have to just make do with pale daylight. Oh, as you look more closely, you realize that there's an inscription just above the light switch. You manage to make out, "Activate to close the electrical circuit. Electricity powers many machines, especially those giving off light and warmth." Indeed. That is how light switches work. Well observed, strange person who wrote on the wall. Climb the stairs. Clearly he needs to brush up on Lovecraftian cosmic horror. Yeah. The banister has suffered the most age damage. The ravages of time have not only worn away the paint on the metal, but also the iron struts and pillars themselves. The scaffold seems to move precariously as you walk up, just as if the construction is about to collapse. When you're halfway up the stairs, you can hear a loud metallic creaking sound. The stairway suddenly jerks down a little, and your insides feel like they continue dropping to the ground. Fine dust flutters down onto your head. Are we gonna die here because, like, the stairs break? So this is gonna be fall damage? You try to guess the depth of a fall. If the structure were to collapse now, you would break quite a few bones, or worse. The chances of you getting caught up in a sex cult decrease with every step you take. And I'm sure your disappointment is increasing too, my guy. My goodness. Keep walking. Turn around. Hey, let's commit. We're nothing but committed here. We have established this in all of the other playthroughs. Just because the core of the spiral staircase is a bit loose, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to collapse, right? And perhaps it's just the residual alcohol in your bloodstream from, like last night, that's causing everything to spin. Yeah? Probably. All right. You carefully continue your way to one of the higher floors. About 30 feet above the entrance hall is the first mezzanine floor. A metal plate is on the core of the spiral staircase. Would also provide some stability if the whole thing wasn't so damn rusty. You can see a plain bed, a desk with a telephone, a chest of drawers, and a wardrobe with an embedded mirror. A Persian carpet is laid out above the ribbed metal floor, a pathetic attempt to make this room a little more homey. At least there's a window on this level. Rain pelts against the glass. The weather outside seems to grow worse and worse. Try if it's fall damage. It probably is fall damage. You hesitate. Inspect the room more closely. I mean, might as well. We walked all the way up here. There's not much to explore here. Some neatly folded sheets and bedding have been placed on the bed, awaiting a new inhabitant, perhaps. The sex cult theory might still be intact after all, gang. You turn to the desk. On it are a few envelopes and an atlas. You inspect the envelopes, the bed, the atlas, the telephone. Now, there's a telephone? Let's do envelopes first. You grab the envelope from the stack. Your fingers glide over the rough, fibrous paper. In the faint light, you can see how yellowed the envelope is. Either this is specially made paper from the craft shop, or these letters are pretty old. The envelope is not sealed, so you fish out 10 $100 bills! Guys, we might be able to pay off our in-app purchase debt! And a piece of paper with strange doodles you don't make sense to you. Is that a language? The characters are too chaotic for a normal text. Going across in rows and back again. On the back you find a small text in English. Means of payment, necessary for purchases of goods and services, valid from, to, with some doodles instead of a date. Maybe it's art? The only question is whether you're going to pocket the money or not, of course. The envelope had not been sealed, not a soul around for miles, and you need the money badly. You briefly try to convince yourself that that the money might go off. There seems to be something of a shelf life implied. You can't think of any better arguments, and even those you'd be hard-pressed to accept as an excuse for your behavior. Payday! We can buy more Legos. Yeah, don't pay off the debt. Go further into debt. Hastily, you stuff the bills into the inside pockets of your jacket. That's where they are now, right above your heart. You put the scribbled paper back into the envelope because that's exactly how you found it, precisely like that. You inspect the bed. It doesn't look super cozy. There's a note pinned to the headboard. Place of rest, used for sleep cycle and procreation rituals. Traditionally used during the nighttime for care, instructions, and terminology. Check. The rest of the note is not legible and covered by strange scribbles. Ooh. And we can get more Pikmin. That's right, Freddy. More Pikmin. The Atlas, from 1984, is still in amazingly good condition. You'd think that it had been sitting here on this desk for decades, waiting just for you. You look through the table of contents and then flip through the atlas. Some pages are marked. Areas in Antarctica and Australia are marked with strange curls. In addition, pages about the United States and the state of Massachusetts and the surroundings of Innsmouth are marked. A yellow road map of Innsmouth has been stuck into these pages like a bookmark. The lighthouse is marked. On the last page, you will find an entry, land mass distribution and political territories, valid for, followed by a series of some small curls. You put the book back how you found it. I'm going to be honest, I didn't retain anything I just read. I completely zoned out. I know the lighthouse was circled, and that was it. The telephone! And just possibly more pickles. Antarctica, Mountain of Madness. It's an old telephone with a dial plate, just for fun. You pick up the receiver and get a dial tone. I always love listening to them dial tones for fun. Next to the phone is another note. Communication apparatus connects acoustically to other similarly constructed equipment after the identification number is entered. Identification numbers can be obtained in person or from a central register provided. Under the phone are 2 old books dating back to the 70s. The first one is a consumer electronics manual. A short leaf through shows you manuals and construction plans for the TVs, cameras, telephones, radios, cars, and the like. The other book is a Boston phone book. There's a bookmark peeking out of the side of it. When you open the book on the page, the phone number of a carpet cleaning company is marked. You can make neither head nor tail of the matter. Call the phone number. Let's do a prank call, guys. Just for fun. Just for funsies. It's just a prank. Alright, it'll be fine. On a whim, you decide to call the number. Maybe someone on the other end has an explanation for all this. You know that is very likely that the shop is bankrupt and the connection has been switched off. After all, the number's from the early 70s. Freddy! Genius! Forget the Legos and the Pikmin! We can get chicken wings! Chicken wings! Chicken wings! Chicken wings! I'll have to eat those tomorrow. To your surprise, there's a signal, and it seems to ring at the other end. After 4 or 5 rings, someone actually picks up the phone, but instead of a voice, you hear a series of strange clicking noises, as if a giant cricket or like an angry lobster were on the other end. Click, click. Hello? Hang up. I feel like we've given away our location, my friends. I want to know if it can speak English. Hello? Anybody there? The clicking sound on the other end ceases, and a voice comes through the receiver. Cole's carpet cleaner, James speaking. How can I help? Is it really? It really is a carpet cleaner. Who would have thought? I'm calling from a lighthouse. Just give away our location. Get some fried pickles to go on the side. Vest with ranch dressing for dipping. Get them fried pickles. I can get free chicken wings from the Navy. Can I still get the Legos? Ryan, if there's enough money left over after Freddie and I get our wings, we can buy you some Legos and some fried pickles for Sarah and for the autistic Bigfoot. I'm calling from a lighthouse. A lighthouse, really? Really, have you now? Have you, mate? Have you ever looked into the sea from above? There's something quite surreal about that answer. No. You should definitely do that. The view's breathtaking, mate. Right, wouldn't ya? Yeah, alright. Would you go so far as to say it could change your whole life? But if you're in Innsmouth, there's nothing I can do for you. We only clean carpets in Boston. Now, if you excuse me, I have work to do. Hung up. You inspect nothing else. Spicy nugs. Spicy nuggies. You think you've seen enough and continue to follow up the banister of the stairs. Meanwhile, thunder and lightning outside have become so furious, just as if the center of the storm is the lighthouse itself. Stoically, you continue your way upstairs. The banister continues to wobble and squeak suspiciously, but it withstands the strain. Never said Innsmouth. I know, we didn't. We didn't say it. How did he know? We just said lighthouse. It's probably the only place they get called from a lighthouse. Or they might have caller ID. So they probably already knew. The radius of the spiral staircase gradually becomes smaller. You estimate that you are now halfway up the building. You walk past another platform floor. This level is obviously used for nothing else but storing boxes. At least 30 or 40 stacked boxes full to the brim with books. Ooh, ambiance. Wow, that British voice is spot on. Thanks, Freddie. I'll take that seriously if you are British. Otherwise, we can only assume that it is not accurate. Also, I was, if you guys seen those videos, those shorts that these British guys make where it's like, when you play a video game but you do all the side quests before the main quest, and it's like, alright, now it's time to do the main quest and blah blah blah, and you're like, oh, actually mate, I've already done that. Yeah, I've already done this thing. Well, I'm Mexican. Sorry, Freddie, then I can't count. You have to get approval from those that have the accent themselves. Seeing all these books... Oh, yeah, but those videos are funny. If you haven't seen them, you should watch them. Seeing all these books causes a warm and fuzzy feeling in the pit of your stomach. You to be sick. I love books. What are you talking about? I'm surrounded by books as we speak. How adorable! The previous lighthouse keepers must have been bibliophiles. You hope that you can get to meet them. Even they're... Okay, you remember the room we just looked at, right? Even though the place does look pretty deserted, you hesitate, inspect the books. You take a moment to examine the boxes and their contents more closely. Quickly you realize that these are the most exclusive nonfiction books. That they are almost exclusively nonfiction books. You discover lexicons, grammar for English and Spanish, nonfiction books on biology, chemistry, physics, and geography. There's also a Bible, a guide to etiquette, and a worn handbook for tourists on the East Coast. Out of interest, you flip through some of the books. The newest ones seem to be from around the 1980s, but some go back as far as the 20s. Many are decorated with strange curls around the edges. In the last box, you find a few books that differ greatly from the scientific characters of the rest. These are books about occultism and obscure religions. Titles like The Mysteries of the Worm, Unspeakable Cults, and Liber Ivoris. Then there's also a book by a popular UFO nutcase, and suddenly everything makes sense. Maybe the lighthouse keeper was a little soft in the head, probably of loneliness. Void Dark. I love their shorts. Is that their name? I never catch the names of people, but yes, they're wonderful. They're very funny. You keep walking up the stairs, pass another mezzanine, and then you're on the upper level of the lighthouse. It's getting more and more unlikely that you'll find anything relating to your case here. Oh well, when have we ever cared about that, really, even when we were trying to? Up to the last level, examine the mezzanine. We walk through it. We might as well examine it. It's not like we're on a time crunch here. You find a strange collection of objects on this level. Sports equipment, musical instruments, and toys, and the objects seem to have no connection to one another. In one corner, you see an old tube television with a Betamax device connected to it. Maybe it's worth looking through all this. Perhaps you'll find something valuable, interesting. Something interesting. You inspect the exercise machines, the toys, the musical instruments, the TV. We'll just take it one by one. Gamers. All right. As a sports grump, you've never managed to understand why people, after they have mastered mobility without using legs, would still voluntarily stand on bicycles or treadmills for fun. You suspect it must be a deep-seated masochism in the collective soul. The sports equipment includes a bicycle trainer, a treadmill, and a device that simulates climbing stairs. The latter seems particularly pointless to you, as this tower, by God, already has enough stairs. In general, you do not understand why all of these devices had to be carried up all the way to the second to last floor. In addition, all the sports equipment looks like they hardly have ever been used. So I should have said gosh, I'm sorry. On each machine, there is a small roll of pictograms that show the use of the machine. At first, you think that they are instructions from the manufacturer, but then you realize that the pictograms are hand-drawn. You inspect the toys. Pro gamer moment, gamers. It is a bunch of colorful objects arranged on a table. You find a Rubik's Cube, a plastic hoop, some juggling balls, and a bunch of Mikado sticks. There's also a few of those annoying skill-based games where you have two metal hooks tangled together and you have to get them apart somehow, but you can't make it work and you get frustrated and then you just want to have tequila shots and be left alone with what kind of nonsense. Emma, that's not why you come to the pub. You know the kind. Besides toys, you also find a pen and a piece of blank paper, a key and a padlock, some tins, a can opener, a plate of cutlery, and other everyday items. On the wall behind the table hangs a large poster on which someone has drawn two hands. It's labeled Hands! Know your tools! Underneath are some hand gestures that you can use to create shadow play. You fiddle for a bit and expand your repertoire. Now you can do the crane, the elephant, and the crossroads. We could start a new career, guys. The musical instruments. You see a piano and a guitar. You shudder just thinking about the poor soul that had to drag the piano up on this floor. Why wouldn't you keep it in the bottom? On the top of the piano are some sheets of paper. Strangely enough, they are not musical scores, but a collection of curls and drawings of finger positions. It seems as if the piano was intended less as a musical instrument and more as a training ground for finger acrobatics. You don't know what to make of all of this. The TV. An old tube TV with a video recorder attached, Betamax to be exact. A cassette is lying on top of the device with a note saying, "Information memory. Insert into device and activate data. Playback." Underneath, a stylized drawing of the individual steps. Watch the video. You can't think of anything better to do with your time, so you insert the cassette and start the machine. The picture quality is, well, that of a video cassette. There doesn't seem to be any sound, just a series of images of people walking, strolling, running, hiking. The material seems to be cut together from different sources, regardless of context. You see excerpts from movies, sports, news, aerobics videos, music shows. Then follow footage of people sitting on chairs, climbing stairs, dancing, cycling, swimming, all in complete silence. Wow, that's boring. Finally, the screen goes dark. Just as you are about to take the tape out of the recorder, a new section of recording begins. This isn't the same wild mix of source material, but this time the focus is on hands. Clapping hands, gesticulating hands, hands that use typewriters, cutting food, steering cars, and other things. You wait desperately for an explanation, but the whole movie is completely silent. Then the picture turns black, and with a loud click, the tape is ejected. Well, that was a waste of time. At least no creepy Japanese kids crawled out of the TV, so bonus. Last level. Last level, gamers. We need to also examine these floors, just to get a break from climbing all the stairs. Especially since our main character just mentioned they don't really exercise much. Last steps are always the hardest. Or is it the first ones? No matter which steps, your heart is now beating so strongly that you can feel it pressing against your chest. Once you go back home, you should really consider a healthier lifestyle. So the lighthouse is training grounds for impersonating humans, Giant Pratty. Yeah, that's pretty much what what I've been picking up here. It's not only for learning how to impersonate humans, but they also had that bed they said they used for procreation. So, well, actually, were they saying that's what people use for procreation, or were they saying they use it? They might have been saying people, like that's where humans do that there. That would make more sense, because that's what they were explaining with all the other stuff, where they're like, this is what the switch is for, this is what a phone is for. At last you have reached the top floor of the lighthouse. Dulled glass windows separate you from the thunderstorm outside. Rain pours down on the panes, and lightning occasionally illuminates the sky and reveals the billowing sea. If you were an artist, this would be an ideal place to paint tasteless paintings with ships on the churning waters. Yeah, no one's ever seen those before. In the center of the floor, there is a metal column that must be there to support the lighthouse's uppermost platform. You assume that all of this serves to stabilize and balance the construction. Apart from that, the floor is completely unfurnished. Sheets of paper with strange doodles are fixed in some of the window panes. Pencil portraits of people, trees, houses, dogs. Around each drawing, someone seems to have made notes, but you can't make out the language. You wonder if it was a destitute artist who lived here towards the end, or some sort of Russian sleeper agent. You know what I'm just realizing too? We're a horrible detective for like a variety of reasons. One of the highest ones being that we are completely avoiding doing any research into the person we're supposed to be looking for, no matter which route we seem to take. But also, this lighthouse, very obviously, from like the moment you get to that first landing, the mezzanine or whatever, is very, very clearly being like, oh yeah, this is where people or creatures are learning how to impersonate humans and like what humans use. And they've been doing it for a long time and stuff is outdated. And they haven't picked up on a single one. We have like nothing going on in our brain, all right? You could look through one ear and see out the other side. Wind could pass through it. There's nothing but a desert between these ears at this point. Another ramp leads to the top of the lighthouse, where the actual lighthouse apparatus must be installed. You walk up the steep stairs. We'll do anything but find that goofy child. Honestly, they probably don't even want the goofy child to be found. You've done it! You made it to the top of the lighthouse! Everyone level up! Do-do-do-do! Not in a million years did you think that this job would take you to such an exciting place in a boring coastal town. There's still a nasty thunderstorm out there, and the lightning keeps illuminating the glass cage in erratic intervals. Spellbound, you look at the roaring waves. They're beautiful. The powerful and steady movement of the waves, the foamy salt water splashing up oh so incredibly high. You're so enticed by all that majestic beauty, but you almost wish you were outside now to feel the fresh sea, breeze on your skin. But wait, why did you come here again? You try to tear yourself away from the endless spectacle of the sea and turn your attention to the center of the small glass dome. It's then that you make out a curious observation. The lighthouse has no light at all. Dude, what the heck you calling yourself a lighthouse for? You gotta meet the definition. There's no light construction that would rotate in the direction of the harbor or the sea, not even a flashlight on the microphone stand, where you would expect some sort of electrical machine. There's only a black column of about 3 feet height, whose curved forms merge at the top into a kind of marble plate. An altar, a voice in the back of your head, informs you. Wait, I'm sorry, did we just hear a voice in our head? Bree, do you have a favorite weapon that you like using from Splatoon 3? I usually use the Kraken roller. It's probably my preferred weapon. I really like the Kraken special, and I like rollers generally, and I love beacons. I love putting down the beacons to spawn too. It's especially good if your team also knows to use them. But even if they don't, I like having them around to get me further into the map and stuff, so I usually try to have some weapons with beacons. I was also good with a, one of the buckets for a while, but it's been a while since I've used it. And I got really good with the hero, the default gun, too. There are some dualies I like, but it's usually a Kraken roller. Looks out the window, beast from 20,000 fathoms is staring back at you. Wrong franchise. It would be pretty funny if this whole game actually doesn't have an ending. We're finding the child. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, from what we learned from the cult people, the child is just a decoy. Like, they're not really meant to be found, but I think there's got to be a version where we run into her, though, at the arcade instead of kicking her in the face, right? That had to be her. That was probably her. Blah, 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 blah. So a voice told us it was an altar. Ooh, ambiance. What a nice little storm to sleep to. Right, guys? We should just go to bed here. There's a cube on the altar. Look at the cube more closely. Leave this place immediately. Back. Did we win? Oh, Lumeria. We've won abundantly. Mostly in the arcade. Oh, and also in a nightmare. But I think we should join Cube Gain. I think you're right, Giant Pratty. We came this far. Why would we leave? Well, we kicked her in the face, Freddy. Yeah, no, we straight up, like, need her. And she went, ow! But everybody else ignored her, too, because they're like, wow, what an annoying kid. And they cheered us on as we won. Arcade. As we won the arcade. Intrigued, you walk closer. The material of the cube must be bronze. It glistens dully in front of the black marble column. The object looks as if it belongs just there. It's perfect, right where it is. Everything looks as if it's been made from one piece. What you first thought was some arbitrary decoration turns out to be hieroglyphics. Cranes, simple tools, knowing eyes. Curiously, you walk to the column on which the cube rests. What are Egyptian hieroglyphs doing in the lighthouse on the east coast of the United States? Your fingers are itching. You take the cube into your possession. Get out of this place. Now, you can't offer me to get out of this place twice and expect me to actually take you up on that offer. I told you, we need money. This cube is probably worth something, right? No child could stop Bree from playing Doom. Just for a brief second, you simply have to hold the bronze cube in your hands. Feel the texture of its surface on your fingertips. Expect the hieroglyphs more closely. Measure its exact weight. Smell it. Lick it. Okay, that's interesting. You have to know everything, absolutely everything about it. So you have to lick it to do. All right, you have interesting thoughts. You extend your hand to touch the cube, and now you can't let go of it again. It seems to have melted into your skin or somehow attached itself to you. Yes, it sucked itself into you, and it continues to suck. Your consciousness and your soul, everything is now trapped in a never-ending slipstream coming from this cube. You feel like you're caught in a mighty vortex that pulls you down deeper and even deeper. All of a sudden, you have a strange out-of-body experience and start to see yourself from the perspective of the cube. You feel something unbelievably strange inside of you. Some sort of being has emerged from the depths of the vortex and is passing you by to float in the opposite direction. Your soul is swallowed by the cube, and something strange occupies your body, loosens the last anchors, and pushes you over the edge. You cling desperately to your mortal shell, and then your consciousness starts to crumble. For a brief moment, you think that from the perspective of the cube, you're looking at eyes that no longer belong to you. Then everything goes black. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Is it not over? I thought that would be surely this is a death, right? As you wake up, As you wake up from restless dreams, a bright light shines into your eyes. It feels like a burning sensation directly penetrating into your brain. After the initial shock, you gradually come to your senses. You are no longer in the lighthouse. Should I read everything like that from now on? You find yourself in a huge round chamber made of dark, smooth stone. Curved lines adorn the walls and give off a soft fluorescent glow. You begin to... my head. You begin... Yes. Please, no. You could do a remix. You begin to wonder how many hours you've been knocked out. Did you have a stroke? Probably with the way I read that last paragraph. No wonder, given all the stress you constantly put yourself under. Probably from all the debt you keep accruing. I mean, your life choices are poor. I say as I've also made a lot of these poor life choices. A sound, a chirping and clacking that vaguely reminds you of insects. Only it's louder, and it seems to be coming from directly behind you. Someone's in this room with you. You turn around quickly, trying to find the source of the clacking sound, and you regret it immediately. Hideous, bizarre monsters are lined up in front of you, like on the set of a bad horror movie. They're basically just huge cones of flesh covered with a thin film of slime. You instinctively think of your landlady and touch them. Guys, we could riz them up. We've been preparing for this. Why do I have a hole in my pants? When did this happen? Why do all my clothes have holes in them? Fond memories from a hot evening one August. Mrs. Voldegort. It's like Voldemort, but Mrs. Voldegort was once again upset about a missing payment, scolding you and at the same time sweating at a yellowish light of the evening sun. Sweat formed on her face and collected on her upper lip. You were completely hypnotized by the sight, which was not conducive to the ongoing rent negotiations. But right now you have other problems. Yes, it seems we get easily distracted by a lot of stuff. The flesh cones are a bizarre sight. Your mind is having trouble processing what it sees. At the top of the flesh cones, there are 4 tentacle-like growths, each ending in a different organ. Organ? I don't think there's like 2 claw-shaped things right here. Those aren't organs. Okay, I can't expect this character to be informed of anything. I don't remember this in Harry Potter. You might have read a different version. You might have read an edited version. If you don't, this is like a very famous part of Harry Potter. Another one ends in a jumble of trumpet-like tubes, and a 4th one forms what you think is the head of the creature. A round organ with 3 eyes, a set of feelers above, and a ring of tentacles just below. Half a dozen of these creatures now stare at you from their bright yellow eyes, clicking their scissors menacingly. Menacingly! One of the beings breaks away from the group and comes towards you with its claws raised. You do the only rational thing. You try to run away, you prepare to fight, you start to scream. Now, if our dream sequence taught us anything, gang, it's that violence is the answer. But what if they're friendly? No, answer violence. You have no idea what planet these monsters come from. But they have never had to deal with a private detective from Boston. This creature moves like a snail. It's got no legs. Rather, its base keeps expanding and contracting. This gives you enough time to analyze its weak points. Insert Sherlock Holmes sequence right here. All right. Our not mentor, what does that call when you look up to a person, whatever that word is. Sherlock Holmes. Role model. That's it. I remembered English. Our role model, Sherlock Holmes, will analyze this and fight him like a boxing match. You reckon that it's about your size, and although its claws look scary, you don't think these spindly arms can exert much force. His neck in particular seems to be a weak spot. What neck? He's just a fleshy blob. 1 or 2 hard hits on its head should put this pathetic barnacle out of business. How would you know that? You raise your fists aggressively. Look out for those Bostonians! But instead of your hands, these scissors at the end of the tentacles appear in front of your eyes. You stare down at yourself in disbelief and find yourself transformed into a monstrous vermin. I'm looking into a mirror. Were you expecting to see your legs? There is only a fleshy cone from which 4 tentacles grow a pitiful claw arm, a trumpet-like extension, and your neck. They are no longer in your own body. What is happening to me? You ask yourself, but you already know it yourself. You are one of these monsters. You faint. You should be able to understand me now. You open your eyes. You're still in the same position where you lost consciousness. Only a brief moment seems to have passed. But what is this pinching feeling on your neck? Looks like a small device has been attached to your new body. Waking up in a new body is disturbing. I understand that. So, first of all, let me reassure you that this state is not permanent, and when you return, you won't remember anything. I was so prepared for this to be a death ending, and it feels more and more like that's not the case. You hear the voice not through your ears or the comparable organ in this body, but directly in your head. What you hear is the clicking of scissors. Oh, I don't want to picture that. I've attached a translation device to you. We can now discuss all the questions you no doubt have. Evidently, the beings communicate with each other via their scissors. So, what would you like to know? Who are you? Where am I? What's happened to my body? Mention your vegan diet. I have no questions at this stage. Head empty. Wait, is this from the astral projection time travel alien story? I hated that one. The giant pratty. I wouldn't know. The creature straightens up. We, the translation in your head begins with an air of gravitas. The great race of Yith. We are the wisest species in the whole of creation. Countless eons ago, but also in the distant future, we made it our mission to gather all the knowledge of the universe. We have sent our agents through space and why? They said I'm going to forget everything when I return to my body, so what does it matter if any of these questions get answered? We learned of our own demise in this way. We transplanted our spirits en masse into this form that you now see before you. Your new friend seems to want to do a playful pirouette to show off his body. But since he's resting on a slimy snail's foot, the process takes a good 2 minutes. You're just staring at him as he spins in a circle for 2 minutes. Is this becoming a fever dream? When has it not been a fever dream? It's Glitch. At what point has this not been a fever dream? You like that's the consistent vibe, right? Snazzy, isn't it? So functional and sturdy. His scissors rub against each other, which your device translate as a bashful coughing. Anyway, to answer your question more directly, I'm Merton. My colleagues and I are archivists of the Great Library of Punctuous, Department of Human Studies, Western Hemisphere Subdivision, Pre-Nuclear America Working Group, or as we call ourselves, the Tough Amebactes. As if they've rehearsed it before, the other Yith in the room again shout, Tough Ambactes! The Junji Itoho was pretty standard fare, in my opinion. Yeah, that's fair, Sarah. That's fair. That's pretty standard. Great. They're nerds. So we're in good company. Ask another question. Pre-nuclear America? The creature is thinking, you are in Australia. Huh? You always imagined Australia differently. Nah. As somebody who's been there, this is pretty much Australia. Can confirm. The important question is when you are, clicks one of the beings from further back in the room. The creature close to you abruptly turns its long neck towards the heckler. Dang it, Frank! That was my favorite part of the newcomer lecture! Don't spoil it for me! Although you do not yet have much control over your new body, you can apparently roll your eyes. Okay. When am I? But the creature in front of you seems to be in a huff.
Man, it's no fun now. You're on Pangea in the Permian period in the late Paleozoic era, where in the distant future Australia will one day arise, about 250 million years before we picked you up.
Okay. Ask another question. Time travel. Touche, Australia. I've traveled through time. Now it's the creature's turn to roll its eyes.
Ugh. To make this brief, yes, you did. Yes, like on TV. Just completely different. No, we don't keep a record of lottery numbers. No, we have no interest in killing fascists while they're still children. No, we cannot start any paradoxes. The universe is predetermined and free will is an illusion. Yes, that can be a bit depressing at times, but also very liberating if you think about it for a moment. Yes, we also know about Back to the Future. Any questions?
Yeah. If you can time travel, why do I have to wait here for years for my body to be released? Would, it not be possible to send me back to the point in time where your colleague leaves my body in this very moment? The creature nods slowly.
Yes, you'd think that, wouldn't you?
No further explanation seems to be forthcoming. Yeah, how to write around plot holes. Bring them up, don't address them. But they know about Bill and Ted. Yeah, we have to list everything. Ask them everything they know about. Ask about sports bets. There must be some way to make money off of this situation. Okay. Fine. No lottery numbers. What about sports bets? The creature throws his scissors in the air in frustration.
What is with you people in sports? I once watched a 100-meter race done by one of our subdivisions. The 2 most boring days of my life.
So, what would you like to know? What's happened to my body? What has happened to my body? The translator transforms your thoughts into clicking sounds. I wonder if they expected me to ask that first. You can only hope that the pressing nature of your question has not been lost in translation.
Yes, that's the unpleasant part of the lecture. You touched one of our carefully placed transmitters, so your mind was switched with one of our agents.
Carefully placed You mean the cube?
The cube at the top of the abandoned and locked lighthouse in the forgotten backwoods village in the middle of nowhere? I guess. The transmitter is placed in a way that ensures that it is only found by people who are not easily missed.
Story of my life.
While you are here, our agent is gathering vital information about your society and environment using your body. You are to remain...
it's probably way more intelligent than what it was when we inhabited it.
You are to remain here in this body and must wait until he has completed his mission. Then we will erase your memory so you won't take any of your superior knowledge with you and send you back.
Yeah, they totally expected me to ask this obviously pressing question first. Since they mentioned the body swapping in one of the different questions. And, how long does that normally take? The creature answers sheepishly. Oh, 3 to 10 years max? This information hits you like a kick in the stomach, which in this body seems to be at the bottom of the fleshy cone. It's a very unusual feeling. 3 to 10 years? You mean Earth years? What am I supposed to do in the meantime?
Well, we've got a lot of things to read around here. Also, we'd like you to write down your life story for us. An autobiography for the great library, preserved for all eternity. A bit of immortality most things in the galaxy dare not even hope for.
I honestly thought this thing was going to kill us, but now we're having a casual conversation with it. Freddy, yeah, I thought that same thing too. Things just keep taking a weird turn around here. So their agent can get sacrificed to the fish people. Hopefully he also has Riz. Ryan, we've been speaking to these guys. There's no Riz. It's Glitch. Thanks for being here. Have a good rest of your night. And you choose fight. I always choose fight. Oh dear.
But I'm on a mission. I need to find a little girl.
People are counting on me. Never mind the fact that I was completely ignoring that the entire time that I was actually there. The creature looks at you with something that, even despite the strange facial features, you managed to recognize as skepticism.
If your mission was so important, why did you waste so much time in the lighthouse?
Good question, actually.
You need to accept that your mission is over. Try to use your time here productively, but I'm gonna forget all about it, so why?
Mention your vegan diet. I'm hungry. I only eat vegetarian food. Vegetarian and vegan are different. You don't even know about your own diet. Do you have any good vegetarian snacks? The creature nods confusedly. Strange question? But yes. It is very important that the food is completely plant-based. Sally, get in here. This is for you.
Oh, don't worry. We're all vegetarians. There are no other food options. Our species has evolved to the point where we have been feeding ourselves for ages without harming other intelligent life.
Somehow, that answer doesn't make you feel as happy as it should. There's no sense of that usual feeling of moral superiority that settles in when you talk about your eating habits. You feel a little down. The Yith clacks insecurely with its scissors.
So, should I eat you something to eat?
Oh, never mind, you say glumly. I'm not hungry after all. I have no questions. The creature seems to be baffled by this. Really? None? I ran through a whole list with you. I've read multiple paragraphs of information. What do you mean? Okay.
Okay. In that case, we'll set you up for training so you can get to know your new body a bit better. Once you've made some progress, we'll teach you to write myth, and then you can start with writing down your life story. Frank, can you give me a hand here?
Frank arrives with a machine that looks like a mix between a forklift truck and a spatula. He carefully scrapes your currently still useless snail body off the floor and transports you out of the room. But plants are alive too. That is true, Geezer Geyser. And also, can't they technically feel like a sense of pain? I don't know how accurate that is, but I swear I heard that somewhere. First, you learn to control your new body. The trumpet-like extensions, which simultaneously serve as a breathing organ, mouth, and waste outlet, prove to be the biggest challenge. You can only eat if your whole body is working on the task. You almost suffocated several times while eating. You sincerely hope that the agents using your human body is doing a better job of it. Well, he had to go through the entire lighthouse training to get here. Then you start to learn the curved script of the Yith. In fact, everything in the culture of the Yith is curved, smooth, or circular. They have an extreme aversion to right angles. When you ask Frank about it, he replies something about the dogs of Tindalo who live in the corners of time and hunt time travelers. Fair enough. You start to settle in. All in all, Yiths prove to be quite boring people once you actually get to know them. Yeah, see, no Riz confirmed. Their bodies do not allow for much mobility. They have no sense for fiction, and they reproduce via spores, a very impersonal process which ensures that sex and love and all the dramas associated with them are completely unknown to their society. Since you are living in a host body, you are not allowed to take drugs or participate in anything exciting or dangerous. The vegetarian food of the Yith is either very bland, or their taste buds are not very developed. Perhaps it's by design, since the species takes in and excretes food through a single organ. Yeah, that's probably by design then. You would kill for a bag of potato chips. Then comes the point where you're asked to write down your autobiography. You write a truthful account of your life, a mix between spy stories and adventure novels with a sprinkle of karate. Yeah, no one wants to read about our actual boring life. Do they at least have Lego? Freddie, I'm sorry to break this to you, but they were described as boring. Answer me this. Do you find Legos boring? Or Pikmin? I mean, we could only wish. But, I'm afraid not, my friends. Your fictional biography has it all. Excerpts from your life as a secret agent, bomb countdowns that are interrupted only at the last second, exaggerated romances with the political enemy, twists! It's all completely fabricated, but you don't care about that. You have created a piece of pretty damn entertaining literature that will go into various juices of many a Yith flowing. What? If you regret one thing, it's that there are not enough explosions, scenes with hackers, briefings with the president. Briefings would be boring. Explosions, duh. This is a fate worse than death. Hey, at least we got to extend our creative writing muscles, guys. We wrote a novel that's going to be read by an entire species for generations to come and treated as, like, truth. Like, it's a real thing that happened to us. That's pretty cool. Yith have a complete library of every Lego instruction book ever, but no bricks! That would be so true, the Giant Pratty. I'm sure they do. Like, you can read about Lego. You just can't build it. You give a shrill hoot, the yith equivalent of a deep sigh. It'll have to do, otherwise you'd end up rewriting the whole thing. After a few dull months, it's finally time for a party. In a large hall, one of the archivists gives an extremely long and boring lecture on the importance of rapeseed oil in various humans and post-human civilizations. All the yith gathers around a small bar tables in the area and listen intently as they sip on nourishing slime, which is slightly sweeter than usual. Afterwards, there is a competition in solving quantum equations. The different working groups, complete with nerdy and terrible boring team names, compete against each other. The archivists, your working group of the blah blah blah, are kicked out early, but the Atlantic Perhumanites and the persistent plethora lukewarm applause is practically an orgiastic celebration by yith standards. Math! Truly the worst fate that could befall us, honestly. Can we skip through this? For you, the most important part of the evening is the first contact with the other guests of the yith. Other beings pushed out of their bodies by the agents of the library and hurled through time. We're not the only ones, guys! Stand around in their guest bodies and talk to each other quietly. Fortunately, they have small name tags on which you can see not only their names and working group, but also their species of origin. With you at the table are two creatures who identify as Gregor, post-Mohammedan Eurasia Homo sapiens, and Zekalixka, a daughter of Kliska's second Amazon desert epoch, Mega Paraplantia Technologicus. Cool, I know what all those words mean. You have the urgent need to talk to somebody to avoid dying of a brain hemorrhage due to boredom. Let's talk to Zikla. Right there in front of you stands the mind of a completely alien being in the body of another completely alien being. How do you even start a conversation like that? Zikla's feelers start to twitch. Hey, baby, did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Guys, we haven't tried rizzing in forever. We got a riz, but I feel like this person's not going to understand this sentence. Like, it's just gonna go way over their heads. What actually is a makeup blah 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 blah, or I'm just gonna stand somewhere else. I mean, we got a riz. Love is in the air. I'm bored. Hey, baby. Did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Are you, you must be really tired because you've just been running around my mind all day. You know exactly how to talk to strange beings. After all, you've been on blind dates before. Zickle looks at you irritably. Of course it hurts, but how did you know that I had a cramp in my wings once? Because when I look in your eyes, I think you must be Wait, what? You're halfway through your chat-up routine before you realize it's going somewhere differently than normal. Zickle seems confused. What is this about? Are you trying to chat me up? Is this some kind of mating ritual? Oh no, she's on to us. Okay, human. My ancestors evolved from giant cockroaches, but even I find this pickup line too trashy. Ooh! Can we get some aloe vera for that burn? Ouch! Ooh, we're getting a romance ending? Sally, we could only wish. We didn't put enough skills and charisma. Some quality rizzing. Giant cockroaches? What a strange thought. How did you manage to survive with all the surrounding humans? Oh, I only know humans from prehistoric museums. They've gone extinct. Apparently you can't cope as well with radiation as we do, which is strange since it's you who contaminated everything with radiation. Wait, what do you mean contaminated? Well, after the big war in which you wiped yourselves out, we would never do such a thing. I'm sure that's far off in the future. I need the third option that says, yeah, no, that sounds about right. I like Zickle. Me too. I'm glad we chose to talk with her, them, it. You've got to admit that you're feeling a little queasy in the general direction of your yith stomach. You often wondered, even fantasized, how mankind might exterminate itself, but when it is being described by a creature from the future, it doesn't seem quite as fun of a thought experiment. Haha, okay. I'm sure the point where we all blow ourselves up is far in the future, you say optimistically. Zickle makes a dismissive gesture with her claw. Oh yes, don't worry. The nuclear war only happens at some point in the 21st century of Common Era, and most people die before that anyway. I'm sure you're off the hook. Ha. Zickel's feelers start to twitch. What actually is this word? Zickel begins to look dreamily into the corner of the hall. That is an excellent question. Are we the sum of our experiences, or are we our actions? Are we products of our environment, or do we have free will? What makes me, me? I think, therefore, I am. A lesser detective? I don't know if there is such a thing as a lesser detective than us. We got rejected by a rad roach. We get rejected by everyone. That is just the nature of life. We just got denied by an abomination. I've been burned that bad once and I never did it again. Oh, I'm sorry. Ouch. The worst it can say is no. Oh, that is not the worst it can say. No, I mean, biologically speaking, what is that? Do you come like before or after humans? Her eyes focus again. Oh, descendants of beetles that must have lived in your time. We come about 500,000 years after humans. I believe you call our ancestors cockroaches. A giant cockroach discussing philosophy. Okay, I'm gonna stand somewhere else. Bye. Fine, she clacks back. I guess we can talk to Gregor, too. Another human being. The first contact in months you've had with another person. You turn to Gregor. So, hi. It's nice to meet a fellow human. What exactly are you from? Gregor, yes, head, flops towards you. He seems to be lost in thought, but you have a feeling that he is happy to have an opportunity to talk. Is this true? Another human being? I'm so happy to finally be able to talk to a comrade. My name is... Oh, hold on. Is this true? Another human being? I'm so happy to finally be able to talk to a comrade. My name is Gregor Ivinchikov. I'm from Kiev. Gregor's head flops about rhythmically. And when I love vodka. I love vodka. You clack your scissors, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Gregor's head tentacles twitch slightly. The universal interplanetary sign for who doesn't. I feel like I'm in such a fever dream right now, guys. This is going on so long. It's like what happened to us? Comrade? Are you Soviet? Tell me, Gregor, what country are you from? Gregor appears to be standing up a little bit taller. From the greatest country in the world, of course. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. My accent is going very bad, I think. Whoops, sorry guys. You're going to have to put up with it. Only now does he seem to be reading your own name tag. An American. Tell me, in your time are the workers of your country finally free? Have the capitalist devils surrendered to communism? Yeah, this is a whole other game. That's right, Freddy. Yep. You've shown us what's what. I wouldn't quite put it like that. Yeah, I figured when he says comrade, he's a commie. I wouldn't put it like that, you say without getting into specifics. What? Are you serious? Gregor says resignedly. You're only saying that because you're bitter. You change the subject, so it's not that fuel to the fire. Let's not discuss politics amongst. Let's talk about things that we can get along with. Just like H.G. Wells. And when are you from? Gregor's upper tentacle briefly twitches. Only a few seconds later do you realize that it was probably an attempt at a tired smile, performed by a person in a body that meets exactly 0 of the anatomical requirements for a smile. The last thing I remember is celebrating Labor Day with my friends. That was in 1980. I was promised that in 6 years, at the very latest, I would be allowed to go on with my life. And I will! Chernobyl, here I come! Luckily, you're currently in a robust youth body because your human face was chalk white right now. Warn Gregor of Chernobyl. He's gonna forget. Anything we do here, we're gonna forget it. So what is the point? I'd stay away from Chernobyl, mate. You warn him with a slow clacking of your scissors. What? But why? He clacks back. At least now you have his full attention. Well, Chernobyl, you continue. Everyone knows about Chernobyl in my time. Gregor's eyes widen. Yes? Why is that? Well, because of the big vodka scandal. Reactor incident. There was this awful reactor incident and, Dang it, if only you'd paid a bit more attention to things while you were still human. You desperately try to combine the tidbits of knowledge you have into a plausible story. Hundreds of acres of land were contaminated, maybe even more. Gregor does not seem convinced. It all sounds to me like you know very little about Mother Russia, friend. His scissors snip back and forth 3 times. They have a strange sense of humor in the capitalist states. Your honorable intention to warn Gregor of his potentially painful death is beginning to waver. The guy is slowly but surely getting on your nerves. What's more, he will have forgotten everything he learned by the time he leaves the Yeth. You've got to let him live his life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, party over. This is how you pass your time. Despite your initial bumps, you end up getting more closely acquainted with Gregor and Zickle. Your shared fate is what ties you together. Over the coming months and years, you end up becoming friends, sharing common interests. So I'm guessing finding the kid is off the to-do list. Yeah, we were pretty much told that as soon as we arrived here. That it's like, yeah, you're not doing that. Your mission's over. Like, by the time we return to our body, I think 10 or 6 years of our life will have passed. Like, I don't think we're returning to the point that we got switched here. Like, we'll switch out years afterwards. Was that on the to-do list to begin with? Good question, Ryan. Good question. She did pay us up front, so didn't really matter, I guess. You spend most of your time studying human history, trying to produce a nicotine replacement. Sure, why not? After you have come to terms with the fact that a millennia-old race of researchers has stolen your body and planted your consciousness into an alien body, you have only one goal. You need a cigarette. Fortunately, all the knowledge of humanity is at your fingertips, and so you waste no time in recreating the deadly nicotine rolls that you love so much. The nicotine itself turns out to be the biggest challenge, but fortunately the biochemists of the Yeth have no objections when you turn up to their labs one day. With single-minded focus and ambition, you experiment with plant samples, bacteria, and carnivorous viruses to create the drug you crave so much. I think if you spent some time without it, I feel like you'd kind of be able to break the addiction, no? The Enterprise gains momentum when Gregor finds out about your project and insists on supporting you. After countless plant samples collected from new perished planets have been destroyed in your experiments, you finally manage to produce a synthetic nicotine-like substance which you roll up into a bit of ancient parchment. It's only then you realize that a Yith without a mouth or lung system is incapable of consuming a cigarette. Finally, the day has come. You are being led to the transport room. It's the same room you arrived in so many years ago. When the process starts, you overhear 2 of the librarians talk. You erase this participant's memory, right? I thought you were doing that. Oh, shit! And you're gone. I should have studied human history. Whoops. You wake up, as you have woken up many times before after drunken nights out at some dive bar, after awful, horrible parties at which you drank yourself into a stupor. But it's different this time. The flickering lights before your eyes ceases. The agony and disorientation give way to a sense of clarity you've rarely felt. You normally slightly hazy thoughts are clear, not a shallow pond, but a crystal clear lake. Your memory is filled with knowledge from the intensive studies you've undertaken in the great library. So much knowledge. Your gaze wanders through the room in which you find yourself. The room sits there calmly between these 4 well-known walls. Your home, on your sofa. Well, technically it's not your sofa. It's a completely new one, without any bugs and rats that had moved into the nest at the bottom. Everything's unnaturally clean, and the sofa doesn't seem to be like the only piece of furniture that's been replaced. Later, you'll find out that the Yith who had swapped places with you has not only used his 6 years for highly efficient studies, he's applied for a position at the largest historical museum in Boston, successfully, of course, because the Yith do not do things by halves. Okay, we might have been tortured with a boring life for the Yith, but it looks like it paid off on dividends, like putting your money into a high-interest savings account. And into your Roth IRAs and your 401ks, all right? We spent a lot of time being bored, but it's coming to pay us back now, guys. Your eyes light up as you read the number on your last paycheck. You hold the paper so close to your face that your nose brushes it. Twice a year, twice as often as you normally would, your possessed body has contacted your family, giving what would appear to be a completely neutral, boring, and meaningless confirmations that you are fine. There are postcards from your relatives sending greetings from their holidays. Postcards would say they are proud of you, proud that you've managed to turn your life around. There's certainly one way of putting it. Okay, the sucky thing is, though, we're gonna totally mess it all up because we didn't improve at all. We're the same person. And just now starting in a better position, so that's gonna real fast. The youth has eaten well. Fresh fruit, the prescribed daily minimum of vitamins, proteins, and fibers to make his studies as efficient as possible. The youth also exercised. In the bathroom, you look at your body and stretch it out in front of the mirror. You take off one layer of clothing after another. Just checking ourselves out. 6 years have gone by. Intrigued, you look at your face in the mirror. A few more wrinkles for sure, yet you feel that your life is only just beginning. Guys, so that might have been boring, but that was like the best ending for us. You spend 6 years of your life among the Yith, as if you had anything else going on. Fair enough. And fried pickles. Chicken wings for everyone. We can buy more Legos. We're free. Not only are we free of the earth, we are free of our crippling debt. Somebody else took over our body and resolved all of our earthly problems for us. Mr. Rattlebones! Hey guys, I'm back after lurking with no audio. Nice job dropping it at the endings. Okay, gang. I've been playing this way longer than I intended. I'm not gonna lie, I still want to, like, go back and do a bunch of other options. Like, what happens if you get arrested at the police station instead of running away? And what happens if, like, you actually pay attention to the kid instead of kicking them in the face? And what if you go to the wellness area, but instead of participating in it, you're, like, calling it out as it goes through? Like, does that change anything? Like, I want to do all of these. Maybe I'll do one more and then call it for tonight. And then I might do the other ones solo by myself. So skip through it all. We'll see. Okay, I'll do one more. It always starts me back at the Gilman Hotel, so I guess this is where all roads diverge. Doesn't really matter if we do any of these things. So let's oh, I didn't mean to walk around the hotel. Whoopsie. Sure, it's paint. We'll do the wellness one. We're gonna do our wellness thing. I know they said there was a button I could press to skip all of this, but I'm like, oh, escape. I found the button. Yeah, we got the best ending, but it was also kind of boring to read how long it was. But it was, yeah, that was objectively the best ending we could have gotten. I would like to book a room. Answer. Pleasure. For about a week, let's say. Let's do a view of the city. 6 a.m. sharp. As deep as my feelings for you. A goldfish. Nobody knows I'm here. Yes, please. No. How long can you hold your breath? 30 seconds. I'll use my real name. Because it's not like it matters. Alright, let's do our wellness session, friends. Sign me up! Do-do-do. Stand in the aisle, greet your fellow travelers, just sit down in the front. I'll just sit this time, I think. A creaking and squealing sound. Meanwhile, your tour guide has gotten into the bus and dropped into antique driver's seat. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. Ask the driver about wellness. Interview your travelers about the missing girl. Yeah, we'll just jump straight to that. So I wonder if it lets you get off because they say that they know where she is. Like, if you say stop the bus, do they stop the bus? Stop the bus! You yell towards the driver. Exciting, like that movie where the bus is not allowed to go faster than 50 miles per hour. Or was it less than 50? Without even looking at you, the driver points to the sign above him. Don't talk to the driver while the vehicle is moving. Since it looks like you won't get out of the bus that quickly, you might as well use the time to get more information. Mean games? Well, you know, her boyfriend interviews shooty shooty kill kill mean. So that's why when we go to the shooter games, she's there. So I'll have to do that in another ending. You agree with them. Decide to educate them. Today's computer games are an exciting new medium. I could give you several titles that put every expensive blockbuster movie to shame. You correct your passengers. Empty stares. The two stare at you uncomprehendingly for a few seconds, and then the young woman has an idea on how to get the conversation going again. What? You keep trying. Give up. You never give up. Alright, don't give up on people. They can learn. Well, actually, disregarding some of the simpler first-person shooters, which still impress with their design and level structure, most games these days focus on interesting storytelling. Wouldn't you like to be the main character in a 20-hour adventure, making key decisions for yourself, really calling the shots? Oh, honey, look! More boats! With fake enthusiasm, they look out the window and ignore you completely. Well, at least you tried. You clear your throat to go back to the matter at hand. How do I find the arcades? When you stand in the town square, yada yada. So the arcades seem to be Tabitha's favorite place. Good to know. You decide to make the best of this forced break and stay in your seat. Outside, saddle, buildings pass you by. On the left are houses, on the blah blah blah. We'll look at the harbor this time. You join the tourists and look through the faded windows. Indeed, boats in a harbor. Gosh, who would have thought? Boats of all shapes and sizes continuously enter and exit the harbor. Nets upon nets are being emptied into the big freezer boxes. Local trades are being sealed with handshakes, and at the end of a wide headland, a huge lighthouse watches majestically over the bay. Traditional sailing boats of this type are not seen that often nowadays. The sailors from Innsmouth do not seem to have much time for engines. They really seem to know a thing or two about seafaring. No sooner has the semblance of respect for these weirdos formed in your mind that the figures at the pier turn towards your bus and stare after you. No matter how capable and skillful they are, they remain creepy. The bus leaves the paved road and goes down a narrow gravel path that leads directly to the beach. A faded sign shows the way to the Innsmouth Beach Bar, which is actually just a wooden hut surrounded by mostly empty deck chairs. With a jolt, the bus suddenly stops. You've come to the end of the gravel road. Everyone's gonna get out. Yada, yada, yada. The wellness session. These people have completely lost their marbles? What the hell? Why didn't anyone tell you that you're supposed to get undressed here? And now they want you to lock up your belongings in a shack that looks suspiciously like an outhouse. You go into the cabin, cancel the wellness program. Ask why you're supposed to change your clothes. Mr. Rattle, I'm attempting to find something funny to say. However, I'm tired, and my slop-like brain cannot comprehend humor nor proper word stuff. Mr. Rattle, that is totally fine. You can just chill if you want to. If you are also tired and you need to go to bed or just relax or whatever, like, you know, feel free to. I love having you guys here, but again, like I said before, no expectations. If you gotta take care of yourselves, please take care of yourselves. You go into the cabin. I wonder if we can cancel the wellness program. Without me, you cry out to Ezekiel with your chest full of pride. Nobody is going to make me. But before you can set out on your heroic reasoning, the rest of the group is already on its way. They leave you by yourself at the dunes. Ah, dang it. What part of it? What good is pride if nobody witnesses it? Forlorn, you look around. To the beach bar, to the arcades. All right, so our roads diverge. Never. So we could go look for the kid, or we could go to the beach bar, which I know someone told me earlier to not go to. The beach! The screeching of seagulls, an endless white, well, brown, okay, fine, gray beach, and the sound of the waves. Clean, well, potentially clean water. The algae are way too dense to really tell. You walk on the sand and move a little closer to the water line, curious about what you might discover there. Although the sea is not stormy and the tide is low, Innsmouth Beach is not really a touristy place. Everything is simply too gray. This is what you associate with a real vacation. The sea, cocktails, television. The sea. On the horizon, the ocean looks limitless. The rhythm of the waves is hypnotic. Spending time here is much better than visiting the dive bar next door. In the future, you should make day trips to a rundown coastal villages more often. Lost in thought, you keep wandering over the dunes. You notice how all the colors of the sea and the beach seem to be swallowed up by the strange light conditions here. You hold your hand up in front of your face. Your skin looks gray and matte. But still, you feel relaxed. The murmur of the sea invigorates you. You feel a deep sense of longing within you, a serene sense of inner peace and freedom. Until the techno music starts. A monotonous beat. The sound seems to come directly from the beach bar a few hundred yards off in the distance, which appears to be surrounded by about a dozen people. Given the changing weather, it's perhaps no surprise. What else is one supposed to do on this beach apart from drink cheap cocktails and dancing to bad music? Something strange grabs your attention. A kind of cage standing in the shallow water, perhaps 12 feet wide and deep. You walk to the cage, to the beach bar. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I've got insomnia, so I'm up anyways. Don't worry, please. It makes me feel bad. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. No, you're good. Save them? Yeah, I'm wondering if I can, the giant bratty. I hope this is like, if they're already in the cage, I can save them. And this isn't like they're about to go into the cage, and then I also end up walking into it again. Thanks to the low tide, you're able to get close to the strange object. The sea has retreated into the distance, and so the cage stands there, looking strangely lost. As you approach it, you take off your shoes and socks and turn your trouser legs up a little. Finally, you stand in front of the cage. There's a visible line on the cage about 3 feet from the ground. The metal on the top half still looks quite stable. The bottom half must normally be submerged in water. Slimy black algae winds around the metal rods. What's strange to you is the position of the cage, is the size. Probably the size. Seriously, what are they trying to catch? Giant lobsters or tourists? A tourist trap. Ha! Ha 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 ha! We should be a comedian. That's all you find here. You linger for a bit and then walk back to the sandy part of the beach. The cries of seagulls are increasingly drowned out by early 90s techno beats. One note, that's all some people need to enjoy themselves. One note in an endless loop. The owner of the beach bar has taken great pains to make up for some of Innsmouth's deficits. The bar is made from wooden planks. Also, so we couldn't save them because they weren't in there yet. Sad day. Maybe we'll be able to go back if they like start screaming or something. Admittedly, the palm trees are no longer green. They're gray and dried out, just as if a demon had sucked the life force out of them. But it's easy to imagine that all of this must have looked quite pretty once. All right, Mr. Rattle and Autistic Bigfoot. Good to have you both for as long as I'm here. The bar is flanked by wooden bar stools. And a few meters away towards the ocean, 2 rows of deck chairs have been pulled up so people can drink while laying down. From a distance, the bar looked busy, but now as you arrive, you realize the party's already over, if it ever did take place. A dozen people hang out here. A few surfer dudes stagger around like zombies. Some of them carry empty cocktail glasses around. Some of them yell, "Party!" and "Woohoo!" enthusiastically. Precisely. This kind of people. A guy with long hair and sunglasses nods his head in time to the techno beat and taps along on the bar counter with his flat hand. There's no bar staff in sight. One of the tourist families you had spotted on the way here has spread out in the deck chairs. They're evidently trying to keep away from the party. I mean, honestly, it looks kind of nice. You look around, sit at the bar, take one of the deck chairs. My plans for the night was nothing. This is a welcome entertainment. I live to serve. Happy to provide. You follow an instinct and sit down at the bar. This place reminds you of your favorite bar in Boston, only that here there's sand on the ground instead of vomit. You feel at home. Some hippie is poking at the slushy fruit remains in his cocktail glass with a straw. He nods over to you as you sit down. This is clearly not his first drink. At least he is human. Where's the bartender? He stops poking the fruit in his glass around and pushes his bandana into place. Dunno. Things were really happening. You get things were really happening, you get me? And then Zeke took off like an hour ago. And since then, no booze. He sighs. It's that kind of sigh that you might hear from like a war veteran. Why would someone simply leave a busy beach bar? A bar with an unattended supply of alcohol? Wait for his return, take up one of the deck chairs. Something's not right. We could totally wait. Time passes. Your bottom slowly becomes numb on the uncomfortable bar stool, but by now you're too lazy to move. Yeah. Finally, yeah, about time, some of the tourists proclaim. What's going on there? You're speechless. To your right, no one other than the wellness expert Ezekiel is entering the area behind the bar. Your eyes meet him as he positions himself behind the counter, bored but not rude. He nods at you. So Ezekiel is Zeke? Man's working, he's hustling, he's grinding, you know, he's working 2 jobs, he's doing the best that he can. Yeah, giant brownie Ezekiel is the bartender. When word of the barman's return has spread, holidaymakers swarm the beach bar like bees around a honeypot. Sorry it took so long. Part-time job at the hotel, he says, bored, and attaches a little sign to his shirt which reads, "Happy to serve you today, Ezekiel." You get 1 round of Innsmouth specials on me. He expertly lines up a row of tall highball glasses and begins to cut up a pineapple. People start cheering, "Go Zeke! Go Zeke! Go Zeke!" 2 young men start chanting. They enthusiastically jump up and down while hugging each other. It takes a while until the first rush to the bar is over. You wonder what you could ask Ezekiel. Is this place always busy? Try the Innsmouth special. Leave him in peace. So, your part-time job is in wellness? Ezekiel must be a jack of all trades if he manages to cram 2 jobs. Ezekiel takes a long time to even acknowledge your question with an answer or even a reaction. With an expressionless face, he wrings out the old cleaning cloth and then throws it carelessly onto the counter. You lock eyes. Yep. Conversational. Dynamite! What are your wellness clients doing right now? You try again, just to engage him in any kind of conversation. A relaxation program, you know, he shrugs, swimming with their bellies up. Okay. Is this place always busy? There had been a steady rush on the bar. The tourists continued to enjoy their drinks, and nobody seems to want to leave the beach bar. Not bad for the northeast coast in late September. This place always busy, you inquire? Nope. Bit busier this weekend, but wait until midnight. The party really starts, if you know what I mean. He winks at you. I'm sorry, is Ezekiel trying to, riz us up? This is a first. This has not happened. Ezekiel, my man. Know exactly what he means and wink back at him. Say, no, what's gonna happen at midnight? But I gotta riz back. I want the info, but I must riz. You know exactly what he means. And wink, wink. You know about stuff. And things. Yeah, I'm in the know. I guess we try the special. You're curious. What's the Innsmouth special? An STD? This is the best drink. This is the best drink of the whole East Coast. Oh no, it's some other dude, not him, sorry. This is the best drink of the whole East Coast, baby. One of the techno guys sings songs drunkenly. Considering the way he holds himself up, it borders on a miracle that he manages to string a coherent sentence together. The shouting people merely nod. Nobody seems to know which ingredients are actually used in the concoction. It's come to the Riz too fast. I can't help it. Nothing can stop the Riz instincts. That's right, Freddy. I have a feeling we're about to enter another death ending doing this. Better drunk than sorry. Cheers, Ezekiel mumbles without looking at you. He calmly continues to chop pieces of pineapple to prepare the next batch of drinks. You sip from a glass, and the taste of strong alcohol is bitter on your tongue. The orange juices and pineapple pieces barely hide the high rum content. Admittedly, you've previously exposed your body to much worse fluids. It tastes awful. Party! You guys know by now. We commit. Have another sip. Party! You shout and raise your fist in the air. Woohoo! Party! The other young people scream. Before you know it, you're part of the crowd. If only you had known 10 years ago how easy it was to make friends. You raise your glasses. Even if you got no game. Yeah. Yeah. A young blonde named Cheryl, or Cherry, or was it Sharon? Anyway, she's in the process of scribbling her phone number on one of the hippies' wrists. Unfortunately, nobody has a pen in hand, so she uses a gold feather, but it's the thought that counts. You empty your glass and hand it to Ezekiel. Chug, 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 chug. With a heavy heart, you leave the man to his work. You've already spent too much time during this investigation at the beach bar, so what now? The sea breeze makes you sleepy. You trot towards the deck chairs in a haze. Aw. We got a little eepy? Got a little eepy? We gonna sleep on the beach? Wait, where'd she get the ink? Yeah, I don't think she has any ink. This is why in the Navy we're repeatedly told not to take drinks from strangers. I think we're told that in more than just the Navy, Ryan. That might be a universal thing. It can't hurt to rest for just a moment. It means you'll be able to resume your mission full of energy or whatever. Most of the chairs are free. All offer excellent views of the sea and increasingly cloudy horizon. You're spoiled for choice. Of course you're going over to where the other tourists are. Somewhere more private. Pass out and wake up in a cage. Stay away from it all. You decide on the deck chair that's the furthest away from the beach bar and has visitors. Yet, you're not alone. It's the family you've already noticed a few times today. Happily chatting parents who are constantly eating and their two chronically bad-tempered children. The four are hard to miss with their loud chatter and tasteless tourist outfits. They've settled down on the deck chairs, sipping on some soft drinks. Not too shabby. The dark clouds drawing together on the horizon worry you a little, but they're far away enough for you to simply enjoy the moment on a beach. Technically, you have been near a beach the whole time, but you couldn't really switch off. There was a haunting sense of danger, a feeling of paranoia you simply couldn't shake. Luckily, the paranoia is now gone. A cool sea breeze caresses your face as you tune out the other tourists' annoying conversations. You listen to the murmur of the waves. The regular to and fro of the sea has a soothing effect on you. Your eyes fall shut. We get briefs every weekend that all say the same thing. Since I'm 19, I don't really pay attention to the bars on alcohol. There you go. Oh man, that squid is gonna pull us under the water, isn't it? Freddy, I don't know if it'll be the squid this time or things that like come on the land. Ooh, pretty. Ooh. Do you hear that? That's some nice spooky ambiance, my friends. That's pretty spooky. The next thing you hear is a swishing sound. You are awake and regret it instantly. Your head is pounding. It's cold. You're freezing. After you had settled down quite comfortably on one of the deck chairs, you now seem to be standing upright. You're pretty damn sure of that. You're standing upright, facing the sea. The green, unhealthy glow of the moon is the only source of light in the dark night. Not only did you take a nap, but it appears that you slept through the whole day. You start to move in order to make your way back to the harbor, but something holds you back. Your hands simply won't follow you. You realize that you've been tied to some sort of pole. Your fingertips can feel a rough and splintery surface. A wooden pole? Have you been kidnapped? Have you been hypnotized? Are you dreaming? An X-Files theme kicks in. Have you been kidnapped? Hard to say. You try to remember the last moments before you fell asleep. Did you get drunk, or is there still residual alcohol from last night in your bloodstream? Son of a... You hear a voice say. They sound familiar, and you think it might be one of the guys who was demanding a drink at the beach bar earlier. And you had assumed you were by yourself. Hello? You ask, hopefully. Hey, did he get you too? You wiggle around to try and look at the guy, but no luck. The ties keep you firmly in position without much room to move about. So many questions. Hey, are you able to untie me? You ask, hopefully. Ha! I'd love to, but I can't even reach my own nose that I've needed to scratch for half an hour now. You curse quietly. The guy behind you seems to have at least had been tied up just like you. Can't move, he clarifies a few moments later. Time to take stock of the situation. You have been tied to a pole. Salt water spills into your shoes at regular intervals, and your socks are soaked. In front of you, the vastness of the sea would be relaxing, actually, if it weren't so terribly cold. Hey, what's that? An unfamiliar voice asks behind you. How many people there with you? Whatever they were talking about, you can't make out anything apart from the green, shimmering waves in the pale moonlight. What was that? I don't know. Something. Maybe it was a fish? I wouldn't panic if it was a stupid fish, Alan. I know what a damn fish looks like. There. You saw something. Something broke through the surface of the water only to immediately dive in again. Something smooth, slimy. You squint. It would have been better not to have had any of this cheap hooch from the beach bar, but it's too late for now. Overall, it would have been better to do many things differently. If only you could turn back time. Well, I got news for you, kiddo. You would work on your damn mission. Have more fun. Drink less. I think drink less is right. It's right behind me, isn't it? That damn alcohol at the beach bar. These cursed temptations you have given into all your life. Where do they lead you? To this place. To Innsmouth. The splashing sound. There it is again. It comes closer. Increasingly nervous. You look over the waves. A shark in shallow water? An army of killer jellyfish? That one's a little silly. Or a giant raging crab? Even sillier still. You're not really sure what it is you're looking out for. Man, this went from 1 to 100 really quick. Yeah, he kind of did. Your unhelpful brain comes up with more and more sea creatures, but you actually have no idea what these animals feed on. Something cold suddenly settles around your ankles. You scream panicked because it's cold and wet and strange. Wrong. Not from here. Definitely not from this world. It can see you and they'll... One of the men behind you curses loudly, and you return to your senses again. Holy shit, someone behind you says, and then falls silent in the middle of the sentence. Something crawls along your ankles, higher and higher, moving under the fabric of your clothes, and there are 2 more. Okay, no touchy. Okay, this whole... no-go zone. No consenting. Bad. Go away. 3 more tentacles slowly glide around your belly, over your arms and around your hands. You look at the creature that's tangling itself all around you. It's milky white and slightly transparent, almost like a jellyfish. It's got suction cups that stick to your skin. Giant raging crabs? Why not giant raving crabs? Now that would have been more realistic, beggars, then. The freaky tentacles are back. Yay. We might need to have a talk about the things that you're getting pumped for there, giant bratty. It holds you in a vice-like grip. By now you are profoundly terrified by the ice-cold touch of the creature. You try to scream for help again, but no sound escapes your lips. You can hear quiet whimpering from behind you. So you assume that the other people who are tied up behind you can clearly see what is engulfing your body. You try to gasp for air, but there is this pressure on your chest. The blood supply to your body is interrupted in several places, and a numbness sets in. Several places in your body alert you to the fact that you urgently need to change something about this situation. By the time your ribs crack, you've already passed out. Screams. That's the last thing you hear in your life, are the screams of your fellow prisoners. Freaky monster getting freaky, squishing you to death like a giant snake. The song of the sea. Tentacles pull you into the depths of the sea. Innsmouth waves take me home to the place I belong. Ooh, these all are endings, guys. A bad feeling. You return to Boston. You did everything you could. Okay, I know I said that was gonna be my last one. Oh, hey, it's starting me at the beach again. Interesting. Maybe our rizzing got the attention of the weird squid. Ugh, I wasn't trying to rizz him. In a way, that's what we expected. Sally. Just your little emoji face. Alright. Let's... Television. Holiday schmoliday. The best thing about staying in a hotel room is that you never have to clean up. You can gorge yourself on the fast food laid out around you on the couch and watch whatever weird TV programs are on that particular country. Exotic. Lost in thought, you keep wandering over the dunes. You notice how all the colors of the sea and the beach can be swallowed by strange light conditions. You feel relaxed, deep sense of longing, the techno beat. Then there was nothing else to do at the cage, so we'll go to the beach bar right away. Techno beat, pop, boom, 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 boom. I guess let's sit at the deck bar. We just won't drink the drink this time. This is the life. I forgot I can just skip these things. We'll gather information. No, it's gonna happen at midnight. You say, betraying your utter cluelessness. He pointedly rolls his eyes. Fine, you won't be on the VIP list then. Their loss.
Well, the real party's happening,
Ezekiel explains in a condescending tone.
right down by the sea. If you want to be hip, you should go there.
You feel a bit queasy in your stomach. Do you want to be hip? Yes. Oh, yes, I do. You'd kill to have some random dude call you hip. Count me in. How exciting. Only with great difficulty do you manage to keep your composure and continue the conversation. She getting funky with it. Yeah, drop that beat, guys. Yeah, no, if I forget to bring my headphones to work, I make a lot of noises like that, like a lot of my little beats, and then I apologize to my desk mate. I'm like, I'm so sorry, and he's just like, no, actually, I'm gonna just put my, I'm gonna put my phone right by your desk and record you, and then I'm gonna turn all these sounds into like a sick beat song or something. And I'm like, dude, go for it, man. You wonder what you could ask Ezekiel. Leave him in peace. With a heavy heart, you leave the man to his work. You already spent too much time during this investigation at the beach bar, so what now? The sea breeze makes you sleepy. You trot towards the deck chairs. We'll stay where the tourists are. DJ Bree in the house! Maybe the true shadow over Innsmouth was the freaky tentacle we rizzed along the way. Accidental rizz. My rizz is just too strong. It pulls in the tentacle creature every time. Why not? Maybe you should be able to learn their language if you spend some time around them. Their language. It's one of the families I've already noticed a few times today. Happily chatting parents who are constantly eating and their chronically bad-tempered children. The four are hard to miss with their loud chatter, blah, blah, blah. Hello there. I would like to say something. What are you going to ask them? I'm looking for this girl. Do you know what these cages are for? Nothing. To hell with them. That strange frame alone in the water in the middle of nowhere. You have to keep thinking about it. Do you know what those cages are for? You ask the parents. Oh, those! The father's face lights up. We've just taken some photos of them. I think they're for children to climb on. They're not meant for children, his wife chirps in. That's how people here catch a lobster. Oh, that's how people here catch a lobster and whales and things like that. Bullshit, the son murmurs. He pokes in the sand with a wooden branch, probably imagining he's stabbing someone. They're from the Middle Ages, and people were put in there to drown. Aw, kids. Can't wait for the Brianna Beats compilation randomly posted. Kept rolling ones for Riz checks, but the DM felt bad, so gave you a success that ended up being a fail. Whoops. What are you going to ask them? I'm looking for this girl. You say, and show them a photo of Tabitha. The parents bend forward and squint in order to see the little face better. Nope, sorry, the father says and goes back to sipping his fruit juice. Nope, me neither, the wife adds. Nothing then. Alright, to hell with them. Who are you kidding? You decide to lean into your antisocial side. You get comfortable in the deck chair. The incoherent chatter of family remains merely a static noise in the background. Not too shabby. The dark clouds drawing together on the horizon worry you a little, but they're far away. You're on the beach. We're just jamming out. Paranoia's gone, guys. It's feeling it good. We can nap. We can shut our eyes. Get our little eepee going on. It's cold. You're freezing, which is annoying. But settled down in the deck chairs. You could swear you noticed a shadow while half asleep. There was a figure who tried to grab you and carry you away. Was that all a dream? So were they not successful at carrying you away because you weren't drugged? Because I feel like if you're asleep, you're still pretty vulnerable. A chilly wind blows on your face. Ah, dang it. This case is going to be the death of you. You simply lie there, as if dead. Your attempts to return to a more comfortable position are punished by a stabbing pain in your behind. Some bit from the chair is digging into you. Probably a cheat model. Damn tight asses, you mutter weakly, and push yourself into an upright position. The sun has now set, and all other holidaymakers have gone. Instead of freezing their asses off, they're probably sitting in a warm hotel by now. The moon illuminates the beach, and the waves shimmer in its eerie green glow. Green? Nature is fascinating. You stretch your tense neck when you notice some lights off in the distance. Night has fallen, and with each passing minute, it seems to get chillier. The lights appear to be moving and are leading away from the town. You wonder whether you should take a closer look at the spectacle or go to your warm hotel. Along the beach towards the lights or to the hotel? Finally trying to find this goofy kid. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's how it's always going to be, Freddy. Doesn't matter what we do. Let's go towards the beach. Why not? The day is almost over anyway. And maybe the day is over, dude. It's nighttime. What are you talking about? Are you sure you didn't drink anything? You trudge through the sand. Then you noticed that the lights you were heading towards are moving. They don't stand still, but twitch back and forth. Hang on a moment. You're on a beach. It's night. Weird blinking lights. This is clearly a rave, a UFO sect, a sex cult. These perverts have no respect for anything. The nudist zone must be further along the beach, and now they're getting started. Someone ought to tell them off. We're the masters of inserting ourselves where we don't belong. Somebody like you else. Definitely anybody else. Like us, of course. Your time has come. You decide to approach. That was bad phrasing if you think it's a sex cult. You decide to approach them in the name of public decency, of course, not for any other reasons. For non-sexual cult-related reasons, you check the fit of your underwear before walking up to them. You arrived somewhat indecisively. You stand on the sand dune and take in the spectacle. There are 20. Wow, what a party pooper. I know. Have gathered on the beach close to the waves. You can see that they are naked under the rags and nets, and they are wearing on their bodies. They are performing a sensual and seemingly uncontrolled dance while waving glow sticks in the air. The masks that people are wearing seem familiar from film and television. Distorted faces with angry mouths and ugly goggle eyes. Reminds you a little of voodoo, but here on the coast of New England? You're not quite sure anymore whether you're at a rave party or actually an exotic fertility ritual. The acoustics are bad. Instead of clear techno beat, the people here rely on singing. They could do with some rehearsing though. Without any sense of rhythm, the people are chanting the same refrain over and over again. Eli la Cthulhu fagin. Watch, take part, leave. The whole point of the holiday is doing crazy things you normally wouldn't. Oh snap, this one's a bit from a Call of Cthulhu. Nice. And besides, nobody here knows you. You sneak up to the group of dancers and attempt to seamlessly blend into the chaotic spectacle. You're lucky. In the midst of the rags that most people are wearing here, your detective outfit doesn't particularly stand out. You're just another freak among many. You get swept up in the ecstasy of the dance. Your thighs tremble and your arms wiggle about. You throw back your head and join the loud chant and yeah, silly frogs! You enthusiastically imitate the chant. A few glow sticks have been dropped during the dance and lie abandoned in the sand. When you bend down to pick up one of them, you realize that they are not disposable glow sticks at all. They're algae? Glowing algae? You keep dancing cheerfully. They're missing the giant bonfire. I'm sorry. What do you mean take part? You know, when in Rome, that's the saying, right? Past the bizarre masks with swollen eyes, which up close look much more threatening. Bit scary. From a distance, this horror part of you, the show, would have completely escaped you. The party seems to be shifting on to the next phase. The dancers have stopped their ecstatic movements and stand still with their outstretched arms facing the ocean. Silence. Complete silence, apart from the monotonous murmur of the waves. Then you can make out another sound. A strange hissing. Another group of amateur actors joins the dancers. Guys, it's the weird sex cult part. Our character finally found it. When in Rome, do as the insane cult on the beach does. That's right, Mr. Rattle. Autistic Bigfoot, this is why I don't go to parties. Yeah, this is what parties are like, I'm sure. They come straight out of the water and wear costumes more suitable for Halloween than a rave party, but okay. Greenish scales cover their costumes. Or is that professional makeup? The scaly skin costumes look super real. The muscular, clumsy, and much too long arms end in a set of lifelike claws. The heads are a mixture of dumb-looking fish and deadly grisly. Whoever came up with this mask seriously needs to see a therapist. When the first masked creature reaches the group of dancers, you realize that these guys must have seriously trained for this gig. All of them have bodies you can only get through years of hard physical training and guzzling down loads of steroids. They're also stark naked. You tilt your head involuntarily. Huh? Do I want to keep reading? I feel like when in Rome and when stumbling into a group of people wearing only nets chanting on a beach at night have different meanings. Yeah, Ryan, you gotta level. level. Some things on bodies are quite difficult to replicate, even with paper mache or plastic mold. You know this from your own Halloween crafting endeavors. It is even more difficult to make these things. A little power, tear your eyes away from the sight. The dance group seems to welcome newcomers warmly. They mingle. Each of the costume giants seems to know exactly with whom they want to spend the evening. It does not take long, and every party guest is paired up with one of the fish creatures. Now might be the time to leave. Maybe. You stand a little off to the side and watch. Please stop watching. Please stop. As they explore each other's bodies. I mean, whoa, okay. Party is definitely X-rated. A brave choice for tourist entertainment program. Well, you're still gasping for air indignantly. Couples are already, interesting. Only one of the costume giants has not yet found a partner. His milky eyes fall on you. Do we got a fade to black button? No, we can't press. What do we get ourselves into? Yeah, maybe we should never win in Rome again, friends. Oh no. He points at you, then at himself. Guys, he's trying to riz us. Now we're in young adult fiction. Yes, and it is very sad that that is in young adult fiction so much. No. Why the hell not? Get over here. No, thank you. I'm not looking to have a child. Do you think he's gonna kill us if we say no? Cause that'd be coerced, wouldn't it? Huh, no thanks. I know we've been trying to riz people up this whole time, gang, right? But, he can't even speak to us. I don't know if I want to riz the creatures directly from the ocean. Not the romance ending I wanted. Yeah, Sally, I wish it was with Zekel. Where's our romance with Zekel, guys? Sarah streams are unhinged. I didn't write this. Oh, no, no thanks, you say quickly, holding your hands defensively. Somehow the guy manages to wrinkle his chunky forehead. Unbelievable how lifelike the mask looks. You think to yourself again, then his body jerks forward. On his stilt legs, he stands tall and proud in front of you and tightens his fist as far as his claws allow it. Yeah, he's gonna kill you. No means no, fish face. In the big city, you constantly have to deal with toxic alpha male behavior. The scumbag doesn't know what he's gotten himself into harassing you like that. No means no, fish face. The couples interrupt their passionate encounters and stretch their necks in your direction to look at what's happening. Damn, you would have preferred to keep your private life out of the Innsmouth gossip? Ugh, guys, we're gonna be at the talk of the town. Putting this part in the wiki now, Mr. Rattle. What part? What part of it? Maybe you should have stopped when we had the chance. Yeah, Freddy. Yeah. The man in costume still doesn't seem to understand that you're not interested in him. He walks up another step and is now invading your private space. Just as you start looking for escape options, one of the other amateur actors puts his hand on his shoulder and bares his saber like teeth. He hisses. 2 more of them head over to you. Finally, someone's coming to your aid. They poked their index claws into his chest, wagging their arms, and don't stop hissing at him. In the meantime, all the couples have stopped. Okay. They're just sitting on the sand. Even you, as the patron saint of socially incompetent, that's accurate, know that this party has come to an early end. The group disbands, the dancers stagger off into the darkness, and the costumed actors disappear into the sea. Hardcore, these guys. You sneak off. Is it too cringe to stay still a better love story than Twilight? The love story that never even was. Hey, maybe I can get behind these fish people guys, because some of them did intervene, right? They were like, hey, dude. Hey, bro. That's not okay. All right. They said no. We're going. We're going out of here. Which, at the end of the day, that's pretty nice. A gray veil covers the town. The light of the sun drains away, and with it any residual heat. Although Innsmouth is a boring coastal town and probably doesn't have any street gangs, you feel relieved when you see the... Oh, I feel like this is going to bring us to that other ending, isn't it? Yeah, because we're... walk upstairs to your room. Blah, blah, blah. I'm simply gorgeous. Why else do you think that fishman was trying to riz me up? Even fish people can care about consent. So proud. We can learn a lot from them. Yes, you Nudie Tunes. We surely can. Even fish monsters respect consent. I get behind it. I get behind. Maybe they're not as bad as we thought they were when they were eating us in that first ending. We'll freshen up a little bit, feeling pretty good. But we'll just freshen up quickly. We don't need to look in the mirror and look all haggard and stuff. Now that you're finally ready for bed, your body feels heavy as lead. I'm disappointed we couldn't save the people, though. When I joined the stream, the last thing I expected was whatever that was. Honestly, when I started this game, that's the last thing I expected. Someone's following you, run faster. Another way. Keep moving. Close your eyes. I guess we could just run. You know that you have to run now, so you just keep running without opening your eyes. In fact, you should have hit a wall by now. Nothing stops you. You appear to be flying. Ah, wonderful dream. Something like that. Your sleep is interrupted when you hear a chant. Clears his throat. Whoops. Please, I didn't mean to click that, but please don't hurt me. You beg and feel utterly pathetic, and the people under the robe seem to agree. How cute. Someone in the back row giggles, sounding suspiciously like the voice of a small child. Oh, never mind. How cute. Silence, heathen. The man with the knife hisses. The room quickly turns quiet again. Any sense of bemusement has vanished.
Father Dagon, Mother Hydra, accept this sacrifice!
Without hesitation, he plunges the knife into your heart again and again. Hey, we got a new ending. No, not these guys again. Hi, Greg. See, this is why we must always try and riz as a distraction. You were offered as a sacrifice to Dagon. Congratulations. Oh, this is why it was always starting us there. Interesting. Okay, I know I said that was gonna be the last one. I want to do one more. Let's do one where... Maybe where we actually find the girl? We'll do one more. One square. The beating heart, fishes. Oh, look at all those fishes. Tourist. Oh, such fun things. I guess we could check out the fountain first, and then... Or we could get arrested at the police station. Guys, do you want to get arrested at the police station? Sally, don't mock me! Sally, stop! You know what? We're all like this, okay? It's not just me. You do it too. this last one. Let's find that goofy little girl and nothing else. During an investigation for a missing child, Brianna decided to take a nap, woke up, found a strange group of people on the beach when she exclaimed was a sex call. Walked up to them and, it's not me, Mr. Rattle Me Bones. It's not me. It's a character. He's he or she or whoever I'm playing, they're the one. Okay, not me. Just one more, she says, almost 5.5 hours into the stream. I honestly thought the stream was only gonna be like an hour long, so this was not planned. I'm surprised they started getting down and dirty with the fish people. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, Mr. Rattle Me Bones. Your finished sentence is fine. You made these choices. What's your point? I have to make all of the choices because I have to know every option. It's not a choice. It is a choice, but it's not a choice. Okay, thanks. 1 hour. To be frank, the branching paths and dialogue for each of these is well done and very entertaining. It really is. Like, it actually goes pretty in depth, like, with the different directions it can take, which is honestly what I've always wanted off of, like, text-based or visual novel-esque games, because a lot of the times with games like that, they say that your choices matter, but really all that happens is you'll, like, select a character's path to follow, and that's what takes you on a different route, and there's really only 2 endings for that route, and those endings are decided with, like, if you had a decent affinity with that character whose route you're on or not. So it's like, yes, there technically are new endings, but you lock those endings in so early on in a game, as opposed to, like, this has us hopping around all over the place. I, like, really appreciate that. Because that's what I look for in, like, games where they say your choices matter. Like, my choices actually matter here. I can, like, branch off from different paths at so many different points. This game is so goofy. I love it. Freddie, I agree. Yeah, I kind of want to try this game and see if I can find any other endings. Totally do it, Giant Bratty. Telltale Games moment. Okay. I'm going to stay focused. We'll just do the girl. We'll find her. Blah, blah, blah. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Continue to the arcades. Hard to miss. Wow, it's so fun. Nostalgia. We do try and look for the missing girl, but we have to play the first-person shooters. Should we do Boom, Quark, Nation of the Unliving? Let's do this one this time. Hey, after this one, will you do one more? Oh, Mr. Rattle Me Bones, I'm laughing so hard. My stomach rattles with all the laughter. In Mason of the Unliving, scientists in a secret research lab under, well, a house, have been experimenting with a dangerous zombie virus. When the virus is accidentally let loose and all employees are turned into an army of the undead, it's up to you, the cleaner, to save the world by offing all of them. One more. Main question. Find the girl and don't talk to any hot fish. Main quest. Find the girl, talk to no hot fish. Okay, I can do this. I cannot riz up a fish person. All right. Oh, and that's the other thing too. Those fish from the sea were arguably way more attractive than any of the people I was trying to riz in this town. And I rejected them. What are you gonna do? Doesn't sound too bad. Q for Marayu. Mason of the Unliving. A good choice. The target demographic is a lot more alternative than that of the other games. Black t-shirts, black cargo pants, black beanies, and your brown trench coat. You stand out like a sore thumb from the rest of the gamer crowd. And you're also trice, or 4 times the age of most of the people queuing. Guys, do you think that was sarcastic? One more time. And don't dropkick the child. Exactly right. This time we're going to look at the child and then be like, oh, hey, it's the child. Instead of kicking them like I did the first time. That girl's really lost. Ask the people in the queue how old they are. Hey, you! You prod the little child. A boy with red hair peeking out from under his beanie turns around and looks at you. How old are you? You ask, trying to desperately not sound too much like a creepy adult. Why do you care? He rolls his eyes. You elbow the next person in line in the ribs. Why am I just violent to these children? Like, They're not even bothering me while I'm playing a game. His friend also turns around, and he's wearing a boats and hose cap and some golden chains around his neck. You feel overwhelmed just by looking at these two. Also, that thing... Okay, completely off topic, guys. Remember when we were at the bus station and we got the ticket, and then somebody... Thanks, Giant Bratty. When we got the ticket and we donated, they also gave us like a silver key or anchor or something. That's gotta come into play at some point in one of these storylines, right? Like, I gotta find these things. You feel overwhelmed just by looking at these two. Okay, never mind. Insist on knowing the age. Ask about the cap. I'm not gonna keep insisting on their age. Leave the kids alone. You point at the boy's cap. Boats and hose. Do you even know what that means? The boy's jaw drops, but his friend comes to his rescue. What's your problem, man? He's wearing hip-hop merch, but hasn't even gone through puberty. What do you two squirts know about the hard life of a gangsta?
What? Why? What do you know about it?
The boy asks in a high-pitched voice and adjusts his cap. I'm a private detective. Take his cap and throw it into the crowd. Why are we bullying children? You should do voice work for Audible. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Honestly, I tried to, like, make an account for them at one point, but I just never, like, followed through with pursuing that. I feel like the amount of time and all the things you have to go through to get selected would be kind of a lot. But hey, yeah, if it's something I really wanted to do, I could probably look into that more. But yeah, thank you. I'm a private... Should we bully the child? You bullied the child? That'd be so mean. Why? For no reason. Like, we're the ones antagonizing these children. Bully. Alright, you guys said yes, so this is on you. Without saying a word, you grab the ridiculous cap and throw it carelessly over the machines. Hey! They both protest, annoyed. They leave the queue to go into the general direction of where you threw the cap. That noob really owns you, man, you hear the smaller of the two say.
That noob really owns you, man.
You hear the smaller of the two say, and then they're gone. After a few players are knocked out, it's your turn, quicker than you thought. You put all the coins you have into the machine. Your hands clasp the plastic gun. It feels good. The screen goes black. The slogan, Mason of the Unliving, flashes up, and then the intro of the game starts playing. Lovingly crafted camera work shows some polygon figure, which tells the plot of the game. So we won't kick a child, but bullying is okay. Okay, but Ryan, this isn't the child we're looking for. Oh, all right, it's a different child. So it's okay. Yep. The message, pull trigger to skip, keeps flashing up from time to time. Skip the intro, keep watching the intro. Nah, skip. You skip the intro, pulling the trigger on the toy gun. Finally, man. People behind you are cheering and seem to be eagerly awaiting another bloodbath. Bloody lettering splatters onto the screen and lets you know you're about your mission. Level 1, survive. Is that all? With nothing but a handgun, your character stands in a seemingly endless corridor. Hordes of roaring zombies come after you. Yeah! Yes! Your audience is visibly excited about the upcoming battle for your survival. You shoot at the pixelated heads, and those enemies you've hit slowly turn transparent and vanish. You seem to have endless ammunition. Infinite bullets. Never forget to pick those up. And you only need to shoot outside of the screen to reload. After what feels like 100 kills, you start to feel bored. Why was there a queue for this machine? Your motivation to stay alive dwindles rapidly, and is being replaced with the desire to do something useful. Maybe even solve your case? The zombies overrun you, and wordlessly you hand the plastic gun to the next player. Oh well. The machine took all your coins, but it was worth it. You give the search for Tabitha another go, but given the bad oh no, guys, we have to play Boom. We have to play Boom to find the child. Yeah, these kids don't matter. I'm not paid to care about these ones. So we have to play Boom. I don't need to get this ending again. Hold on. Okay, well, just in case it is different when I pick that third option. I have a feeling I'm just gonna die to whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Off to bed. Blah, 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 blah. One more. Well, we didn't really get to do this one because I didn't realize that you had to play the proper game. You scream. Your scream is so deafening that a feeling of terror overcomes the strangers in your room. Confused, the people in front stagger back and stumble against the people behind them. The man with the dagger also staggers backward. His frog eyes widen even more in terror, but then his surprise gives way to grim determination. Yeah, okay, we just get sacrificed. That's what I figured. So, good thing the first time we got that, we actually selected the correct option, eh? Okay, guys. It's a half one more. Yeah, it was half because I misplayed it. I thought that you could pick whichever shooting game, but apparently it has to be Boom. Like, whatever, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Continue. And it's fast, guys. We get to skip through the options. Nostalgia. Look for the missing girl. First-person shooters. We're not playing Quark because we have to play Boom. Q for Boom. Chaotically. You blindly and incessantly fire in all directions. That's always been your formula for success. You wave your gun about and keep randomly jabbing the trigger. Indeed, afterwards, everything is dead. Your audience, however, is less impressed with your gaming style. Uh-oh. What a noob. Lucker. Sadly, there's no time to find out whether these were compliments or insults. Your shotgun bullets have a rendezvous with demon brains. The second level. Your lift arrives at a lower floor of the space station. Or is it hell? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we'll keep this because I want to actually win. When at some point you can't withstand increasingly difficult opponents. When you have to shoot one of the demons into his open heart, the weakness of your line of attack is beginning to show. Uh-oh. Okay, apparently I have to play it exactly how I played it the first time. I don't get to explore other options. Not too bad when the teenager says to try and cheer you up. My turn, another cries. Hey guys, so that was like thirdsies. That was like thirdsies, guys. And look, they even let me restart like right away. What if I'm annoyed? You can stand a lot, but you're a little worried. Tinnitus, epilepsy, and you're pretty sure you've heard about carpal tunnel syndrome in connection with games. Nevertheless, you do like games after all. You're not completely dead inside. The few tourist families who have ventured into the city center with you were all dragged in here by their excited children. Now you too pass through the gates to the realm of flashing lights and bad ventilation. It's extremely dark, and the screens of the devices appear to be the only light source. Look for the girl. First-person shooters. Boom. Q. Strategic. Running circles.
Barely lost any health. Some applause, level 3. Your enemies, elevator moving.
No. I almost kicked on instinct. One last ride, guys. The moment you take your eyes off of the screen, there's a banging sound. The collective flinching sound around you tells you that your pixel guts have just been spilled. You, however, suddenly don't care. Standing next to you is Tabitha Marsh. Oh, yeah, she's, yeah, she looks the same in person. Yeah, it's the picture. One last dance. The girl looks up at you. Talk to Tabitha. Get her! Get her! A massive reward awaits you once you bring Tabitha home. Without thinking about it, you sink to your knees and grab her by the shoulders so she doesn't run away. The girl stares at you with wide eyes, open like a deer caught in the headlights. And you're the approaching van. The people around seem to have noticed her reaction. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, are you okay, little one? A couple of the parents ask her. Once over her initial shock, Tabitha tries to wiggle out of your grasp. Sarah, is that you? She kicks and screams. Try to soothe her. Throw her over your shoulder and run. I'm committed. Unceremoniously, you throw the girl over your shoulder like a sack of rice, as if this were a normal thing that people do every day, as if you weren't surrounded by a throng of shocked parents. This monster wants to kidnap that adorable child. The first flaws in your master plan appear. You're surrounded and can no longer make out the difference between the faces of tourists and locals, and then suddenly everything turns black. Dang it! I thought I could run faster than that. Every bone in your body aches and screams. You should not have accepted this case. You fool. You blink and open your eyes, but you can't see a thing. Is it night? All you remember is an angry mom of parents, so many threatening eyebrows, mustaches, bared teeth, insults, and accusations. Something awkwardly touches your hip. You feel around with your hands and find something wrapped in plastic? You continue to feel your way around and your finger touches something sticky and tufts of hair and crockery? Huh? You stretch your arms upwards and your hands touch a hard surface. You press against it, but you're met with resistance. You steady yourself and try to press against the surface above you again. Gradually, light floods and you realize where you are. A dumpster. Hell. Adorable child. Run, we got the kid. Yeah, that didn't work out. You start to make your way out of the trash, all the while swearing loudly. Your clothes are dirty, but not so dirty that they would attract negative attention in a city like Innsmouth, you know, where things already smell horrible. Beaten up by a horde of angry parents, and to know that Tabitha was within reach! The sun is setting, and you can't go back to the arcades anymore. You decide to give up your search for the day. You tear up the Polaroid picture of the girl and throw it into the next overflowing trash can. To hell with Dahlia Marsh. To hell with her stupid, bug-eyed child in this gosh-forsaken city. All you wanted was a relaxed evening, and now that's exactly what you're going to get. Alright. So. That was a 4th. We are so close to greatness. I was really pushing it. I wanted to do something a little silly. I want to do something a little silly. Didn't work out. That's okay. That's okay, because it's gonna work out this time, friends. It's gonna work out this time, friends. Strategic. Running a circle. Oh, look, a child. Look down. Don't kick her. Talk to Tabitha. We're learning. We're growing as people. We're learning how to interact. And this is a child, so we don't get to use Riz, unfortunately. No. Forget everything I've ever said in my whole life, please. Meanwhile, 4 hours and 1 out of 3,635 of a scene later. Mr. Rattle, don't bring that up ever. So as not to scare the girl, you gently sink down to your knees. Tabitha, your mother has asked me to bring you home. The girl scrunches up her face.
What? My name isn't Tabitha.
Show her the photo. Bree was basically a Terminator tackling poor Sarah. That a favor? Depends. Depends on what you can cash that in for. You find the Polaroid you were given by her mother and show it to her.
Oh, where'd you get that?
Your mother gave it to me. She's very concerned about you and misses you a lot.
What do you mean? I've only been gone from home for an hour.
Confused, she looks at the photo of herself. Eh? Sorry, what? It's difficult to tell the girl's age. The shape of her head suggests she might be suffering from some kind of illness that impacts on her growth. Is she confused or simply in a difficult phase of puberty? What's your real name? The girl smiles.
I'm Evelyn.
Visibly uneasy, the girl nods.
I shouldn't be here anyway.
Finally, you found the girl! Now you only need to pick up your award and then you can finally leave this dump of a place and relax at home. Evelyn starts making her way outside, passing by other families and their children. Luckily, no one seems to suspect anything untoward is happening, and you finally reach the exit. Okay, off to... You flip the Polaroid over for the address that Dahlia had noted down on its back. 43 Shagoff Avenue. The girl shakes her head.
That's the wrong address.
Wrong? Nice try! What do you mean wrong? Why would your mother give me the wrong address? Oh, I don't know. Why'd she give you the wrong name? The girl rolls her eyes.
I don't know. Can we go now? Our house is not that far from here.
You should have foreseen that it wouldn't be that easy. Follow Evelyn. Go to the address you've got written down. Shoggoth mentioned. Okay. Guys, what should we do? Should we follow the obviously wrong thing that's probably going to lead us to, like, another death? Or should we follow Evelyn to wherever she wants to go? Or should we do both and we consider this a 1/5 redoing? Follow. Really need this detective to put 2 and 2 together. I don't think they're capable because I don't think they have the brain cells to do that with. Alright, follow Evelyn. If her real address is somewhere close, it should be easy enough to find out whether she's lying or not. You give in and put the Polaroid back in your coat pocket. Okay, you lead the way. Evelyn is visibly relieved. She points out a little side street you hadn't noticed before. Both? Both is good. Little girl is leading you across town. When you read the street named Relach Road, you realize that you are on your way to the northern part of the city. Had you followed the address that Dahlia left you, you would have ended up in a completely different area. The other end of town, to be exact. I wonder what would have waited you there. Well, we won't have to wonder forever. Why are her eyes so droopy, too? Like, look at droops. That's just not right. Sorry, child. Evelyn strides ahead purposefully into the area in which she claims to live. Apart from the 2 of you, there is no one else on the streets, although it's only late afternoon. But you can sense that you're not alone. The curtains in the windows of the surrounding houses are constantly moving. The streets are getting narrower and narrower. Good thing you didn't suffer from claustrophobia. Evelyn isn't speaking. Talk to the girl or walk in silence. What is life without unlocking more dialogue options? Nothing wrong with clearing a few things up while you're walking. Hey, listen. Evelyn slows down and looks at you expectantly. No one in this town is right. Yeah, I kind of noticed. It's something else. Why does your mother think you've gone missing? Talk about video games. Oh, never mind. We can talk about video games after getting this squared away. The girl's face falls and she looks back down on the footpath. I don't know. That was too direct, it seems. She's clearly hiding something, but your question has scared her off. Well, she keeps leading you along the road. You wonder how you can coax something out of her. Here we are. By now, you've left the narrow alleyways of Old Town and are standing in front of a wonky metal fence. Behind it, an old-fashioned mansion on a little hill. A surprisingly grand property, considering that in the rest of the town, people appear to live like sardines. Haha, fish joke. Noonie Tunes. This one more is unfortunately too long for me. It's midnight and I have to work for a living. Super fun stream, Brianna. Don't talk to any sexy fish. That's totally understandable, Looney Tunes. Honestly, it is very late for me as well, but I just have to complete it. But thank you so much for being here for as long as you were. And yeah, Sarah, I'm still here. Evelyn, and you stand there for a little while. Are your parents rich? You live here? Let's go. Are your parents rich? Do your parents own the town? Is your family rich? You tried to ask casually. If only you had known that Dahlia was stinking rich, you could have charged her more for this whole case. Maybe that's still an option.
My family inherited a lot, but that was a long time ago,
she says absent-mindedly. Right, shall we go in? Evelyn nods bravely. She fishes around in her pocket and gets out a small set of keys with 2 shiny golden keys. She takes the larger one of the 2 and puts it into the lock of the gate. A bit rusty, she says apologetically. Despite the fact that she must have opened the gate many times, Evelyn needs a few attempts to finally open it. After it finally makes a loud clinking sound, the girl pushes down at the massive door handle and the gate swings open. The gravel makes a crunching sound under your shoes. You've made it halfway to the house when you start to consider a few things. In a few seconds, you will see Dahlia Marsh again. Duplicitous Dahlia Marsh. A shiver runs down your spine. Evelyn is already walking up to the stairs to the porch and is nearly at the door. Enter with her? Wait a second. Just one more turn. It is late, but we're gonna stay until you finish. No one goes to sleep until the stream ends. I'm with you to the end of the line. Freddy, Geezer, Geyser, Rattle Me Bones, Bigfoot. I appreciate it. My brothers in arms. We're all hostages until then. It's past midnight, meaning it's Friday the 13th, but sleep is for losers. I'm committed. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Braddy. I promise this will be the last one so you guys can sleep. Okay. Let's enter with her. Let's not stop to think, because when has our character ever done that? The girl puts the second key of the covenant into the lock and turns it around. The door opens with a creak. The beams of the walls growl deeply and menacingly, as if you were standing in front of the mouth of a lion. Evelyn gropes for something in the darkness. You can hear a soft click, and the corridor is flooded with light. The entrance area of the house alone offers so much space that a smaller house could fit inside. A wide, white lacquered staircase leads up to the higher floor. Your steps are commented on by the groaning floorboards. Mother? The little girl cries loudly into the house. I said it very quietly, but anyway. The clinking of glass, the ever-accelerating sound of high heels. A light goes on in the room next door, and shortly afterwards the door is opened wide. The backlight gives Dahlia Marsh's face demonic features. When her gaze falls on her daughter, her eyes reflect anger. When she sees you, horror. I wonder if all mothers, I almost read monsters. I wonder if all mothers in Innsmouth react this way when they are reunited with their lost daughters. You? Hello, beautiful. Case solved, ma'am. It's not a fish, so I'm allowed to riz. If we were gambling, I'd bet 6 more turns. I'd take that bet. I'll play over, under, rattle. I say under. Yeah, we're risen. Hello, beautiful. You've given up on professionalism at this stage. You can't help greeting your client with a wide grin. The expression of outright horror is still on Dahlia's face, while the little girl keeps looking back and forth between the two adults. Dahlia holds her hands in front of her mouth, an antiquated gesture which reminds you of old films in which men had strange beards and the women wore corsets. She recovers herself quickly, and an affected smile spreads on her lips. How nice to see you! Before you can reply anything, she kneels down gracefully and gently ruffles her daughter's hair. There you are, Angel. Are you okay? Evelyn nods, but she's not actually said anything ever since you've entered the house. Dahlia seems to be satisfied with this response. Apparently completely recovered from her initial shock, she gets up and gives you a dazzling smile. Dinner is almost ready. Why don't you stay so we can discuss everything else? Her smile is tense. Ask for immediate payment. I don't even need to read a second option. I'm sorry, I don't have much time. You just want to leave. You can do without any more answers from your shady client. She is visibly disappointed by this. Like the level of fishness has stopped you. I've just made promises, alright? I just made promises. Is she trying to get rid of her daughter? I mean, honestly, good question. I feel like there's more to this story than we've been led to believe. Oh, well, in that case, why don't you accompany me to the safe? She turns to her daughter. Darling, go to your room. We'll talk later. The girl nods and rushes up the stairs. Dahlia now walks over to the room she came from and leaves the door open for you to follow. I'm getting the money from the safe. Why don't you join me? Follow her. Stay in the hall. Oh, I'm going to be smart for once. You'd rather stay where you are. That's okay. I'll wait here. You call after her. She walks off, the tick-tock of her heels echoing in the wooden floorboards. You could swear you can hear voices from the adjoining rooms. One of the voices is Dahlia's, and the other one sounds very familiar. You can't make out what they're saying, though, and before too long the whispering stops and Dahlia comes back. She holds out an envelope and purses her lips. Thank you, again. Thank her? Ask about the inconsistencies in the case. I mean, we don't need to just leave right away. You stow away the money in the inside pocket of your coat. Did we count the money? Did she just give us an envelope? Did you even check? You should have checked. Just saying. Now that we've got all the formalities out of the way, I was wondering whether you'd be able to answer a few of my questions, Dahlia. Dahlia folds her arms, and the smile she gives you does not reach her eyes. I'll do my best. You wonder what to ask her. Why did you give me an incorrect address? Why did you say your daughter was called Tabitha? Nah, let it rest. We'll do Tabitha. Why did you tell me your daughter's name was Tabitha? You asked me to find your daughter, but gave me a false name? You couldn't have made it any more difficult for me if you tried. Oh, no, you've got that all wrong. Tabitha is Evelyn's middle name. And did you have a photo of her? Necespas? What? Middle name? The girl did not say anything about that. She's now in her room, and your gut tells you that Dahlia won't let her anywhere near you again. You wonder what to ask her. Why'd you give me an incorrect address? So many questions have been going around in your head ever since you arrived, but now that you're face to face with your client, you don't even know where to start. Something simple, perhaps. Why'd you give me an incorrect address? Oh, I'd already forgotten about that. You notice Dahlia's hands keep fidgeting. She keeps rubbing her palms and massaging her fingers. It seems like she's not used to these kinds of confrontations. Actually, this is the address of good friends of mine, where I spend most of my days, especially when my little one is at school. You could say I spend more time there than my own house. She smiles apologetically. Let the matter rest. There are so many questions that have been going around your head ever since you arrived, but now you're face to face with your client, you don't know where to start. You feel the envelope full of cash in your coat pocket. You've only been in Innsmouth for a few hours, and you're already sick of it. Never mind, you say hesitantly. She smiles, a little less fake this time. The prospect of being rid of you so soon seems to brighten her day. With these last words, you turn away and open the door to the outside. Catch a last glimpse of Dahlia closing the door. There is definitely a satisfied smile on her lips, you think. You don't like that at all. She's so pretty when she's happy. You find it difficult to leave. In your mind, you turn over what would have happened if you hadn't said no to Dahlia's invitation. You're on your way, but you're still pondering this. Okay, I'm gonna see if this is gonna be different or if this is gonna lead us to the cult killing thing again. Because then it's like, we got a different middle, but it wouldn't be a different ending. But that's fine. Our different ending would be if we followed. There's so many branching paths here, guys. You won! 6 hours and countless lives. You wander the streets. The dark clouds spread out from the sea like claws that ominously reach for the town. Reach for you. The sun has set, and the temperature is dropping fast. The air, too, gets cooler, and a rough wind whips through the alleys. You're lost. You have no idea how to get out of this forsaken town, and as if that weren't bad enough, you also underestimate the September weather on the coast, and the real cold temperature is still yet to come. Scattered raindrops do not bode well. You aimlessly wander the streets. The narrow alleys are a labyrinth of simple wooden fishermen huts. At least you're not completely on your own. Look at that. Even at this hour, there are groups of people out patrolling, with torches and pitchforks, and knives and nets. Walk towards them? The multiverse in a nutshell. Let's stay in the shadows. We're playing this one smart. Alright, we didn't hastily rush into anything with Dahlia. We're not gonna hastily rush into anything here. Alright, after the whole incident at the beach, we're being a little more cautious. Okay. It's not necessarily the knives and nets that make you worried. It's the limp that many of the villagers have, which make you nervous. The people don't walk. They waddle, stagger, stumble, and shuffle with their upper bodies lifted up like malicious trolls in a fantasy film. 6 hours, so many casualties, but we finally found the kid. We bonded in the first hour. Oh shoot, the OG book ending, sort of? Ooh, that makes this interesting then. You found refuge behind some old barrels in a narrow side street. You would love to simply huddle up there, but in the middle of the alley, you're without protection against the rain. The pitchforked mob still hasn't noticed you. You wonder what to do next. Knock on a door and ask for help? Keep moving through town. Honey, I don't think anyone's gonna be helping you. Sorry. Let's keep moving. One alley follows the next. The ground is muddy with knee-deep puddles. The paths are lined with run-down huts consisting of nothing but a few bricks and corrugated iron roofs piled on top of each other. You must be in the old town, an area that is definitely not being advertised in the travel brochures. The very moment your cerebellum wants to complain about being bored, he runs straight into the arms of a patrol. Dang it. Although they've not noticed you yet. Undecided, the group has gathered in the middle of the road and seems to be discussing their options. Nevertheless, they are alert and keep checking their surroundings. You reckon that they will discover you soon, because here in your position, you're sitting duck. Your heart is pounding. Cover up your face. Don't do anything else. I'm gonna at least cover our face. Remember we almost made out with a fish guy? Knee deep. I feel like it's no longer a puddle of lemons knee deep. Yeah, at that point. Following your intuition, you grab a piece of cloth dangling from a barrel. A torn cloth stinks of rotten fruit, which is a welcome change from the rotten fish that you've been smelling the whole evening. You walk up to the small group of townfolk. There! There! Screams the front man of the group, an old fisherman with a white bushy beard. He waves his torch in your direction. His friends limp towards you, their rags and rain jackets and rags. Their rags and rain jackets and rags. Okay, rags twice. Flap awkwardly against their bodies. Ay, cruel thing. Considering they're a limping horde of deformed lunatics, they manage to surround you quickly. The light of the torches dancing in the rain makes the already scary faces look even more bizarre. Nervously, they lick their bulging lips while they stick out their torches, knives, and pitchforks to keep you in check. You wonder if the people from Innsmouth suffer from radiation poisoning. That would explain so much.
Hey, you there!
The leader of the mob spits at you. Aw, dang it! Here you were, hoping to be able to sneak past the creepy group, but you somehow caught their attention.
What are you doing here all alone?
I wanna leave. I wanna walk. I'm just on a walk, you say innocently and kick a rotting fish in front of you. He narrows his eyes.
You're going for a walk on a night like this?
Outrageous! A few people shout from behind. A pitchfork is poking your buttocks. Meanwhile, the old fisherman steps up to you, his hand massaging the bulges of skin dangling from his face.
Who are ya?
He asks suspiciously, as if by itself. Your hand touches the piece of cloth that covers your face. It's me. Say your real name? You give your real name. The men look briefly confused and exchange skeptical looks. It doesn't take long before you realize that you just made a mistake unlike any other. I wasn't able to give another option.
Well then, welcome to Innsmouth, heathen.
The old man purrs. You stare into some strangely deformed, elongated pupils. We're going to have fun tonight. He's looking at someone next to you. Before you consider what the hell is happening, something hits you against the back of the head. You lose consciousness. It's got so serious all of a sudden. Honestly. This game gives you a little bit of whiplash, doesn't it? I should write forbidden quotes on my phone just for me, for fun. Mr. Rattle's secret forbidden quotes section. Freezing cold. Voices. Whispering, arguing. Raindrops that roll off your forehead. A pungent smell of fish that you've almost gotten used to. Dang it. Your cheek is brushed against something cool. After the first moments of disorientation, you realize that you're lying somewhere out on the street. You open your eyes. The situation's not new to you. On several drunken nights in Boston, you've ended up near a trash can on a dodgy side street. This is perfectly normal. You groan as you raise your head and immediately regret moving. All you can feel at the back of your head is pain. You have no doubt you were knocked out. You try to touch the back of your head but fail. You seem to be tied up. This is definitely not normal. At least now you recognize where you are. It's Innsmouth's Town Hall Square. At least 50 villagers have gathered around you. They all huddle together in small groups and are deep in conversation. Relaxed. They rest on their pitchforks and have thrown their fishing nets loosely over their shoulders. Now and then, they grin at you, start complaining, cry for help. If I've learned anything about our character, it's that we complain. The forbidden tax. If all else fails, you turn into a Karen. You decide to wallow in self-pity. After all, you have no clue how you've gotten yourself into the situation. You wonder if those gangsters have also stolen your wallet and emptied your bank account. I just got paid, darn it. Do they also have your apartment key? Have they already been to your crappy apartment in Boston? And what about your goldfish owl? You really should have fed him again before you left. Dang it! You're going to lose everything! Everything! But they'll never take away your online private detective license. Only the state can do that. Only the state. A worn-down boot suddenly appears in your field of vision.
Wake already,
cries a voice croaks from above. With great effort, you manage to look up to see who dares interrupt your fit of self-pity. No more money for our wings. I know, Freddy, we lost it all. It is the leader of the group, Abraham, who looks down on you triumphantly. From where you are, you can see all the small tumors that are sprouting from his chin. Yuck, you say involuntarily. If you've offended him, he doesn't show it. He gives you a dirty grin.
I hope you enjoyed your stay in our little day-to-day landlubber.
Enjoyed it? I loved it here. I hate all of you.
Meh.
It's pretty difficult to shrug your shoulders while lying on the floor in shackles. That's why all you reply is, meh. The old man shakes his head scornfully.
You city dwellers and your indifference. Damn.
The man whistles as if impressed.
You are a tough guy, I'll give you that. I wonder how long that will last when you're on fire.
Fire? Oh no. This is a bad ending. Before you can ask for a more detailed explanation, you are grabbed by the arms. Some fishermen have silently approached you without you noticing. They jerk you up into the air and carry you over the square. After just a few yards, they slow down. The ground they're walking on seems less solid. They're standing by a stake. Two men in rags and gross bulges on their cheeks undo your handcuffs and then tie your arms around the center pole. The remaining villagers have interrupted their chatter and are coming closer. What's all this about? Help try to loosen the shackles? We gotta at least try something. Obviously nobody here's gonna help you, dude. You tug on the ropes, twist and turn your wrists as far as you can. No luck. The handcuffs are not even particularly well attached. You can feel their loose fit. It's just that they're strong enough to hold someone like you. Yeah, maybe you should exercise more. Huh, buddy? But you're regretting some more choices right about now. Finally, about time! Someone shouts, annoyed, and drowns out all the other conversation taking place in the town square. Looks like someone finally managed to light a torch. Solemnly, the men marches towards you, and, in awe, the other villagers make their way for them. Not everyone in Innsmouth can light a fire. And the fried pickles, Sarah, we failed you. The self-pity confirms it. You're playing a sorcerer that's decided to cast no spells. Also has an 8 or less in every stat. If I'm a sorcerer, though, my charisma would have to be good. Why does my charisma suck unless I'm playing a, like that sorcerer guy from the D&D movie? Because he definitely dumped his charisma stat. Making life hard for myself. Well, you did mention being cold. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Two of the men remain with the other spectators, and the torchbearer continues alone until he stands before you and the stake. He turns his back on you and begins to speak in the eclectic audience.
Brothers and sisters.
Yes, Abraham, several people respond, which says a lot about the Innsmouth gene pool. A lot of people respond.
Quiet, he growls immediately. I mean everyone present.
Satisfied, he solemnly spreads his arms. You can now see that the hand with which he holds the torch is a single flap of skin wrapped around the log.
The hour approaches. Before you stands our tribute to Dagon. We share the sacrifice and the blessing, for we are faithful children of the...
He falls silent. A dozen tourists walk out of the next alley along. The villagers look surprised and exchange baffled looks. Some look to Abraham for help. Embarrassed, Abraham drops the torch. Cry for help! Yeah. You only need charisma to multi-class out of sorcerer. Technically, it can be non-existent, and you can still be a sorcerer, just a really bad one. That's what I'm saying, though. Why would you be a bad sorcerer? Help! Hey, help me! Please, rescue me! You blurt out. You earn some deeply hurt looks from the villagers, but their feelings are not as high up on your priority list as, say, surviving this night. The tourists look over at you with interest. The first few break away from the group and come closer. A young blonde man takes selfies with you and himself at the stake. Hey, you! You scream at him. Inform the FBI. No one, absolutely no one, wants to see you posing holiday snaps. That's right. The FBI is the right institution to take apart this infectious, fish-infested town. The man frowns. He looks at you and seems confused. Like a magnet, he's drawn back to the screen of his mobile phone. What? He asks, lost in thought as he types something on the device. This is not going well. A tourist stands in amazement before the stake. Is this one of them medieval games like they do in Salem? Like, they like to do that over in Europe, too, with knights and stuff like that. Abraham rolls his eyes. Sure, he replies, but that turns out to be the wrong move. The tourist waves over to his companions. The group of tourists assembles in front of the stake, which means that the locals can no longer see you. From the rough-looking men in fishing coats walk up to Abram and speak to him. They're obviously getting nervous. Meanwhile, a few of the tourists break away. They take pictures of you at the stake. Oh my goodness. When they think it's a show, they're gonna be smelling a human bonfire here in a second. My character has useless stats for combat because that's good role playing. Yeah, it definitely can be good role playing, for sure. Should have insulted a Snapchat. I hear you, Mr. Rattle. Let's try and talk to them. Psst, you there? You hiss at the people taking photos. A man with a mustache looks up at you irritably. What do you want? You gotta get me out of here, you say feebly. Unbelievable that you have to explicitly ask for it. What's your problem? The man asks. Scream at him. Forget about it. This is not for show. This is all real. You plead with increasingly desperation. The man shakes his head in disapproval. I don't like that you're breaking character. Look, he gestures towards the ragged villagers. All those people down there are freezing their bottoms off while you stand up here snug and in the limelight. Why are you trying to ruin it for everyone? Lord help you. Is he perhaps right? Maybe he has a point. No, dang it! You scream hysterically. This isn't one of your stupid tourist programs. This is my life we're talking about. Yeah, really stupid, someone calls from the tourist mutters. Who just said that? You hissed, thrusting your chin forward aggressively. Yeah. You know when your approach is failing? Double down on your approach. Is pretty much the options I've been choosing. If we're going down fighting. That's right, Freddy. Your audience consists of tourists and increasingly intimidated villagers. Take a few steps back. All of these people are starting to get on your nerves. Now untie me or there will be blood, you scream as if in a frenzy. All of this is getting too much for the locals, and their numbers visibly dwindle. Unsettled by the presence of the many tourists and your rage, they try to inconspicuously disperse into the dingy side streets that lead off to the town square. It is Abraham, of all people, who unties you. Murmuring apologies, he too disappears into the small crowd and then down a dark alley. How did we not die? Are you happy now? One of the tourists asks, piqued. Yes! You scream ecstatically and spray strands of saliva everywhere. Impossible, the man says. This sums up your thoughts pretty succinctly. Disappointed that they were deprived of a free performance, the tourists shuffle on, and you can finally get out of here. Nat 20, yeah baby, 20 intimidation. You've made it. At least you leave the streets of Innsmouth. They had closed in on you so much that the whole place felt like it was suffocating you. A vast void of darkness lies ahead of you. The lousy little coastal town lies behind you. You've swapped it for a bumpy dirt road and a parking lot whose motorized inhabitants glisten peacefully in the moonlight. At least it's not raining anymore, but it's still freezing. You take a deep breath. The pressure in your chest that has built up during the day now finally dissipates. Sweet relaxation. You will revel in it as soon as you've made it back to Boston safely and have firmly planted yourself behind on the leather couch. But how are you going to get home now? You'll walk if you have to, darn it. Look around the parking lot first. I mean, we said that these cars look like they might have been here for a long time. I bet some people aren't going to mind if they go missing. What if the money she gave you was all ones, BTW? Did we ever check? That's what I'm saying, Mr. Rattle Me Bones. Like, we just took an envelope. I'm like, at least look at it. See how much she gave you. Like, come on. If you're really concerned about money, I'm surprised you didn't, like, count it right in front of her. The parking lot is surrounded by a fence made from some simple wooden beams. You almost gracefully jump over the fence and find yourself surrounded by many cars of different makes and different generations. In addition to the recent models, which you can see every day from your office window, there are some real classics on display. Yeah, let's leave here with a brand new used car! Do. The kind that still have a real horn attached to their body. Aren't the owners worried that their antique cars might get stolen? In the middle of this overflowing parking lot, in the dead of night, you consider your options. There are few. Break into a car, keep wandering. I already committed to this when we looked around in the first place. You could break into a car, preferably one of the newer models, one that screams out, "Take me, my battery still has some juice left." Step 1, break in. You need to hurry up. There's no time for any extravagant stunts. You would love to smash the car window with your elbow, just like in the movies. Your weapon of choice, a stone that fits snugly into your fist and will soon make an intimate acquaintance with the car window. You aim, and the stone meets no resistance. The window is cranked down. Fine. If irresponsible, some psycho might come along and steal the car. Without much delay, you decide to be that psycho. You pry open the plastic dashboard. You half worry that the many scenes from TV in which someone short-circuits a car are all just made-up nonsense. But today must be your lucky day. It actually works. I don't think you're looking for the word short-circuit. I think you're looking for the word hot wire. Guys, unless that is short-circuiting, somebody with more car knowledge, please enlighten me. The car engine is howling. You put the car into reverse and maneuver it out of the narrow parking space. The headlights illuminate the many parked cars, which have been assembled here over decades. A shiver goes down your spine. The car dashes out of the parking lot and chases down the dirt road. Something tells you there won't be any oncoming traffic tonight. As you steer the car from the dirt road into the next country road, you're overcome by a sudden sense of relief. The engine roars, and you speed off into the dark. Months later. Did we achieve that same end? Yeah, you jerk awake, calm down, you're safe, you escaped. Yeah, so we got a bad feeling again. So same ending, but very different middle section. Oh man, seems we got a great new business opportunity. Let's get these cars sold. I like your thinking, Mr. Rattle Me Bones. Okay, hot wiring a car is just causing a short. Cool. Alright, so that's just what it's doing when you're hot wiring. But guess what, Bree? We finally got the little goofy little kid. Let's go! That's what I'm saying. Alright, and with that, 15 minutes till midnight in my neck of the woods. I'm gonna call it for the night. I'm definitely gonna play through more of the endings at some point. I don't know if I'll do that on my own or if I'll, like, maybe try it and stream again next week on, like, Tuesday or something. We'll see. I'm either gonna play it on my own on Tuesday next week or I might stream it again, but that was fun. What a journey. No, one more. Sally, what are you still doing up? Shouldn't you be in bed? Hey, time some bros. Thank you guys so much for being here. It was really cool. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for checking it out and everything. I wish I had an offline screen, but I kind of don't. I guess I could switch it to the starting soon screen, but I don't want it to say starting soon. Transition. Wow, what a beautiful transition. Yeah. But thank you guys so much. It was a blast. Thanks for sticking around for so long. I totally did not intend for this video to, this stream to be as long as it is. Oh my gosh, it went on forever. But yeah, might stream some more of that, next week, but we'll see. Anyway. You're so welcome. HD Brianna welcomes you. Oh, I am in bed. Okay, Sally, close your little eyes and go to sleep. Sally is strong. I'm with you to the end of the line. Thanks, Freddy. Thanks. I can get a solid 4 hours and 50 minutes of sleep. Brian, you gotta sleep.
Don't tell me what to do. You tell me what to do.
Thanks, guys. Bye. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well, everybody. Thanks for being here. See you on stream.